Hey guys, I'm Kishan and in this video we are going to create this amazing responsive real-time chat app using React, Node.js, Express, MongoDB, Socket.io, Zustand, Tailwind CSS with ShadCN components, JSON Web Tokens, cookies, and we will follow best practices for React and Node.js applications. And at the end we are going to host this app on Hostinger, and I will listen to all your requests from a year for adding group messaging and sending files. So I have implemented group messaging and sending files in this app. So now let me show you the application. So now you can log in or sign up from here. We have also used private and public components in React. So if I head over to the chat component from here, we are directly redirected to the auth component. Now let's sign up with a new user. We'll create a new account with Jimisha at chat.com. I will give my password. We'll sign up and our account is created and we have this beautiful toast notifications as well. Now let's give this a first name and last name, and if you don't provide first name and last name then you would not be able to access the app. So you need to complete your profile before moving to the chat app. So let's give this a name. Let's select the UI color and you can also upload profile pictures. So I'm going to add a profile picture in here. So for profile pictures, we have used Multer package. Save the changes and this is our chat app. We don't have any direct messages and channels because we are still a new user. Now let me switch to responsive mode and you can see that the layout is being changed according to the responsive mode. Now let me open another user so I can show you the chat functionalities. Now we are already logged in. So I'm going to select a contact from here and I will search for Kishan. Select the contact and send him a message. Hello Kishan. And you can see that the message is received here in real time. And when I click over this, I have that message and I can also send a response from here that with an emoji. So we have various emojis. Let's send and it's being received in real time. This is responsive. Everything is responsive. When we hit tablet sizes, we have this contact section here. And if we are in the mobile devices, we have a different layout. The contact list is hidden. And when we click on this, we will be able to see the direct messages and the channels. So it's responsive and we also have group chats here. So now let's create a new group from this user. So now let's name this group as YouTube demo group and let's select the contacts. We can select multiple contacts. Let's select Jimisha. Let's select John, Harvey, and Danaris. And now let's create the channel for this 4 contacts and I will go back here and as soon as I create the channel, you can see that it is added here and added here as well. So now let's log in with one more user, decrease the size of this, have it here. Let's head over to the chat app. Let's log in. We are logged in and in here you can see that we have this group as well. So let's open up the group in here and let's send the messages from this user. Hello everyone, and we'll send some emojis as well. Send and you can see that it is received everywhere with the contact information as well. And now let's send an document here. So for sending documents, we have to click on this attachment icon and let's select this. And you can see that everyone has received the images. We can also upload some files. So let me close this one and let's increase the size and let's send a file from here. Open and it's being uploaded and it's sent. Now we can also download the document and it's been downloaded. Now we can also edit our profile from here again If we head over and edit our profile, then our profile would be edited. One more thing, if we have sent the images and when we click on the images enlarge and you can download the images or you can view the images like this. And this is also responsive. Let's close this. And if you like this project, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Now, without wasting any more time, let's get started. Now let's talk about Hostinger. Hostinger provides web hosting services and we are going to host our app on Hostinger's VPS. Hostinger provides affordable hosting services with data centers all around the world. Hostinger provides all-in-one solution for your web hosting needs, be it buying a domain, hosting Stack apps, Stack apps, PHP app, Python apps. Hostinger even has support for WordPress or your static portfolio websites. They have various plans for them. I've been personally using Hostinger from 2019 for the hosting services and it's one of the best. Now let's talk about Hostinger's VPS services. Hostinger's VPS services are quite affordable and they offer various advantages like super fast SSD, one-click installation of your apps and OS. It also comes with firewall and DDoS protection. Now let's buy a VPS server from Hostinger. We are going to purchase this KVM2 plan. If you want a more powerful VPS, you can buy this KVM8 or KVM4 plan. But in our case, we are going to choose the KVM2. Now, if you buy the VPS for 12 months or 24 months, they provide you a big discount. And if you are buying for 12 or 24 months, if you use my coupon code, which is Kishan, you will get additional 10% discount. Now, let's proceed with the 24 months plan. Log in with your account, select your payment method, and here we have this have a coupon code. Make sure that you use Kishan here and you will get additional 10% discount. And that's done. Now I have already purchased it. Let me log into my VPS. Okay, so this is my VPS and we have dedicated SSH access to this, and you also have this server usage metrics here which are pretty helpful. You can also change your OS and panel from here. I have installed Ubuntu with Stack. You can just install the plain OS or you can use it with an application like Docker, or in our case we have installed it with Stack, which is pretty helpful. It installs all of the applications and the services, the Nginx proxy and everything. It set it up automatically. So we don't have to do anything. We just have to clone our app and host it on Hostinger. We'll be hosting our app at the end of the video, so stay tuned. So now let's get started. First we'll need Node.js. You need to install Node.js on your machine. It's just a JavaScript runtime which enables us to write backend applications and everything. So make sure that you have installed Node.js. You can head over to nodejs.org and download the long-term support version, and it's a good to go. Next, for database, we are going to use MongoDB, and you need to install MongoDB. Uh, you can head over to mongodb.com docs manual installation and then select your platform and you can install it. And then we'll also be needing MongoDB Compass, which is a tool to visualize our database. So I'll be using that in the video. And if you don't want to install these two database and the tool, you can use the cloud database which has been provided by MongoDB as well. So if you want to go to that approach, you can do that as well. Then we'll be needing VS Code. So I'll be using VS Code for the entire tutorial. So this is the best code editor out there. So make sure that you install VS Code as well. So now let's get started. Okay, so now let's get started with our React app. And now let's head over to Vite, VITE, and head over to this website, vitejs.dev. And now from here, let's head over to get started. And from here, I'm going to copy this command and I'm going to open up a new VS Code instance. Here it is. And I'm going to open up terminal, new terminal, and write in the command npm create vite at latest. Hit enter. Project name is going to be React Node Chat App, and it is going to be of React. And we are not going to use TypeScript. We are going to use JavaScript. Hit enter. It's done. Now let's head over to cd React Node Chat App, and we'll have this application here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to rename this folder to client, because we are also going to have server. And now let's head over to client from here, and I'm going to write npm run dev, and command not found. I think we need to head over to cd client. Okay, we are inside the client and I need to run npm install to install the packages. Let's just wait for it. Okay, it's done. Now we can run the npm run dev command, and our app has been started on localhost 5173. That's it. Okay, so now let's set up our component library. So for component library, we are going to use ShadCN. So let me show you ShadCN, and head over to components, and you can see that we have this accordion component here, which is pre-created. So we just have to import up this accordion component and we can style it according our needs, and it's pre-created. So we also have various components here that we can use. For example, this carousel component. So we can use this component and it's pretty useful. So for this, let's install ShadCN. Head over to docs and head over to installation. We are going to go with the wheat method, and now I'm going to copy this command from here, copy, and let's head over to our VS Code terminal. Okay, so now let's head over to VS Code, and I'm going to close this process and paste those command here. And then we have created the Tailwind CSS config file and post CSS config.js, and inside of index.css we need to paste our Tailwind classes. So it should be inside index.css. Let's remove this, and I guess let's save it. We'll do that afterwards, or it would be done automatically. Now we have this tsconfig.json file, but in our case we are not using TypeScript, so we will be needing to create this jsconfig.json file. So I'm going to copy this code and head over to VS Code, and at the root I'm going to create jsconfig.json file and paste that command here, that code, and I'm going to close this. No need for that. Now in the wheat config.ts we need to add this code. So let's copy this and head over to wheat config.js, and this should be inside the client, not outside of it, the jsconfig.json file. And inside of this, what should we do? Yeah, inside wheat config.js I'm going to paste that code, and we have this error of dir name here. So to fix that, we need to use ESLint. So ESLint disable next line, no undef, because of this dir name. That's complete. Let's save this file. Now further we need to run the ShadCN CLI. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it in px ShadCN UI latest init. And yes, we would not like to use TypeScript, so no. Then we need to use the default. Then we need to use the slate, and instead of global.css, it is inside source, and we have index.css. That's it. Yes, we need to use CSS variables, and no, we don't need any Tailwind prefix. And Tailwind config.js is located at the root. Then we don't need any other import alias, and libutils perfect. And no, we are not using server components, so no. And the right configuration dot to component JSON, yes, and wait for it. That should complete. Now let's head over to index.css, and you can see that the required code has been added here. And now let's use any of the ShadCN components. So for that we need to install those components separately. So let's use the button component, and paste that command npx ShadCN UI at latest add button, and what that will do is it will create a components directory, and inside of components it will create a UI directory, and all of the ShadCN components are inside of here. So you can see the beauty of this ShadCN. It gives us the entire code of the component here, so we can style it according our needs and customize it, and that's a very good thing. Now let's use this component inside our app.jsx. I'm going to remove all of this code and write rfce to create the component, and inside of this div I'm going to import that button component. So button, let's import it from here. Import uh, button from at uh, why is this not working? I think I need to run npm run dev, and then let's try to import the button again. Button still not working. I'm not sure why, but let's import it manually for now. Import button from dot slash components UI and button, save it, and let's use the button here. Button, click me, hit save. Let's head over to the UI. Let's refresh this. Still not working. Not sure why. Let's inspect console. Okay, I think we need to import it like this. Let's refresh the page, and yeah, we have the component here. So that's working. You can see the styles applied to the button. If we use a simple button like this, button click me like this, it would have the styles like this, but this is a ShadCN component button. So our ShadCN installation is successfully completed. Now let me check why this is not working, the @ sign and auto import. So let me check it and I'll let you know. Okay, it is working now. I just had to restart my VS Code and it's working now. I didn't make any change. So you can see that it's working. Now let's install the React Router DOM library for routing. So let's open up the terminal, pause this instance, and I'm going to write npm install React Router DOM. This library is used for routing. Done. I'm going to run the page again, npm run dev, and now inside the source I'm going to create a new directory which is called as pages, and all our pages would be inside of this. And inside of this I'm going to create one more folder which is going to be auth. This is for the auth routes. Then we'll have the chat. This is for the chat page. So we'll be having three pages in our application: the chat page, the auth page, and the profile page. So inside of this, I'm going to add one more profile, and now inside of auth, I'm going to write index.jsx, write RFC here, and name this component as auth. Remove all of this, head over to chat and index.jsx again, RFCE, remove this, and I'm going to change this to the chat. And if you're wondering how did I selected all of the same instances of the word and changed it at a single time, so uh, hover on this and select this, and press command D or control D on Windows on your machine and hit one time to select these two, and hit thrice to select all of the instances, not all of the, but the next instance. So I did that according to that. Save it, and now inside profile I'm going to do the same, index.jsx rfce, and I'm going to name this as profile and remove this. And now what I want to do is, whenever I head over to auth, I want to show the auth page. So routing is not working currently in our application, but we are going to set it up. So now let's head over to app.jsx. I'm going to remove this div from here, and inside of this I'm going to write browser router. Make sure that browser router is imported from React Router DOM. Then inside of that I'm going to write routes component. Routes is also imported from React Router DOM, and inside of this I'm going to write the route component. So route component is also from React Router DOM, and we'll do like this. And inside of this route I'm going to pass the path prop, and for the path, whenever anyone goes to the slash auth route, we want to show our auth page. So in here I'm going to pass in the auth page. So make sure that you have imported the auth page as well. That's done. Now let's head over to here, and you can see that we are inside the auth, and if we head over to slash, it shows nothing. Now whenever we head over to the slash, we want to show the auth page as well. So inside of this I'm going to define a route again, and this time it's going to be a wildcard route. So whatever the user types in the navbar, if it doesn't matches the predefined routes here, then we need to show the auth page here, so auth route. So what we'll do is, whatever route the user will go to, we need to navigate to the auth page. So we are going to use the navigate component from React Router DOM, and inside here navigate to the auth component. So let me show you inside the UI. If we head over to Kishan, you can see that we are automatically redirected to the auth route. So that's working. Now we'll have the chat and the profile route. So inside of here again, I'm going to copy this, copy and paste it 2 times, and this time this is going to be the chat and this is going to be the profile route. And let's change the components from auth to chat. Make sure that you import chat, and let's import the profile as well. And we need to wrap this in lazy suspense, because if we don't wrap this, we don't lazy load these components, then whenever the app is loaded, all of these components would be loaded. We don't want to do that. If we are inside the auth page, we don't want to load the chat and the profile page. So we are going to wrap this in lazy suspense here. We'll do that afterwards. Just save this, and now let's head over to the chat, and we are at the chat component, you can see that. And let's head over to the profile, and we are at the profile component. So our routing is complete, not entirely. We are going to create the private and auth route structure. So what that means is, whenever the user is not authenticated, and if they try to access the chat or the profile route, they would be redirected to the auth route. And if they are already logged in and they try to head over to the auth route, then they would be redirected to the chat route. So we need to do that, but we'll do that after the authentication process is complete. Now let's do the styling and the creation of this auth page. So now let's do that. Now let's head over to the auth page, and now I'm going to show you a shortcut to switch between files. I'm going to type Command P or Control P on Windows, and now we are going to type in our file, which is auth, and you can see that the route pops up here, and when we click over this file, the file opens up. So it's a very easy way to navigate. Now let's get started, and I'm going to close this. You can close this by clicking on this, or you can also uh, press Command B or Control B to close this. And now I'm going to uh, exit full screen, and exit the full screen from this as well. And I'll have this on right screen, on this on left screen, and let's close this just so that you can see what we are doing. And now inside of this, let's give it a class name of height of 100 viewport height, 100 viewport height, width of 100 viewport width, flex item center, justify center. And now inside of this div, we are going to remove this auth, and let's head over to the auth page. auth. Yeah, the auth is in the center. Now let's have another div, and inside of this I'm going to have h 80 viewport of height. So height of 80 viewport of height will give background white. Then let's give a border of 2, border of 2, then border of white. And one thing I wanted to tell you is that if you are not getting this Tailwind class suggestions, uh, then you need to install a plugin. Not a plugin, an extension. You can head over to this extensions tab here, and you can search for Tailwind CSS. So we have installed this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension. So with the help of that, the IntelliSense is enabled for Tailwind CSS as well. Now, after this border white, we are going to give it a text opacity of 90. Then we'll give it a shadow of 2 XL, shadow 2 XL. Then we'll give it the width of 80 viewport width. Okay, so now you can see that we have this box with a shadow here. Now let's target the other screens. And before that, I'm going to uh, toggle a command for word wrap to break the uh, long lines into other lines. So I'm going to type command shift P, or in your Windows laptop, you can have Windows shift P, command shift P, and I'm going to have this command toggle word wrap so that every line breaks up. Save it, and now inside of this, what I'm going to do is just give me a minute. Okay, we are going to focus on other screens. So this is for the small. Now for medium screens, we are going to have width as 90 viewport width. Then for large, we are going to have width as 70 viewport width. And for extra large, we are going to have width as 60 viewport width, 60 viewport width. Then we'll have rounded 3 XL, and grid is going to be for XL, we are going to have grid with grid calls of 2. Save it. And now inside of this, I'm going to have div again, which is going to be have a class name of flex call, gap of 10, item center, justify center. And inside of this, I'm going to have div again with class name of flex, item center, justify center, and flex call. And inside of this, I'm going to have a div with a class name of flex, item center, justify center. That's it. And now inside of this div, I'm going to have an h1 with a class name of text 5XL, and then we'll have font of bold. And for the large screen, we are going to have text of 6XL, and inside of this I'm going to write welcome like this. That's here. Now I have pasted some assets here. So inside of this, I have pasted assets, and I've also installed the input component and tabs component from ShadCN. So I just was recording the video and the sound was not good. So I'm just re-recording this section. So you can find this assets from the description of the video. It's nothing. It's just this image, a lottie.json file for the animation, and a victory emoji. That's it. And this components, I'm just going to install it again, so you can skip this. But this assets are inside the source assets folder, so you need to create this assets folder, and you can download the assets from the description of the video. I'll be attaching it there. Now let's use that assets inside of this our auth component. At the top, I'm going to import the background and victory from dot dot slash assets, or you can just type @ as well. I'm just going to use @, it works as well, looks cleaner. Save it, and we are going to use this victory for now. So for victory, after this h1, I'm just going to close this. The shortcut for closing this is command B, and Windows B for Windows. After this h1, I'm going to have image. The source is going to be victory. save it, and you can see that we have this emoji. Let's write victory emoji here for alternative text, and the class name is going to be height of 100 pixel. Save it, and that's styled. Now after this div, I'm going to have a p tag with a class name of font medium, then text of center, and inside of this I'm going to write fill in the details to get started with the best chat app. And that's here as well. Now after this p tag, I'm going to end this div. We'll have another div with flex and items of center, justify center, width of full, and inside of this I'm going to use tabbing structure from ShadCN. So let's head over to ShadCN, and in here components I'm going to scroll down to tabs, and we are going to use the tabbing structure for login and sign up like this. So we are going to use this component. I'm going to copy this command from here to install the tabs component, and stop our server, paste it here, and wait for it to install. Now this would be installed inside of source components UI and tabs. You can see that it's here. And one more thing I would like to show you is ShadCN is just a wrapper on top of Radix UI. So I want to show you Radix UI. So inside of ShadCN components, you can see that components are imported from Radix UI. It's just a wrapper. It's wrapped with its own styles. So my opinion is, if you want to go with a complete scratch project and you want to have your styles, then you should use Radix UI. But if you want predefined styles for these components, then you can use ShadCN, and you can also customize this style by giving in the class name as props. It is also a possible way for ShadCN. We are going to do that in the tabs architecture, not architecture, the tabs component. But if you want to follow the scratch way, you can follow the Radix UI as well. You can head over to their components. It's just the same, all the components. If we head over to the allowed dialog here, you can see that we have this dialog here, and ShadCN also has this dialog, but some styles would be different. So we are using ShadCN. So if you want to use Radix UI, you can use that as well. Now let's head over to this auth here, and we are going to use the tabbing structure here. So let's import the tabs from components, not Radix UI. Tabs, then inside of that we'll have tab list. And one more thing, if you want to copy the structure, you can copy it from here. I'm not going to copy it. I'm going to write it from scratch. And inside of tab list, I'm going to have tabs trigger. We are going to have two tabs trigger. One is for login and one is for sign up. Then after tab list, we'll have tabs content, and for tabs content, I'm going to have two component as well. Now let's give a value here. So value is going to be login, and this one has the value inside of it as login, and this tabs trigger is going to have a value of sign up, and inside of this we'll write sign up, sign up, and now save it. And let's have a class name here, and I need to start my server, so npm run dev, and you can see that we have the login and sign up here. Now, not class name, I need to remove this. We'll be using that class name, so let it have, and value is going to be login, and again let's give it a class name and then value of sign up. Let's save this, and now whenever we click on any of those, we'll have the tab contents for each of them. So let's proceed further. Now first, I want to style this login and sign up. So for that, in the tabs trigger, I'm going to have some CSS. So after this, let's give class name, and in here I'm going to first target data state active. So whenever this is active, I want to give it a background of transparent. So we are just overriding the default styles of ShadCN. So now we'll have text black, then text opacity of 90. Then we'll have border bottom 2. Then we'll have rounded of none, width of full, and whenever data state is active again, we'll give it a text black. So I'm going to copy this from here because we are going to use it multiple times, and I'm going to paste it here. And then what next? We'll give it a text of black. Then I'll again paste it, and this time I'm going to give it a font of semi bold. Then again I'm going to paste it, and border bottom of purple 500, then padding of 3, and transition all, duration 300. And I want to show you the cool trick that I'm using to get this IntelliSense class name. So I'm not typing everything of the class name. For example, I'm going to remove this transition all, and if I want a class name of transition all, then what I'll do is I'll write T, then I will write A double L, and you can see that we'll have that class name. So that's kind of shortcut. Then for example, I need duration 300, so I will write dur then 3. So I'll get the classes that match that. So I'll write duration 300 and done. Perfect. Now mm, that is working. Now I'm going to copy this class name and going to paste it on the tabs trigger of sign up as well. Paste it, and looking good. Now I think this is not working. Whenever data, let me refresh it. And I think I have missed a class. Just let me check. Or I guess, yeah, I have not provided class name to this. So class name bg transparent here, rounded none, and width of full. Then I'm going to give it a class name of width of 3 by 4 as well, 3 by 4. Perfect. So whenever I click on sign up, whenever the state of it is active, the border is purple. And if I click on this, and if that state is active, then we have like this. Now we need to show the components according to that. So we are going to use the input component from ShadCN. So let me show you that input component. The installation is pretty basic. I'm just going to copy this, stop the process, paste the command, add the component, done, and I'm going to start my server again. And to use that, we'll just have to use it like a basic input component. That's it. And now before doing that, I'm going to use some states for maintaining the stateful components. Then what I'll be doing is I'll be using a shortcut again to create a state. So for that, I'm going to write use state snippet instead of use state. So it will just have a snippet of use state. So we'll have this kind of structure. So this two are highlighted, so we have to write it. So if I write email here, both of these are changed, and when I hit tab, the focus would be changed to the second element, which is the state's value. See that? And this is an empty string, and make sure that you import use state. Now I'm going to use that again, use state snippet. This time it's password, empty string, use state snippet, confirm password, empty string again. That's it. Now let's use the input components inside of this. So let's use input. Make sure that you import input from components UI input. And now inside of this, I'll be giving it a placeholder of email. Then I will give it a type of email, and I'll give it a class name of rounded full and padding of 6. Then I will give it a value of email, and on change is going to be e set email. and e dot target dot value, like that. I'm just going to copy this and let's check in this. I think we need to refresh it. Whenever I hit login, yeah, we have this. And on the tabs content, we also have to give a class name of flex call, gap of 5 and margin top of 10. To fix this, you can see that it's looking good now. Now, after this input, okay, we only need one. This is going to be password, the placeholder. The type is going to be password, value is going to be password, and set password. That's it, we have the password. The type of this is password and this is email. And now I am going to copy this class name from here and provide it to this tabs content, but make sure that you remove the margin top of 10. I'll keep it for now. I'll show you why we are removing it. And inside of this we have this, and I'm going to copy this one again, paste it, and this time it is going to be for confirm password. Okay, the type is going to be the password, and this is going to be the value is confirm password, and this is set confirm password. That's it. And now when I head over to sign up, the UI is different, but you can see that we have this extra space and we are removing this margin top of 10 here because of that. And now it's fixed. Perfect. Now we want a button, and for button we also need some uh, uh, click events to handle those. So we are going to have a function handle login and handle sign up. So const handle login is equals to async arrow function, and then we'll have const handle sign up is equals to an async arrow function as well. And now we are going to use button. So button is going to be from ShadCN again. We did install it at the start of the video, so I'm not going to install it, but you can head over to here button, and we are going to use the button from here. You can copy it and install it if you haven't. Now let's use the button, and just a minute. Inside of this, after the input, I'm going to provide the button. Make sure that you import it as well. And uh, the text is going to be login. The class name is going to be rounded off full and padding of 6, and on click event we want to trigger the handle login function. That's it. Let's head over here, handle login. The button is here, the login button. Now I'm going to copy this, and after this input I'm going to write sign up here and handle sign up, save it, and you can see the button. So our UI is done for the auth. And one more thing, now after this tabs, what I want to do is I want to leave two divs from here, another div here, which is going to be just give me a, let me write a div, then flex justify center item center, and we are going to use that background image. So image, and the source is going to be the background, and this is background login. Then let's give it a class name, and height is going to be 700 pixels. That's it. And you can see that we have this image here, but for small screens it's not looking good, so we are going to make it hidden for small screens, and whenever we are on laptops or desktop we want to make it visible. So we are doing that. Now when I increase the size of this, you can see that it's visible for the extra large displays, and for large, medium and small displays or extra small displays it's hidden. So it's looking good. Now our Auth UI is completely done. Now let's set up our server, Node.js server, and set up our models and database and everything, and write the login and sign up functions and routes and controllers and everything. So let's get started with that. Okay, so now before starting the server side, I would like to change the title of our app, and I would like to remove this beat icon. So to do that, Let's head over to the index.html, and I'm going to change this Vite plus React to synchronous chat app. The file is inside the client, and to remove this, let's check. Yeah, inside the public, I would like to remove the Vite.svg. Move to trash, and I would also remove this link. And if you add a if you want to add a favicon here, like the icon here, so you just have to add an svg or png, whatever type you have, and place it inside the public directory, and you can have it here. So I'm going to remove this, I don't need it. And yeah, we have the synchronous title. Okay, that's working, done. Now let's get started with our server side code. Now I would like to close all the editors that are open, and I would like to create a new folder inside our app, which is server. Okay, so now let's open up the terminal, and I'm going to add a new terminal and head over to the server directory. And now I'm going to init a package.json file here. So and node project. So for that, I'll write npm init hyphen hyphen yes. The hyphen hyphen yes is for the default options of all of these options. And now I would like to create an index.js file here. Index.js. That should be inside the server. And now I would like to add some packages to our Node.js app of server. So first I will need Express. We are going to use the Express framework. Then we would need .env package to read environment variables. We need this .env package. Then we need cores to communicate from client to server app. That is needed. Then we need cookie parser to parse and get our cookies. So that is the package for that. And we need mongoose package, mongoose, to interact with the MongoDB database. Then we'll be needing bcrypt package to encrypt our password. And just a minute, we also need JSON Web Token package for JSON Web Tokens, JSON Web Token package. And I guess that's all the packages that we are going to be needing. And if we need any more package, we'll be adding whenever we need it. And let's wait for this to be installed. And while this is being installed, I would like to, okay, we don't need to change the package.json file because it would be changed as the packages would be added. So I don't want to mess it up. Let's wait for the installation to get complete. Okay, so that's done. And now I would like to change the type to module because we would like to use the import statements and everything in our Node app instead of the require. So this has to be changed. And now one more dependency has to be added, which is a dev dependency, that is nodemon. So npm install nodemon hyphen hyphen save dev. Just see here, it's a dependency. There is a dependencies, and now we have this dev dependencies. So dependencies is the are the dependencies that are going to be used in the project, and dev dependencies is just for developer environment. Whenever we are in the production, whenever the app is complete and we have hosted the application, we don't need this package. So that are the dev dependencies. And what nodemon is, whenever we save our file in Node.js application, we need to restart our server side app to get the changes. But Node.js doesn't does this out of the box automatically. So we are installing this package which watches for all the files and of the server side code. And whenever we save any file, it will automatically restart the application. So it's a very good package. And now we would like to write some scripts here. So we'll write the start script. So the start script would be node index.js, start the index.js file, and a dev command which will start the app in developer mode and will start that with nodemon. So nodemon index.js. That's it. And now let's head over to index.js in our server file and let's set up our application. Before that, I would like to set some environment variables. So inside the server, new file, and that should be .env, and let's write port, on which port our app would be started. So that would be 8747. This could be anything. You can write any 4-digit port which is not being used by your system. For example, 8080 port is being used by the system, so you cannot use that, but you can use 3000, 3001, like that. Then we'll write a JWT encryption key, which could be anything. So I'm going to write this text so that it's encrypted, and then we'll write origin, which is going to be a string, and that is going to be the origin of our application, React application. So that's the URL for that. So http://localhost 5173. And whenever you host this app, you need to change this. And then we'll have database URL. So database URL is going to be MongoDB://localhost colon 27017, and the name of our chat app, which is going to be synchronous chat app. So this string is not changeable. So this is the MongoDB protocol, and on localhost 27017 port, the MongoDB server is running. So we are connecting with that, and this is for which database we want to connect to. So this is also the name of your database. So this could be anything, but in my case, we are writing here synchronous chat app. You can write just chat app, React chat app, or anything here, and your database would be created with that name. So that's done. And if you are using MongoDB Atlas, which is a cloud hosted platform for MongoDB, then you need to change that URL accordingly. That URL would be provided by MongoDB Atlas. You just have to paste it here. That's done. Now let's head over to the index.js and let's start our server. So for that, we need the Express package. So let's import Express first. Import Express from Express. Then we'll need the .env. So import .env from .env. Then we need the course package. So import course from course. Then we also need the cookie parser. So import cookie parser from, the spelling is not correct, cookie parser. Then this is like this. Okay, sorry. Then we need the mongoose package. So import mongoose from mongoose. That's all the imports that we are going to use. Then let's configure our environment variables. So .env.config. With this command, all the environment variables would be inside process.env, which has been written inside the .env. So now let's have our app equals to express, call the express function, and then let's get the port. So port is equals to process.env dot port, and if we don't have the port, then we'll start our server on 3001 port. Then const database URL is going to be process.env.database -URL. And now first I'm going to start our application. Then we'll set up course and cookie parser middlewares. First let's set up a server. So const server equals to app.listen on port, and whenever our server is started, I need to console log this message. Server is running at http://localhost, and then we'll pass in our port here. That's it. This should work. And guess, okay, this is port in small. And now let's start our application by npm run dev. And you can see that our server is running at http localhost 8747. And whenever we save this file, it's restarted. We need to fix the spelling. Running. Now let's connect our database. So we'll have mongoose dot connect. We'll pass in the database URL, and as soon as it is connected, we'll run this callback function and we'll console database. Just we'll write db connection successful like this, and you can see that we have the message database connection successful. And now if we do have any error, like let's write +1 here like this, and you can see that our this is not working. So to fix that, like we are not fixing that, but we are having the error here. So after the then block, we'll catch the error here, and if we do have the error, then we'll just console log error dot message like this, and you can see that we don't have this long message. Instead, we'll just have the error message: invalid scheme, expected connection string to start with MongoDB or MongoDB SRV. So that's just for debugging purposes. And let's remove this as well, and it is working. Server is running and database connection successful. So that is done. Now let's use cores here after our database URL. So please maintain the hierarchy of this. We need to maintain the hierarchy of this because it gets called in sequences, and before starting our app, we need to use this middleware for the cores. And what cores is, whenever using different servers, they need to communicate between them. For example, your frontend is hosted at one VPS from Hostinger, and your server is hosted at another VPS on Hostinger. Then they need to communicate with each other. So for that, we need to enable cores. So we'll pass the origin here. That is going to be process.environment.origin. Then we'll get the methods that are available with this origin. So we need get, post, then we'll need put, patch, and delete. So these are all the REST API methods. And one more thing we need to write is credentials as true. Let me explain this. So you can have multiple origins here. So origin is from where your request is going to be made. So if you have multiple front ends which are going to use this, then for example, your app is an admin app, and uh, there would be an front end app and admin app for your app, and both the server for both are the same. So the front ends would be different, and that would be hosted on different URLs. So you need to pass two URLs here in that case to have the access, and these are all the REST API methods. So get is for getting the data, post is for submitting the data, like entering a new thing inside the database, put and patch are for updation, and delete is for delete. There's no thumb rule to use this post method, put method, or patch method. You can change, you can use them in you can use post instead of put and patch, but it's just an industry standard to use these REST API endpoints. Then one more thing, we are not going to use put, patch, and delete in our application. We are just going to utilize get and post. But if you are adding any of new controllers or any of new functionalities in your app, then you might need to use this. For example, if you want to enable the functionality to delete the messages or delete the chats, then you should use the delete endpoint. For that, I have added it here. If you don't want it, you can just remove, put patch and delete, then get and post would only be allowed here. Now after this, we'll use the app.use again, app.use, and this time it's going to be cookie parser. Now cookie parser is for uh, getting the cookies from the front end. So that is the middleware here. And credentials true here. Yeah, I forgot to tell you about that. We use this credentials true here because we need to enable cookies. To enable cookies, you need to make sure that you have enabled credentials true, or that it won't work. Now after this, we'll also use app.use express.json to have our body in a JSON format from the whatever the request is made, and the payload inside would be in a JSON format. And that's it. Our basic setup for our Express app, Node.js Express app, is done with MongoDB connection. Now we'll set up our user model with Mongoose. So let's do that. Okay, so now we need to set up our architecture for our application. So we are going to use the model view controller, the MVC architecture for our application. So models are the database models, views are the views of our application, and controller are the logic to get the uh, data from our server and the actual functioning of the server code. So we are going to use that MVC, but in this case, the view would be the React, models would be MongoDB models, and controllers would be the actual logic. So let's set up that MVC here. So let's set up models here. Then let's set up controllers. And we are also going to be using middlewares. So let's set up middlewares, and for routes, API routes, we are going to have that inside routes. Inside controllers, I'm going to create an auth controller.js file. Inside middleware, I'm going to create an auth middleware.js. Inside models, I'm going to create an user model.js file. And inside routes, I'm going to create an auth routes.js. Now, uh, inside user model, I'm going to create our model first. So model is nothing but just a database table. So it's just schema for that. So I'm going to write const user schema equals to new mongoose dot schema. We're going to define the type of our data. So we'll be having email, and the type of it is going to be string, and it's going to be required whenever a new user is created. So it's required true. And if we haven't passed an email, then we will send a validation message that email is required. And email should be unique, so unique is true. Let's copy this email from here, paste it, and let's change this to password, and type a string required true. Password is required is going to be the message, and the password should not be unique, so we'll remove that. And then let's copy this again, paste it, and this time it's going to be the first name. And it's not required whenever we are creating a user, but we'll need to add it as soon as we have created the user and we try to log in. So first name is here, then we'll need the last name. Then after the last name, we'll have an image. So we are going to store the URL of the image. We are going to upload the image to the server using the Multer package. And then we'll have a color for user color code of the UI. It's going to be number. just to match the index with front end. It's not the best practice, but I have done that. If you want to change the functioning of that, or if you want to remove it, you can do that. Then profile setup is going to be type boolean, and default is going to be false. Now, what this profile setup is, whenever we log in, we will have the email and password, but whenever we log in first time, we also need the first name, last name, and the color. So it's not required because we are not letting the user choose it from here. Just a minute. Yeah, we are not letting the user to choose it from here. So we will be checking if that is set up or not with the profile setup. So initially it's false, and uh, if it is false, then we will not be able to access the chat application. So first we'll need to set up our profile, then only will be able to access our application. So after that, what I want to do is, as soon as we save any data in our application, we need to encrypt the password. So for that, I will write use schema.pre. So pre is a middleware. There are pre and post, two types of middleware. So before saving the data, so we have this middleware provided by MongoDB, that before saving the data, we need to run this function. So async function. Please make sure that you don't use arrow function here, because to access the data, we are going to access the data by this, and this keyword doesn't works with the arrow function. So make sure that you use normal function here, and we are going to encrypt the password using the bcrypt package. So we'll generate the salt. So salt equals to gen salt, and that should be imported from bcrypt package. So import from bcrypt, and we'll import the gen salt package, and we'll write await here gen salt, and now after this we'll have this dot password equals to await bcrypt dot hash, or we can just import the hash from bcrypt, and we'll pass in this dot password and salt. Salt is just for an encryption. So if you want to change this method or have a strong password, you can check the documentation of bcrypt, and make sure that you call the next function after all your code is completed. It tells the server that this is completed and move on to the next part of the code. So that has to be called, or else your server would stop here. It would not execute the further code. So that's done. Now we are going to create the model and store it inside user. So const user equals to mongoose dot model, and we'll name it users, and pass in the user schema, and then export default user. That's done. So our MongoDB model has been created, and let's check it if it has been created or not. Just a minute. I need to switch the views. Just a minute. Okay, yeah, MongoDB compass is here. Let's connect, and the database is not here. I need to enter it some data to access that. So we'll do that afterwards. Now let's have the controller setup. So controllers are the actual code. So whenever we sign up, what should happen is written here. So export cons sign up async function will get the request, response, and the next function, and all of this should be wrapped in a try catch block, and we'll console the error here. And whenever there is an error, we would also console it and return a response to the user, that return response dot next, not next, but response dot status, that it's 500 and the message is internal server error. That's it. And inside the try block, we'll write the actual logic for our sign up, and we'll get the email and password from the request. So let's do that as well. So const email password equals to request dot body. So we'll get that from request dot body. And if email and password, let's write if not email or not password, then we'll write return response dot status, which is 400, and we'll send that email and password is required. And now if we do have the email and password, then let's create a user. So const user equals to await user. Make sure that you import user from models, user dot create, and we'll pass in the email and the password, and our password would be encrypted automatically. And now what I want to do is uh, we want to send a JWT token to the user. So the JWT token would have the user ID and its email. It's for verification purposes. I'll show you what it is, but just let me complete the code. So we'll write const max age equals to 3 into 24 into 60 into 60 into 1000, and our token would be valid for 3 days. Then we'll write const create token to create the token. That's a function. Then we'll get the email and the user ID in here, and from this we'll return JWT dot sign. So we need to import from JSON web token. Let's import the sign method from here, and let's sign the token. We'll pass in the email and user ID here, and the key for it would be process.env.jwt key, and we'll pass in expires in as max age. So the token should be, we are telling that the token's data is email and this user ID, then encryption key is JWT key, and the token should be expire in 3 days. So we are creating the token, and now let's, after the user is created, let's return the token as a cookie. So we'll write response dot cookie, and the cookie name would be JWT, and we'll call our create token, write email, pass in the email and the user dot ID, and we'll pass in the max age to the cookie. Then the cookie should be secure as true, and we'll use same site property to none, like this. And we also need to return response dot status as 201, which denotes that the user has been created, and the JSON value of the user. So we can do like this, or let's do one thing, just a minute. Okay, I just wanted to check if there's another way to, get the data, but let's stick with this way. Just give me a minute. Okay, so the ID for the user is going to be user dot ID. Then we will have email as user dot email. Then we'll have first name as user dot first name. Then we'll have last name as user dot last name. Then we'll have image as user dot image, and profile setup is going to be user dot profile setup. That's it. And we also need to return the color, but the color would be null because it's not set up whenever we sign up, and the image and first name as well, but we can skip that. Let's skip that. We need to return that whenever we log in. So let's return this, and I guess that's it. Yeah, so our controller for sign up is complete. Now we need to write and route for that. On which route we need to call the API. So for that, let's write const auth routes equals to router from express, and then we'll have auth routes dot post and the sign up route, and we'll use the sign up controller from the controllers auth controller, and make sure that you write JS file at the end here, or else there might be errors sometimes. So make sure that you write .js here in all the JavaScript files. Now I'm going to export the router. So export default auth routes. Export default auth routes. That's it. And now we need to set up this routes in our index.js file. So after that app.use express JSON, I'm going to write app.use again, and our route would be API slash auth, and it's going to be auth routes like this. And the app crashed because auth routes cannot be found. I need to add .js here, and I think it would work now. Just a minute. Okay, user model is not found, so we need to head over to auth controller and add a .js here as well. Now I think this is also not supported, so I have to write JWT and JWT dot sign. Yeah, that's working now. Okay, now what should we do? The server is running, our controller is done, our route is also done. So now let's head over to our client tab, and I need to install a package which is Axios, which is used for API calling. So I will write npm Axios, and it's done. Let's run our application, npm run dev, and inside our source I'm going to create a new file inside lib, which is going to be api client.js, and we'll also need to create an constants file. So let's create a new folder which is utils, and inside utils I'm going to write constants.js. So what is this lib folder, and then this utils folder is just a minute. Okay, so all the utility functions would be inside of this utils directory. That's an architecture that I follow, and all the library functions. So we are going to create a wrapper of our Axios. So for that, I'm using library. So for example, if you are using a front-end database like Firebase, then you should write all the library functions of Firebase inside of this lib directory, and the utility functions that are your custom functions that are used for reusability and everything should be written inside utils. So we have this API client file and this constants.js file. So inside of this constants.js file, what I'm going to write is all the constants that we are going to use. The constants are the URLs and everything for API routes. So let's write export const host here. Host equals to this is going to be an environment variable, and that is going to be inside our client tab. So need to create that first. So new file dot env, and inside of this I will write wait server URL, which is going to be http colon slash slash localhost colon 8747. We just have to copy this and write this whatever port or URL you are using. We need to pass it over here. That's it. And I'm going to constants again, and to use this we have to write process.env, not process.env but import.meta.env dot wait server URL. And if you are using create react app to create your react app instead of wait, then it is something like process.env dot react hyphen whatever your environment variable is. So that would be react server URL, and because we are using wait, so it is wait hyphen server URL, and we have to use import.meta.env. But if you are using create react app with react, then you have to use process.env. If you're following the tutorial, then you just have to write this. Now we'll write export const auth routes equals to API slash auth, and then we'll write the sign up route. So export const sign up route is going to be auth route slash sign up. And now let's head over to the API client, and inside of this what I will be doing is, let's write const API client equals to axios.create, and we'll pass in the base URL, which is going to be our host, and it's not require, but it is following require method. Let me import it. Import axios from axios and import host from constants or utils constants. Okay, so now I'm going to use this API client inside our auth component to sign up. So let's get started with that. I'm going to head over to index jx of auth, and we already have this handle login and handle sign up. And before proceeding further, what I want to do is I want to validate the login. And if there is no email and password, I'm going to show a toast notification. And for toast notification, I'm going to use the components from the ShadCN again. And for toast, I'm going to use, I guess, not this one. I'm going to use the package. Just let me check what was the name of the package. Okay, it was Sona. We are going to use this kind of thing for the toast notification. So we are going to copy this, and let's open up the terminal, paste the command, not this, I'm very sorry for that. npm copy, paste, let's add that, and we need to add this Sonar component inside our main layout file. So let's head over to main.jsx, and after this app, I'm going to use this Sonar, and let's import the Sonar from components. And I'm also going to disable the strict mode in React. Now let's start our application npm run dev. Let's decrease the screen size, head over to synchronous, head over to our index.jsx again. Let's create a function for validation. So const validate sign up equals to arrow function, and in here what we'll do is we'll check if there is no email dot length, then we'll have toast dot error, and we need to import the toast component from Sonar. So components UI Sonar, not this one Sonar, yeah. Toast dot error, email is required, like this, and will return false, and at the end will return true if everything goes well. And we need to use this component in handle sign up. We'll check if validate sign up, uh, if validate sign up, then proceed further. Alert done. Let's check it. Now we're inside the sign up. I'm going to click the sign up button, and we're inside the done. Okay, it did return false, not email dot length. Let's alert email dot length. Okay, I forgot to call this function here. The error was because of that. Let's try it again, and we have the toast notification that email is required. Awesome. And one more thing that I forgot to add in our main.jsx is we need to add a close button to the toast notification. So toast, we cannot close this toast, it just disappears automatically. So we need to add a close button. So let's head over to the main.jsx again, and with the with this toaster, I'm going to add a close button prop here. That's it. Let's try it again. Sign up, and we have this close button now. Perfect. So now let's head over to index.jsx, and what should we do now is let's do the same for password and confirm password. So if not password dot length, then we'll have toast dot error that password is required, and if password not equals to confirm password, if password and confirm password doesn't matches, then we'll again have toast dot error that password and confirm password should be same, and we should return false from here. Save it, and now let's test it. So now we have email is required, and if we give email, then we'll have password is required, and if we give password, then we'll have password and confirm password should be the same. And if we give password with both the password difference, then we'll again have password and confirm password should be the same, and this is password. And if we give same password, then we'll have our alert. Perfect. So this is done. It's working, our validation. Now what should we do next is let's call the API. So const response equals to await API client. Make sure that you import API client, and I need to import it. It's not working. So import API client, just a minute, API client from at lib API client, and let's use the API client API client dot post, and then we'll pass in the login route, not login, but the sign up route, and we'll pass in the email and password. Save it. Let's console the response, refresh the page, and I think something's wrong. Let's head over to the console. Okay, so the error is from this API client, so we need to export API client. So let's export this API client and let's import it like this and refresh the page. It's working now. Let's try to sign up. Sign up, and we don't have any error. We do have error in the console. That's in the server. So let's head out to the server. And okay, request is not defined at the sign up. So if we head over here, I might have used request. Okay, this is wrong. We need to use request. And I think that should be fixed. And let's call the API again. Sign up, and we do have a successful response, I guess. Yeah, 201, which means the user is created, and we do have the ID of the user as well. Now if we head over to the MongoDB, refresh this, then we have this synchronous chat app, and if we head over, we have this user's index, not that, and inside of that index we have this user, and our password is encrypted as well, and you can see that profile setup is false. So we have successfully signed up and it's working. Now let's proceed further with the login route. Okay, so now for sign up, let me close this. Let's shrink this, and let's close this as well. And we are inside the auth controller.js. And in this auth controller.js, we are going to set up a login route. It's going to be same. We are just not going to create it, but instead we are going to get the user. So export const login equals to, I think we can just copy this structure from here and paste it. And we have login request response. We will need email and password from body, and if we don't have email or password, then we'll send email or password is required. Then we'll get the user. So instead of user.create, we'll give find one. We'll use the find one method, and we'll just pass in the email. That's it. And then after this, we'll check if there is no user, then we need to return this response that 404 user with the given email not found, the message if the user is not found. And now we'll check the password. So const auth equals to await compare should be imported from bcrypt, and will give in the password and user dot password. So what we are doing is we are giving the password which we received from the client side, and we are giving the password which is inside the database, which is the encrypted password. So we are telling bcrypt to compare this password if they are same or not, and if it returns boolean value, the bcrypt package, and if it is false, then we are going to send this response that password is incorrect. Password is incorrect. That's it. And now if everything works, we are going to send a cookie response.cookie JWT create token email, and with user.id max age, which is defined for 3 days here. Then we'll give it a secure true, same site none, and response.status 200. 201 is for create status. We are not creating it. We are just sending response as okay, and JSON as user with ID, email, profile setup. And now this time we are going to return everything when the user logs in. So we will also return first name, which is user dot first name. Then we'll return last name, which is user dot last name. Then we'll return image, which is user dot image. And we'll also return color, which is user dot color. That's it. And yeah, our login controller is done. Okay, so now this is complete. And before proceeding further, I forgot to do one thing inside our sign up. We need to add here a with credentials property to true. Only then we will be able to receive the JWT cookie. Uh, if I open up my Chrome inspect and head over to application, and inside of cookies in HTTP this, you can see that we don't have any JWT cookie. We also logged in. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to log in with another account. And after adding this with credentials true, if I sign up, you can see that now I have this JWT cookie, which is my JWT token. And if you want to see the contents of this, you can head over to JWT and jwt.io. Let's paste in our token here. You can see that we have our email and user ID and expire date. So now let's close this, and I'm going to head over to the auth controller. So this login controller is done. Now let's head over to the auth routes, and let's create a route for auth routes dot post the route for login. So login, and then we'll pass in the login controller. Make sure that it is imported, and let's head over to the constants and add a route here as well. So export const login route equals to auth routes slash login. That's it. And now let's head over to our index.js file of auth, this file, and I'm going to open up the Explorer so you can see where we are. And inside of this handle login, we are going to do the same validate login. So const validate login equals to an arrow function, and I'm going to copy everything from here. Going to remove this password matching, and I'm going to call this validate login inside of this validate login. And if the login is valid, then const response equals to await API client dot post, and we'll use the login route. We'll pass in the email and password, and then we'll also pass with credentials true so that we receive the cookie. And from here I'm going to clear this cookie of JWT so that I can see if it is being setting back. So I'm going to use the other user password, and let's try to log in, and let's console the response as well, check if things are working. And let's try to log in, and let's head to the console. We have an error, so API auth login is not found. Let's head over to auth routes. So we have auth routes dot post slash login, and what we did here is localhost 8747 slash API slash auth slash login. This is working. Auth routes, what did I do wrong here? Auth routes dot post slash login. Just a moment. Okay, so there was no error in the code. The error was from my side. If we head over to the network and head over to the login and head over to the response, we can see that we have an error that user with the given email not found. So I had an issue with my email. I had a wrong email, and if I use the correct email and head over the console, and we can see that we have the response of data, user ID, email, and profile setup. So we have it here. So the code was working perfectly. The issue was only from my end. Now this is complete and we are getting this user. So after getting this user, what we want to do is we want to set it in our Zustand store, and then we need, if the profile setup is false, then we need to uh, redirect to the profile page, or if the profile setup is true, then we need to redirect to the chat page. So first let's do the redirection. So inside of index.jsx, what should we do is let's grab the router. Just a minute. Yeah, not the router, but navigate function. So const navigate is equals to use navigate, and we have get navigate, and after sign up, if response dot data, not data but the status triple equals to 201, which is of created, then what should we do is we should navigate to the profile page, because whenever the user is signing up, there would not be the profile would not be set up. So we need to navigate to the profile page, and whenever we log in, we need to check if response uh, if response dot data dot user dot id, and if we have the user id, then we'll check if response dot data dot user dot profile setup is done, then we need to navigate to the chat page, or else we navigate to the profile page. So if the profile is not set up, we need to navigate to the profile page, or else we need to navigate to the chat page. Let's refresh this and log in, and I'm going to, let's head over to no, inside the code tabs, tab list, and I guess I need to give a prop here of default value. So whenever I refresh, you can see that login or sign up is not selected and the components are not showing up. To fix this, I'm going to pass in a default value here, which is login. So if I refresh the page, you can see that by default the login is selected. So that's fixed. And now let's try to log in. Now we should be redirected to the profile page. Yeah, we are redirected to the profile page. And now what should I do is we should store the state in our Zustand store, so we can use it in everywhere. So not the state, but the user info that is returned. So for that we need to set up Zustand, and we need to install the Zustand as well. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's install Zustand. Zustand is a state management tool that we are going to use. Let me show you the website. Zustand. It's a very simple tool. We just have to define a store like this, and we can just use it just like that. It's one of my favorite tools, so let's get started. Uh, let's head over to the client, npm install Zustand. Done. Now let's run our application, npm run dev. And now inside the source, I'm going to create a new folder named as store. And inside of store, I'm going to create an index.js and a folder named as slices. So uh, we'll be creating two slice, auth slice and chat slice. So first I'm gonna create auth slice.js. This auth slice.js would have the user info. So we are just separating the state managements so it's more manageable. Now inside the index.js, first let's complete the auth slice.js. So in here, what we are going to do is we are going to export a function, export const create auth slice, and we can get a set and get function from here, which we can maintain the Zustand store. For user info, we are just going to set the user info. We are not going to manipulate the user info inside of this. So we are not going to use that, but inside the messages slice, we are going to get the get method as well, because we are going to manipulate the state inside of Zustand. Now, inside of this, we'll pass an object of user info, which is undefined, and set user info, which will have user info, and we'll set user info from here like this. Now, inside of index.js, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write export const use app store equals to create. Make sure create is imported from Zustand. Then we'll have a function like this, dot a arrow function, and then we'll just destructure the create auth slice and like this. That's it. So our state management setup is complete. Now we can call this use app store and we'll get the set and get methods in anywhere in our app. We don't have to do anything more. So let me give you an example inside our index.js. I'm not going to give you example first. First, let's set the state from login and sign up. Now, what I'm going to do is we'll get use app store, and from here we'll get the set user info, set user, make sure that the spellings are correct, set user info. And now what I will do is inside handle login, after we get the response, we'll write set user info response dot data dot user. Going to copy this and we'll do the same with the sign up method. Before navigating, we'll just set the user info. Now to show you the data, I'll head over to the profile page, and I'll have const is equals to use app store, and we'll get the user info from here. And I'm going to show you the user info email. So let's write a div after this and email, which will have user info dot email like this. And let's try to log in. And you can see that we are inside the profile page and we have the email here, and I can also change this to the ID. So you can see that we have the ID, but we have a problem here. Now as you know that we have not set up our profile. So if I try to head over to the chat page, I'll be able to go to the chat page. That should not happen. So if the user info, not user info, but the profile setup is not complete, then the user should be redirected to the profile page if the profile is not set. So we need to fix that. And one more thing that we have to do is the state is not managed in when the browser refreshes. So whenever we refresh the page, the state is lost. You can see that we have an error that user info would not be defined, so it's undefined to read the ID. If I just comment this code, then we'll have the code, but it's not having the user info on page reload. So to fix that, what we have to do is on the router page, whenever we reload the page, whenever the component is loaded initially, we need to fetch the user info from the server. So we'll be sending the JWT token and we'll be checking if the JWT token is valid. If it's valid, we'll get the data from it and send it to the user. And if it is expired, or if there is no JWT token, then we'll set that it should be redirected to the auth page and it should not work. So let's do that. So let's first head over to the index.jsx file, not index.jsx, but app.jsx. And inside of app.jsx, we are going to define some functions like private route and the auth route. So let's define const private route equals to like this, and we'll get the children in here, and we'll have const user info in here. We'll get the user info and use app store, and what we'll check if is authenticated equals to not user info. Now return is authenticated children, navigate to slash auth, and this is children, like this. So what we did here is we'll check if the user info is there. If it is not undefined, then we'll get if it's not undefined, then we'll get the is authenticated as true, and if it's there, then we'll get if it's not there, then we'll get as false, and if is it's there, then we'll get true. And we'll check if it's authenticated, then we'll return the children, whatever the page it's trying to render will display it. And if it's not authenticated, then we should navigate to the auth page. So that's the private route, and I'm going to copy this, and this is going to be the auth route, and the structure is going to be the same. And the auth route, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and this side it will have children. So if it is already authenticated and if the users tries to go to the auth page, then they should be redirected to the chat page. So it's just the opposite condition of this. So now we should wrap things here. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to wrap this auth route in the auth route, and both of this route, the chat and the profile, should be wrapped in a private route, chat and the profile. That's it. And the last route should not be changed. It's perfect. So this is done. Now, whenever we have to write a condition in the uh, chat page, that whenever the user tries to get there and the profile is not set up, they should have a toast notification and they should be redirected to the profile page. So let's head over to the chat page, and from here let's get the user info. So const is equals to use app store use, not use, but we'll get the user info, then we'll have a use effect, and we also need the navigate. So const navigate equals to use navigate, and whenever we have a changes in the user info and the navigate, we should run this. So if not user info dot profile setup. If the profile setup is not complete yet, then I want to show a toast message that please set up profile to continue, and we should navigate the user to the profile page. So now the chat page would not be accessible if the profile is not set up. And inside the profile page, no, we don't have to write any code inside the profile page for now. That's it. I'm not going to check it for now because I need to get the user info. If I refresh the page, you can see that we are redirecting to the auth page. And if we head over to the application and the cookies, you can see that we have the JWT cookie here. So if I refresh the page and the JWT cookie is there and it's not expired, then it should uh, redirect me to the chat page or the profile page with the user info. So we have to get it from the server. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's head over to the app.jsx, not app.jsx. Inside constants, I'm going to add a new route here. Export const get user info, and we'll have auth routes slash user info like this. And let's head over to the app.jsx file, and I'll be having an use effect hook here. And as soon as the page is loaded, I need to call this. Just a minute. Yeah, as soon as the page is loaded, I need to call this, and I'm only gonna call this when we don't have the user info. So we'll get the user info inside user info. So const equals to use app store user info, set user info like this, and we'll pass that user info and set user info into the dependency array. And one more thing, we'll be using a local state use state snippet, which is loading and set loading. Initially it's set as loading, and make sure that you import the use state hook. And in here I'll have a get user data function. We'll have this as an async function, and if it's not loading, uh sorry, we'll have if there is no user info, then we need to call that get user data function, or else we just set loading to false like this. And in here, if loading is true, then we return dev and something like this loading. So it's loading. Now we need to call this get user data, and inside of get user data I'm going to make an API call. So const response, and we should wrap this in a try catch block. And const response equals to await API client dot get, and this is going to be get user info, and we pass the cookies with credentials true, and we console the response. Now we have to define this route inside auth routes. So inside of auth routes, I'm going to define auth routes dot get, and this is going to be user info. Let's check it. Okay, yeah, it's user info. It should be like this, user info. Let's change that in here as well. User info like this. And I'm going to call the get user info function here. get user info. So we need to define that in auth controllers. So export get user info equals to, let's copy the rest of the structure from here. Export const get user info. I'm going to remove all of this from here. Don't need the cookie. I'll keep this response status commented. That's it. And now let's head over to this get user info. We need to grab the get user info in here. Now, remember that we created this auth middleware file. We have to use that now. We are going to verify the token before uh, going to the get user info. So we need to create a verified token function here. And let's do that first. So import JWT from JSON web token, and we are going to export const verified token function equals to request response and next. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the token from request dot cookies dot jwt, and I'm also going to console request dot cookies, and then I'm going to console the token. Let's open up our server and I'm going to refresh this. Let's head over to the network and let's check. Okay, the API call is made, but we need to call this verify token in our auth routes. So let's head over to the auth routes and I'm going to verify token here. We don't need to pass anything, so it's just a middleware. So before going to get user info, we are going to go to the verify token. If you have more middlewares, if you need something more, you can have multiple number of middlewares here. So make sure that you call next function at the end. And let's head over to the browser, refresh this again, and request is not defined. So I think inside the auth middleware, I have to replace this with request and this with request as well. And yeah, you can see that this one is the cookies and this one is the actual token. So I'm going to remove the console. So we are getting the token. Now I am going to return an error if we don't have the token. So if we don't have the token, then return response dot status as 401, which is unauthenticated, and send you are not authorized. So if you don't have the token, uh, you are not authorized or you are not authenticated. We'll just return the error. And if we do have the token, then we are going to verify the token. So JWT dot verify, JWT provides this method. We'll pass in the token and we'll pass in the JWT key. So process dot env dot JWT key, and we'll pass in the callback function with error and payload. Now if there is any error, then we'll return response dot status 403 dot send that the token is not valid. Token is not valid. It might have expired, or the user has tampered with the token. So if the token is not proper, then we'll return token is not valid. Or else what we'll do is we'll store the user ID from the token inside our request. So request dot user ID equals to payload dot user ID like this, and then we'll call the next function to hop onto the next middleware, which is our get user info function. Now if we head over to the auth controller and get into the get user info, and I console.log request dot user ID here, you will see that I will be having this user ID here that is decrypted from our token. So that's pretty useful whenever we need the authentication, that the user is present or not, or which user is making the request, then we'll get it from the token. Interesting, right? Now we'll get the user. So const user data equals to await user dot find by id, and we'll pass request dot user id like this. And if there is no user data, then we'll return the error that user with the given id not found. We'll send user with the given id not found. And if there is user data, we don't have to check the if condition. We'll just send the user like this. So this is user, and let's replace this with user data like this. That's it. We don't have to make any change. And now let's refresh this and console here. You will see that we have the user data. Now we just have to set it up in our Zustand store. So let's head over to the app.jsx again. And now what I'm going to do here is, as soon as we have response dot status equals to 200, if response dot status triple equals to 200, then and we have response dot data dot id, then we'll set user info as response dot data dot user, or just response dot data, or else we'll set user info as undefined. And inside the catch block, we'll catch the error and we'll set user info as undefined, and we'll use a finally block. Whatever the outcome of this API, the finally block would be called. So inside the finally block, what I want to do is, okay, I made a mistake. This won't come here. It's here. And inside the finally, I'm going to set loading to false like this. That's it. I'm going to refresh this, and we are not able to store the data. I think it's because inside the auth controller, we pass the object inside a user object. So we need to remove that. So inside the auth controller, I need to remove that. Yeah. Perfect. Now it should work. Yeah, we are in redirected to the profile page and we are getting the user ID. If I head over to the chat page, you can see that we have the toast notification that please set a profile to continue. So it's working. We're able to store our data, and now uh, um, we'll set up our profile UI and do the image uploading stuff and everything. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's head over to the profile page, and inside of this, we are going to first define some states. So use state snippet. So we'll have first name. Initially, this is going to be empty. Then we'll have use state snippet again to store the last name, empty again. Then we'll have use state snippet for image. So use state snippet image, set image, and this is going to be null initially. And use state snippet for hovering over image and deleting it or adding it. So use state snippet, not use ref, snippet, use state snippet. This is for hovered, set hovered, false. Then we'll have for colors. So use state snippet for selected color, and initially this is going to be 0. And we also need the set user info from our use app store, set user info. And we also need the navigate, so use navigate. And now what we will do is, just a minute. Yeah, we'll create some functions. So first is going to be save changes. This is going to be an async function, and we are not going to write the logic inside of it now. Instead, let's write the UI first. So inside of this div, I'm going to give it a class name. So now in here, I'm going to give it a background of bg-1b1c24. Save it, and let's give it a height of 100 viewport height. Also, let's give it a flex. Okay, we have the color. Now let's give it flex, item center, justify center, flex call, and a gap of 10, not 20. Gap of 10. And inside of this, let me close this. And inside of this, I'm going to have a class name with flex, flex call, gap of 10, and width of 80 viewport width. And on the medium screens, we need width as max. Then we'll have a div again, and inside of that div we'll have IO arrow back, icon, and let's import that icon from IO from IO React icons. React icons. Have I not installed the React icons package? Okay, I need to install the React icons package. So npm install React-icons. It's a great package, and just a moment. And we need the IO5, I guess. IO5. Let's save it and let's start our server again. npm run dev, and let's give this arrow a class name of text 4xl. Then whenever the screen is large, we need text as 6xl, and text is of white. Let's save it. We have the arrow, and then we need text opacity to 90, or we can do something like this, text opacity 90. Looking good. Now cursor pointer, and after this div we'll have another div with grid calls of 2, and inside of this we'll have a div with class name as height full. Then we'll have width of 32. Whenever the screen is medium, we'll have width as 48, with 48. Then medium, we'll have height as 48. Then we'll give it a relative class name, flex, item center, justify center. And inside of this, we are going to have image avatar. So before doing that, let's have on mouse enter. We'll set hover to true, and on mouse leave will set hover to false. So whenever we hover on the image or the avatar, we need to show the delete icon or add the image icon. So that is for that. And now we'll use the avatar class name. So not class name, but avatar component from ShadCN. So let's head over to ShadCN, and we are going to use this avatar component. It's an avatar image, and if there is no avatar image, then we'll have this avatar fallback, which will have cn written inside of it. So let's copy this and paste it in our terminal to install the package. Done. Now let's start our app again, and I'm going to close this one and this Zustand one, and in our synchronous chat app inside of this div, I'm going to use the avatar component from components UI, and inside of this we'll have image. If there is an image, then we'll pass the avatar image component from UI components, and inside of that, uh, okay, it's a self-closing tag. So we'll do like this, or else we'll have a div which will have first name. If there is a first name, then we'll have first name dot split the first name dot split, and then we'll get the first character from it, or else we'll have the same thing with the user info. So just going to copy this entire thing, paste it, and change this to user info, and this is a div like this. That's it, and let's refresh this. Okay, we don't have the first name, so the issue is with the first name. Let's refresh this. Unexpected token expected this. I'm not sure why there's that error. Let's remove this. Okay, we just have to save the file, I guess, and we won't have the issue. We don't have the issue, but let's inspect. There should be something in console. Okay, user info dot split is not a function. Okay, we need user info dot email, not user info. Okay, so we have key from my email. So that is here. Now let's give some class name to this avatar image. Before that, let's give some class name to this avatar, and let me increase the screen size. And let's give this a height of 32, width of 32, then medium, width of 48, and medium height of 48. Then we'll give it a rounded of full, not right full, rounded full, and overflow hidden. And that's all. And inside the avatar image, I'm going to give it source of image, then alternative text is profile, and class name is going to be object cover, width of full, height of full, and background of black. And let's give some class name to this div. So we'll be giving it an uppercase, then we'll give it a height of 32, width of 32, medium width of 48, width of 48, then we'll give it a medium of height of 48, h 48, then we'll give it a text of 5xl. Then what next? I'm going to give it a background of hash 712c, or else I can do one more thing which seems good. I'll not be adding that now. I'll just give it a border of 1px, and flex item center, justify center, and rounded full like this. We have the letter K. Now to give it the background, I'm going to just a minute. Let me grab the code. Okay, inside the utils, I want to add this. So inside utils.js, I have pasted this array of colors, which is nothing but hexadecimal colors. And I have this get color function, which gets the index and passes the color. And if we don't pass any index, then we return the zeroth color. So that is just that. And inside of here, I'm going to use that function. I'll write get color, like this, and make sure that you import get color. And what should we pass inside of this? I guess we can pass selected color like this, and you can see that the color has been changed. And that's it. And what else? After ending this avatar, now we'll check if it is hovered. And if it is hovered, then we need to render a div. This div is going to have, let's give it an icon first. So inside of this, we'll use fa trash or fa plus to add the image. I'll show you what we are doing and what will be the UI for this. Just give me a minute. Let's import the icon from React icons. Fa, we need fa plus, and we need fa trash. That's it. And now we need to change this accordingly. Okay, you can see when we hover over this, we have this plus icon. So we by that we can add the image. So let's give this a class name first. So let's give it an absolute inset of 0, flex item center, justify center, background black, and background black with opacity of 50, then rounded full, cursor pointer like this. And you can see that it is here, but rounded full is not working, I guess. Yeah, it's rounded full. It's working now. Perfect. Now, uh, on click of this, we need to have the handle delete image or add the image. So we are not going to implement that now, but let's give the class names to this fa trash and fa plus. So class name text white, text 3xl, and cursor pointer. Let's copy this class name from here and paste it here as well. Looks good. Now, what we did here is whenever we hover over this, we had this on mouse enter and on mouse leave and set hovered state. So whenever we hover over this, the state gets true, and whenever the state is true, we need to display plus or delete. So if there is already an image here, if you have already uploaded an image, a trash icon would be here, so you can delete the image. And if the plus icon is shown, so you can add the image. So we need to add that accordingly. We'll do that afterwards. First, let's proceed further. Now, after this div, we'll have an input here. So I'm going to comment that input out. We are just placing it here. Now, after this div, I'll have another div with class name as flex, min width 32, then medium min width 64, medium min width 64, flex call, gap of 5, text white, item center, justify center like this. And inside of this, we'll have our inputs to have the first name, last name, and the email. So div class name with full, and inside of this, let's place the input components UI input, make sure that you import it from UI components. Then placeholder is going to be email, and type is going to be email. This is going to be disabled because a user cannot change its email, and the value would be user info dot email, and we'll give this a class name of rounded large, then padding of 6, and a background of hash 2C2E3B. Looks good, and let's give it a border of none. Perfect, looking good. Now I'm going to copy this div, paste it 2 more times, and I'm going to remove the disabled from the other two, and this is going to be the first name. The type is going to be text, and the value is going to be first name, and on change event would be implemented here because we need to have the name. So on change equals to e set first name e dot target dot value, just like that. And let's change this to second name. This is text, value is going to be last name, and let's grab this on change event, paste it. This is the set last name. That's it. So we have the first name, last name here, and div after this div we'll have another div with width of full, and we'll give it a flex and a gap of 5, and we'll map all the colors here. So the colors array that we defined in the utils. So colors dot map color, we'll get the index, and we'll have a div here. Just a minute. And this div would have some class names, and let's give the class names. So class name will have the color here. Then what else? After the color we'll have an height of 8 and width of 8. Then we'll have rounded off full, cursor pointer, transition all, duration 300, and let's give it a key so that the error goes. And inside of this div, what's the error here? Colors is not defined. Okay, we need to import the colors, and you can see that we have the colors. Now one more class we need to add here after this is if the selected color triple equals to index, then we'll give it an outline white, and outline of 4, or else we'll provide nothing. Instead of outline 4, just let's remove this. Let's refresh this, or let's have outline as 1. Let's remove the outline. Okay. And let's give this a 20. 50. Okay, 50 looks good. Now, what else? On click of this, we need to set the color. So on click, we set the selected color as the index so that the color would change here as well. Let's try it. You can see that the selected color is changed for the user now. Perfect. Now after this, let's give a button. So ending this div, this brackets, this div, this div, this div, and we'll have another div with class name of with full, And let's import the button from components UI button, and let's write save changes here. Let's give some class names to this button. Class name equals to height of 16, width of full, BG purple 700, hover BG purple 900, transition all, duration 300. Now it looks good. And on click of this, on click, we need to save the changes. So save changes just like that. Perfect. Now this is done. Now what I want to do is on click of this save changes, I want to save this first name and last second name, not second name, it's last name. So this is going to be last name placeholder. We need to save this to the database. So we have to write the API controller for that and the handler for that on the front end as well. So let's do that. So now let's head over to the constants.js file, and I'm going to write export const update profile route, and it's going to be auth routes. Then after auth routes, I will write update profile like this. And now let's head over to the auth routes, and I will write that here as well, auth routes dot post, and we'll have update profile, and we need to verify token, so we'll get the user ID from there, and then we'll have this update profile. We need to add that here, and let's write the controller for that. So let's head over to the auth controller, and let's copy this piece of code, paste it. Let's change the name to this, and from here what should we do next is, just a minute. mm, let's grab the request.user ID. So const user ID equals to request. We can do it like that, and let's grab the first name, last name, and color from body. So const first name, last name, or and color equals to request dot body, and after that let's write if not first name or not last name or not color, then we'll write first name, last name, and color is required for this API. And let's set the status to 400. And what next? Let's update the data. So const user data equals to await user dot find by id and update. Find by id and update will pass in the user id here, and we'll write first name, last name, and color, and we'll write profile setup as true because it's initially false, and whenever we are setting our profile we need to set it as true. And after that we'll write new to true. So what this new true means, it tells the MongoDB query to return the data, the new data, so that we can send it to the front end. So new is true, and run validators to true as well, so that it validates our data, and if there is any error in the data, it returns the error. So that's that, and after that we are just gonna send the data to the user. So this is going to be the same. So our route is done, constants is done, controller is done. Now let's head over to the index.js and implement it here. So before going forward, we need to create a one more function, which is validate profile. And inside of validate profile, we'll do the checks for first name and last name. And if there is no first name or last name, we'll just return an error that the first name is required. So it's a toast error, toast dot error. First name is required, and then toast needs to be imported from Sonar. And we are going to return false. And if not last name, then we'll have toast dot error last name is required, and we'll return false. And if there are no errors, then we'll return true. Let's try to use that in here. Inside of save changes, we'll have if validate profile, then only move forward. Save changes, first name is required. If we give first name, then last name is required. And if we give last name, then still last name. Okay, success, done. So it's working. Now let's call the API here. So const, let's wrap this inside a try catch block. So try and catch error. If there is an error, then console log error. And inside of try block, const response equals to await API client dot post, and we'll have update profile route, and we'll pass in the first name, last name, and color as selected color, and will use with credentials as true. Make sure that you use with credentials true, or else you won't be sending your cookies. And if you don't send your cookies to backend, then you won't get the user ID and you won't be able to update your data. So make sure that you use this. After this, we'll have if response dot status triple equals to 200, and then response dot data, then we'll set user info as response. We'll just destructure the data like this, response dot data, and then we'll have toast dot success, that profile updated successfully, like this. And then we'll navigate to the chat page. So let's updated Kishan shade, and color is pink. Save changes. Nothing is working. Let's head over to the console, and it's a bad request. Let's open up our server. Still no issues. Let's head over to the auth controller, and we are sending 400 whenever we are not sending first name, last name, and color. So are we sending the data? Yeah, first name, last name, and color are there. Let me check the network tab. Okay, first name, last name, and color is required. So we are sending first name, last name, and color. Okay, I guess because the colors index is 0, we are getting the error. So inside of controller, and let's write condition as color not equal undefined, then only send the error. Let's try it now, and still we have error. Color is 0. Let's remove color from here for now, and let's try it. Yeah, now profile is updated successfully. Let's leave it. By default, it's going to be 0, so it doesn't matter if we send it or not. And that's done. Our profile is updated, we are now able to access the chat page. And now if we head over to the profile page again, you can see that we have already set our user first name and last name, but it's not here. So we need to set it as soon as the page is loaded. So to do that, let's head over to the index.jsx, and after this I'm going to write use effect here. And as soon as we have the user info, we need to run this effect. So what we'll do is we'll check if user info dot profile setup is true. Then we need to set the first name, last name, and the color. So set first name as user info dot first name, then set last name as user info dot last name, and set selected color as user info dot color, like this. And let's refresh it. Missing node types. Okay, I imported something. Okay, and now this is being set. Let's save Kishan shade 234 and the color as green. Save changes, and if we head back, refresh the page, you can see that the proper data is being set here. Now we need to add the image and remove the image. So for that we need the Multer package and everything. So let's do that. Okay, so before moving forward, I forgot to implement one more functionality, which is the this back button. So on click of this, we should be navigated to the chat page. So to do that, I'm going to write a function here as const handle navigate equals to an arrow function. And if user info dot profile setup is complete, then we'll navigate to the chat page, or else we'll return, not return, we'll just have a toast dot error that please set up profile. And let's use this handle navigate on click of this back button. On click handle navigate, let's try it. Yeah, it's working. Because our profile setup is complete, we are able to go back. So it's working. Now what should we do is let's define a ref for our file input. So at the top, I'm going to write, let me increase my screen size. I'm going to write const file input ref equals to use ref, and the value for ref is going to be null. Then we'll have, whenever we click on that input ref, we need to uh, have the ref being clicked. So const handle file input click equals to, will also click on the ref like this. And then we'll have an handle image change function. So const handle image change equals to async, we'll get the event like this. And let's use this handle file input change. And just a minute. And one more thing, I need to define a function const handle delete image equals to async function. And now where should I place it? Remember this image, uh, we have to define an on click here. So on click, if there is image, then we need to delete the image. So we will call handle delete image, or else we'll call the handle file input click. And remember this input that we commented, we will uncomment it and we'll pass in the ref here. So file input ref here, and class name is going to be hidden. Then on change, we will have handle image change. Did I write? Yeah, handle image change, and the name of it is going to be profile image. Make sure that you write this correctly. The name, we are going to access the data using this, and we are going to accept dot png, then we'll accept dot jpg, dot jpeg, dot svg, and dot webp, like this. And now what we did is we created an React ref. So whenever we click on this button, whenever we hover over this and when we click on this button, we need to fix that layout as well. So whenever we click on this button, we need to open the file input. So that was for that. And let's refresh this page. The click is not working. Console. Let's write an alert here. Is this being open? Yeah, we are here, and the file input ref click is also working. So did we pass the ref correctly? File input ref on change, handle image change. Oh, the type is not text. The type of this is going to be file. So that was the issue. And yeah, it's opening. Now let me select an image. So downloads. Are there no images here? This is not working. The .png format. Okay, we have accept as .png, .jpg. Okay, I need to give comma, so that is the mistake here. Like this. And now it should able to access the images. Yeah, it's able to access the images. Open, and now we'll have the image inside this handle image change. So inside of this handle image change, what we will do is we'll get the file from event.target.files. So event.target.files of 0. Let's console the file and let's check if we are getting the file. Inspect console. Yeah, we are getting the file here. Perfect. Now we'll check if there is a file. Then we'll write const form data equals to new form data, and then we'll have form data dot append the profile image. Make sure that it is correct. It should be the name of the input that we wrote below. Right here the profile image, and we'll pass in the file. Now we'll have const response equals to await API client dot post, and we'll have to write an add profile image route. So let's head over to constants.js and export const add profile image route equals to auth routes slash add profile image, and let's head over to index.jsx and let's use this add profile image route. The next is we'll pass in the form data here, form data, and we need to pass with credentials as true as well. That's it, with credentials true. And now if response dot status triple equals to 200 and then response dot data dot image, then we'll set user info. We'll destructure the user info and we'll write image as response dot data dot image like this. We are just setting the image inside our Zustand store, and then we'll write toast dot success image updated successfully to show that this to the user. Now one more thing that we will do here is we'll write const reader is equals to new file reader, and reader dot onload will have set image as reader dot result, and then after this we'll have reader dot read as data URL, not buffer, and we'll pass in the file. So before while our server image is being set, we are just providing the image to the user here. It's not working, that's strange. Okay, that's because of this. Still not happening. I guess there is some issue with the reader. Let's console reader dot result. Okay, it's not being read. So we'll just remove this for now. I have another workaround for this which will work. So let's have this and let's copy this route. Let's head over to the auth routes, and inside of auth routes, let's define the route for this. So auth routes dot post add profile image, then we'll verify the token, and then we'll have add profile image controller. So I need to create this controller as well. Let's copy this update profile, change the name. That's it. We'll do the other things afterwards. And inside of auth routes, this is done. Now we need to get the image, and to get the image we need to use the Multer package. So we need to install Multer. So npm install Multer, and while this is being installed, we need to have the static routes. So inside of index.js, after this course, we are going to have app.use slash uploads slash profiles and express.static uploads slash profiles. So what this means is we are telling the Express server that whenever some users uh, comes to this route and calls an image, then we need to serve the asset from our directory to the request. So this is just that. And now inside the auth routes, let's check the Multer package is installed. Let's start our server, and in here I need to use the Multer package. So import Multer equals to Multer This is Multer, and the destination is going to be uploads. Okay, it's not like this. So it's import Multer from Multer like this. Then we'll have const upload equals to Multer, and then we'll have destination as uploads slash profile slash like this, and there should be after auth routes. And now we'll have upload like this, upload dot single. We need to use upload dot single profile image. That's it. Okay, so what we did here is we imported the Multer package, then we initialized upload equals to Multer, and we wrote the destination to uploads profiles, and we added this upload dot single profile image. And if we are using multiple files, then we have to use upload dot multiple here, but we are just going to use single, so we are using upload dot single. So with this, we'll have the request dot file. Multer installs, not installs, but adds that file to a request with request.file. Then we'll have auth routes dot delete, a delete route for removing the image. While we are here, let's do that as well. Remove profile image, verify token, and remove profile image. Let's grab this, paste it here, and head over to the controllers, and let's copy this, and let's write remove profile image. That's it. Now let's add our file. So now what should we do inside the add profile image? So first, what I'm going to do is in the try block, I'll check if there is request. Not check, I will check if there is no request.file, then we'll return response.status as 400, that's and send that file is required. And if there is no error, then what should we do is first we'll have the current date equals to date dot now, and then we'll have let file name equals to uploads slash profiles. Let me do one thing before writing the code further. I'm just going to show you what happens as soon as we send a file. So the uploads profile folder is automatically created, that is created by the Express server. Now let me try to send a file here. Open. Did it send the file? Console. Okay, there's an Axios error. 404 not found at profile image. Add hyphen profile hyphen image. Let's head over to the auth routes. Add hyphen profile hyphen image. And this is a post type. So let's head over to the index and check API client dot this. Everything is perfect. Still, why it's not working? Okay, now we have 500. Now we have reference error, user data is not defined. Now, if we head over here, you can see that there's a file here with no extension, as the name is also not correct. So Multer automatically added this file here, and it's in binary format, I guess. So yeah, it is in binary format, and it doesn't displays data correctly. So now what we'll do is, inside our code, we'll rename this file and we'll just have the set file types and everything. So inside of our auth controllers, we'll write let file name equals to upload slash profile slash plus, we'll pass in the current date, plus we'll pass the request dot file name, not file name, request dot file dot original name like this, and then we'll write rename sync. So we want to rename that file with this one, so we need to import rename sync. So after this, import from fs package. So fs package is a system package, we don't need to install anything. So we'll need rename sync, and we'll also use unlink sync to remove the image. And now let's use rename sync here. Just a moment. Okay, rename sync will pass in request dot file dot path and with our new file name, and then we'll update the user. So const update updated user equals to await and user dot find by id and update will get the request dot user id. Then we'll pass in the image as the file name, and we'll have the new as true and run validators as true as well. So this is the query, and now we'll return our image. So instead of this, we'll just return image as updated user dot image like this. Now let's try to upload an image. Open profile updated successfully. Why it is like that? Let's check here. No, that didn't work. Let's increase the size and let's try to upload again. Okay, now we have an error, internal server error. What's the error? No such file or directory. Uploads profiles and undefined. What this undefined is, let's head over to auth controller and request.file.original. The spelling is not correct. This has original.name. Now I guess it should work. Did it work? No, I guess not. It's not working. Let's try with a different file. No, I don't want to use this. Let's use WhatsApp clone. And still we have an error. No such file or directory, rename upload profile. Okay, it's uploads. Let's try the other file again. Still an error. Object parameter error, parameter filter to find one, and it must be an object got type string. Okay, I guess now we have an error in this. User ID. No, it should work. and it isn't typed. So we are okay. It's not find one and update. It's find by ID and update. Now let's try it. Let's try this image. I guess it was the same image. Yeah, now it's image updated successfully, but we don't have the extension. Let's head over to here. Okay, it's still undefined. I guess this original name is not perfect. So let me copy this. Okay, N is not capital here. It's like this. Let's see if it works now. Okay, we need to add a different image every time. And now it's updated and we have the image correct. You can see that we have the image here. Now it should update here as well. So now we are getting the image. Let's head over to our index.jsx, and if we do have the image, then source image, and we also need to set the image here inside our use effect, I guess. Just a moment. Yeah, we'll check if user info dot image is there, then we'll set image as host and dollar user info dot image like this. And yeah, our image is here. Now we need to delete this image. So let's write the controller to delete the image. So now to delete the image, let's head over to the auth controller. We'll complete the controller first. So inside the auth controller, to remove the image, just a minute. We'll grab the user ID first. Then if there is no user ID, user ID would be there. And what else? Okay, so then we'll get the user. So const user is equals to await user dot find by ID, and we'll pass in the user ID. And then if there is no user, then we'll return response dot status of 404 and send that user not found. And now if we do have user.image, then we'll use unlink sync to delete the image from our directory. So user.image, and then we'll write user.image equals to null, and then we'll save this user object user.save. It's a mongoose method. That's it. So we are just deleting the image from our directory, setting the null and saving it to the database, and will return status 200, and instead of JSON will return a message. Message is profile image removed successfully. That's it. And now let's call this on our front end, and let's head over to auth routes. I'm going to copy this route from here, remove profile image, and let's head over to the constants. Export const remove profile image route. We'll use auth routes here. And then okay, we need to have a string like this. That's it. Now let's head over to the index.jsx. Now we already had a function here, handle delete image, and in here we'll just wrap this in a try catch block. Error console log error, and inside try We'll try to delete the image. So const response equals to await API client dot delete. Make sure, okay, it's await API client dot delete, and we'll pass remove profile image route, and we'll use with credentials as true, and we'll check if response dot status triple equals to 200. Then we'll set user info, destructure the user info, and we'll write image as null. Then we'll write toast dot success that image removed successfully, and then we'll write set image as undefined or null. Let's write it null, one and the same. It's just the data is already defined, it's going to be image, but there is no data inside of it, so we are using null. And now let's try to delete the image. We have an error of internal server error. Response.status message is not a function. So let's head over to here, but before that, let's refresh the page. So image is already deleted. So that controller is working, but we have error here. Response.status.message. Okay, it's not message, it's send, like this. Now let's try to add and remove the image. I'm going to close this. Let's try image. Let's try this image. Image updated successfully. Refresh the page. Image is here. Let's delete the image. Image removed successfully. Let's refresh the page. Image is not here. So our profile page is completely done. Our user profile is being set up completely. Now we'll move forward with this chat layout and the uh, sending of messages and receiving of messages, all the cool stuff. Okay, so now let's get started with the chat layout. Going to open up my Explorer, going to close all of these files, head over to the client, and inside of chat, I'm going to create new folder named as components. And inside components, I'm going to create another new folders, which is chat container. Then we'll have contacts container. Then we will have empty chat container. And inside of all of those files, I'm going to create index.jsx, not tsx. This is not a TypeScript project. Chat container. Then inside the contacts container, I'm going to have index.jsx again, rfce. This is going to be contacts container. And inside empty chat container, I'm going to have index.jsx again. And this is going to be empty chat container. Let's remove React imports from all of these files. Now let's head over to the index.jsx, and inside of this div, instead of this, I'm going to have the contacts container. Then we'll have empty chat container and the chat container. So the contacts container is going to have all the contacts, and empty chat container is just a placeholder for not selecting any chats, and the chat container is the whenever any contact is selected, what to show, the messages and the message bar and the header and everything. So that is our actual chat container. So let's design this. So now let's give this div a class name of flex, height of 100 viewport height, text of white, and overflow hidden. Now let's design the contacts container. So inside of contacts container, in this div, I'm going to give it a class name And just a minute, class name should be relative. Then medium, we need to give width of 35 viewport width, and large we are going to have width as 30 viewport width. Then for Excel we are going to give it a 20 viewport width. So we are just designing everything for responsive layouts as well. Then for background, I'm going to hash 1b1c24, and then we'll give border right of 2, and the border color would be hash 2f303b, and let's give a width of full. Looks good. And what else? Okay, so we have this empty chat container here, and just a minute, we did give relative, and let me close this. Relative, medium width, large width, Excel, background black, border R2, and let's also give a background. Okay, background is given, width of full is also given. Now what next? For the small screens, it should take the entire width. Why it's not happening? Let's design the empty chat container. Empty chat container. Inside of that, let's give it a class name of flex1. Then for medium, we are going to give it a background of hash 1c1d25. And for medium flex, we are going to give flex. Then flex call, justify center, items center, and hidden for small screens. And we did give medium flex, so after medium screens or medium screens it would be visible. For small screens it would not be visible. Then we'll give it a duration of 1000 and transition all. Okay, so it's fixed now, context container. And this is the, I guess, chat container. We also have to fix that layout as well. We'll fix it. Then after this, let's have a new component named as Lottie animation, or we will just import the Lottie animation and everything. So we need to install this package npm install react Lottie. That's an animation library. Let's start npm run dev, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use Lottie. Make sure that you import Lottie. Import at the top Lottie from React Lottie, and this is going to be Lottie, and we'll give it a is click to pause, is click to pause disabled equals to true. Then we will give height of 200, height of 200, width of 200 as well, and then we'll give it some options. So options is going to be some default animation options, and that should come from the utils file. So let's head over to utils, and inside of utils I'm going to write export const animation default options equals to like this. Then we'll write loop as true, then autoplay is going to be true as well. Then we'll write renderer render settings, and for that we'll write preserve xy, or you can just skip this, it's not needed. And for animation data, it's going to be the animation data, and we need to import the animation data from Lottie.json, so that's inside the assets. So import animation data from at assets, and we have lottie-json, and we'll pass the animation data here like this, or we can just write animation data. It would automatically do that. And let's copy this and use this in this options, animation default options. That should work. Let me increase the screen size. Okay, we do have the animation now. That's working. And this border color is not perfect. Let's head over to the contacts container, and in this, okay, the border spelling is not correct. It's border, and now it's correct. Okay, now let's head over to our empty chat container again, and let's resume the designing. So after this lottie component, we'll have another div with class name text opacity 80. Then we'll give text white, flex call, gap of 5, item center, margin top of 10. Then we'll have large text 4XL, text 3XL, transition all, duration 300, and we'll also give it a text center. And let's enable that word wrap again. And now inside of this, I'm going to write h3 class name poppins medium, and we need to import this class name, not class name but fonts. So we'll do that first. Let's write the text. So hi, then we'll write span, not hi tag. We just write hi, then we'll write span, class name as text purple 500. Inside of that, we'll write welcome to. Then we'll have okay, it welcome to is not inside this. I need to remove this. We just have an exclamation mark here. And after this, we'll have span, and before that, we'll write welcome to. And inside of this span, I'm going to give it a class name of text purple 500, and we'll write synchronous. And then we'll write chat app, and again that span. Again class name text purple 500 and a dot. Let's increase this. Okay, it is welcome to synchronous chat app. Looking good. And this is not too purple but text purple. Perfect. Now we need to change this font type. So I guess I need to do that inside index.css or app.css. Just a minute. Okay, we need to import Poppins library, not library, but fonts from Google Fonts. So let's head over to Google Fonts, and we'll be using Poppins. So let's search for Poppins, this font, and we'll write get font or get embed code. Let's import this, copy this code. Let's head over to index.css, and at the top, I'm going to, not the style, going to remove the style tag. We just need the import URL, and let's use this poppins. So for that, I'm going to copy this poppins thin. At the end, I'm going to paste that. And what should I write as poppins medium, or we can just Do we have a medium? Yeah, we have medium. So let's copy the pop-ins medium instead of this. So let's remove all of this pop-ins medium and let's head over to index.jsx. The class name it's given is pop-ins medium. Let's see in the UI. I think the class names are changed, not the fonts are changed. Yeah, the fonts are changed. Perfect. So our font is here and this UI is also here. So empty chat container UI is done. Now let's do the UI for our contacts container. Okay, so now let's head over to the contacts container component, contacts container, and in here I'm going to paste a new component which is a logo component. You can find the source code from the description of the video. So I'm just pasting this logo component. It's just an SVG logo. We are just going to use it here. So inside of contacts container, inside of this, I'm going to remove this and I will write the class name of padding top as 3 and we'll use the logo component here and we have the synchronous logo. And after this div, I'm going to have margin y of 5 and then again another div with flex item center justify between and padding right of 10, and inside of this I'm going to write a title component. So this title component is going to be a reusable component. So at the bottom we are going to create another component title equals to like this and will return an h6 from here, not h5, h6, and inside of this we'll just write the text. We are going to give it a class name obviously and it's going to be uppercase tracking widest, then we'll have text neutral 400, padding left of 10, not 19, 10, font is light and text opacity 90, then we'll have text of small, and now we can use this. And to just skip this validation error, I think, just a minute, what we have to do. Okay, we have this ESLint rc.cjs inside our client. It's pre-created by Vite. So inside of rules, I'm going to add a new rule which is React prop types rule, and I'm going to write off here. If you want to use prop types, you can use it. It's pretty simple, but I'm not going to use it. I prefer the TypeScript way. This is just the for educational purposes. So if you want to truly have prop types, then use TypeScript. That's the best way. Now, after this, not after this, but inside of this, I'm going to use that title component, which will have text as direct messages. Okay, so we do have that. And now I'm going to copy this, and I guess this entire div should be copied, and instead of direct messages I'm going to have channels here, channels like this. Okay, we do have the direct messages and we have channels, so this is there. Now what should we do next? Just a minute. Okay, so now I guess let's design the chat container to have all the chats and everything. So let's design that first. So let's head over to chat.html JSX, this component, and inside of here I'm going to disable this empty chat container for now, and inside of chat container let's do our UI here. Inside of here we'll have a div with a class name of fixed, then we'll give top of 0, then we will give height of 100 viewport height, width of 100 viewport width. Let me increase the size, and what else? Let's give it a background as well. Background hash 1c1d25, and let's give it a flex call, and whenever it is medium we need it static, and medium flex 1. That's just for responsive. Now inside of this chat container we'll have three more components, which is going to be chat header, which is the chat name and everything, and the message container, which will store the actual messages, and then the message bar, which will have the messages and everything. And then we also have to do the user profile here, so we'll also do that. So now let's do the components first: the chat header, the message container, and the message bar. So inside of chat container I'm going to create components, and inside of this components I'm going to have chat header, message bar, and message container. So let's do that. Chat header, message container, and message bar. It should be a folder, not file. Message bar, let's write index.jsx rfc here. This is chat header. Let's head over to message bar. Let's write index.jsx here, rfce. This is message bar. Now message container, index.jsx rfce, message bar. Now let's import all of these components, and let's remove the React import statement so the errors from the files disappears. And inside of this index.jsx we are going to use chat header, then we'll have chat container, and then we'll have message bar. That's it. Let's refresh this. Do we have any error? No, we don't have any error. Still loading. Okay, while it loads, let's head over to the chat header and let's start designing this. Let's give this div a class name, and I think this file is not saved. It's saved now, and let's head over to chat header. Let's give it a class name, and I think there is some error. Let's head over to the server. Server is working. Let's open up the console, and I'm not able to open up the console. Okay, it's unresponsive. So I'm going to exit this page, close this page, and again in another page, localhost 5173 chat. And I guess we are inside an infinite loop somewhere. Inside of index dot okay, response dot status dot message is not a function. Wait, that's an old error. working now. Let's uncomment all of this. I guess chat header is not imported. Okay, not chat header, but chat container. It's not chat container, it's message container. Let's head over to message container, and this is okay. We wrote message bar here, so it's not message bar, it's message container. Let's head over to this file, message container, and now let's reload this. I guess there is still the error. There is a chat container here, and inside of that we have components. Inside of that we have index.jsx, index.jsx, index.jsx. Then why is it not working? Let me fix this and I will let you know what's the error. Okay, so apparently there was no error. It was just a compilation issue. So I just restarted my server and it's working again. Now, let's have the styles for chat header. I'm going to close this, and inside of chat header, I'm going to remove this, and let's give this a height of 10 viewport height, border B of 2. Then let's give it a border color, which is going to be hash 2F303B. And what else? Let's give it a flex item center and justify between px of 20. Now inside of this, let's give it a flex gap of 5, item center, and inside of that, what should I do? Just give me a minute. Okay, so we'll have a div here which would have class name is flex, gap of 3, items of center, and justifies center. And we are just going to leave this div empty because it would have the uh, current selected chat name or the channel name. So we are not at that stage. So we are going to keep that empty for now. Then we'll have a div which is going to have a class name of flex, item center, justify center, and a gap of 5. And inside of that, we'll use a button which will have ri close fill emoji, not emoji, but the icon from React icon. So let's use it. Import from React icons slash the packages ri, and we are going to use ri close fill. This one done. Let's give this a class name. It's going to be text neutral of 500, and whenever we focus on it we don't need any borders, so border none, focus outline none, and focus text white, and duration for this transition is going to be 300, and also we'll give it a transition all class, this one. And let me enable this word wrap, save it, and when we click on this then we'll have that effect. Perfect. Now let's give a class name to this of text 3xl. Perfect. Now on the click of this, we'll just close this chat and show the empty chat container. We'll not be doing that now. We'll do that afterwards. Now let's head over to this a chat container, and let's head over to the message container, and in here I'm going to give this a class name too, which is going to be flex1 overflow y of auto scroll bar hidden. We need to write this class name in the CSS file, so we'll do that. Then we will give padding of 4 and padding x of 8, and whenever the width is medium, we'll give it the width of 65 viewport width. Whenever it is large, then we'll give it a width of, I guess, 70 viewport width. And for extra large screens, we'll give it a width of 80 viewport width. And for small screens, we are going to give it a width of full. Here we have the message container. Its height is the remaining height of the chat header and the message bar. And I guess that's it. So we don't need to give any more classes as of now. I'm going to remove this. So we have this, and now let's go to the message bar and do the styling for the message bar. What should we do here is, let's first give this a class name of height 10 viewport height. Then let's give it a background of hash c1. I guess it's 1c1 d25. Then we'll give it a flex, justify center, item center, padding x of 8 and margin bottom of 5, and we'll also give it a gap of 6. Perfect. Now let's remove this message bar, and instead of that I will write flex of 1, then flex, and the background for this is going to be hash 2a2b33. Then rounded medium, item center, gap of 5, padding right of 5. That's it. What else? Let's use an input here. Input type is going to be text, and class name is going to be flex1. Then we should give it a padding of 5, background transparent, rounded medium. Whenever we focus over this, we don't need any border. Also, we don't need any outline when we focus over it. We have the input here. Now, what next? Just a minute. Let's give this a placeholder as well. Placeholder, which is enter message. And we have the input here. Now let's use a use state to maintain the inputs value. Use state snippet, and this is going to be message set message. Initially the message is an empty string. Let's write a value as message, and on change let's write e set message e dot target dot value, like this. But what's the error here? Okay, it's on change, not on be change. That's it. Now what else? Let's have a button for the attachment, then let's have an emoji picker, and then let's have the button to send the messages. So let's do that. So after this input, I'm going to have a button which will have gr attachment, and we need to import this from our React icon. So import from React icons gr, and this is gr attachment, not achievement, attachment. And for the class names, let's head over to the chat header. Let's type chat header, this component, and from here I'm going to copy this class name from this button, and let's copy the button and change the button, and we'll have this icon here, and let's give this a class name of text 3xl or 2xl. Let's give it a 2xl. Perfect, looking good. Now after this, we'll have an input which would be hidden to attach the files, just where what we did for the image. We'll click the ref, but we'll not do that now. Let's have another div after this, which is relative. Then let's have a button again. So I'm going to copy this button, paste it here, and inside of this we'll have ri emoji sticker line, this icon, and we have this emoji, and on click of this we need to open the emoji picker, so we are not doing that now, we'll do that afterwards. And after this I'm going to have another div which will have class name as absolute bottom of 16 and right of 0. Let's save it, and inside of that we'll have our emoji picker. So what should I do? Should we complete that? Okay, we'll wrap that after we have the send button. So after this div, I'm going to end this div and this div as well, and then we'll have the button again, and this time this button is going to have IO send from React icons IO5, and we have the send, and I'm going to have some different class names here. So I guess we'll remove this, just the neutral, we need the other things. Then we'll give it background of hash 8417ff, and we'll give it a rounded of medium, flex, item center, justify center, and padding of 5, gap of 2, which is actually not needed. Gap is not needed. Yeah, we have the button, and whenever we hover over this, we need the background to, whenever we hover background hash 741 BDA, and again whenever we hover, not hover but focus, so whenever we focus we need the same class name, so let's use focus. Then that color, let's remove the hover and like this, and when we focus over it the color is changing. Perfect, that's all. And now when we click on this we need to send the message, so let's create a function handle send message. So const handle send message equals to an async function, and let's copy this, and let's have an on click here, on click, and use that handle send message. Perfect. Now let's have the emoji picker here. So for that we are going to use the React emoji picker library, not React emoji picker, the emoji picker React. So I'm going to install it. Let me show you that npm package emoji picker React. We are going to use this package. So if you want any documentation you can check it from here. So now let's use it. I'm going to install it. Npm install emoji picker React. Hit enter. Done. Let's start our app. Npm run dev, and let's use that. And before that I'm going to use an ref, const emoji ref equals to use ref, and what else, let's use a state to handle the open and close of emoji picker. So use state snippet emoji picker open, set emoji picker open, and initially this is going to be false. That's it. And what else? Let's have an handle add emoji button. So not button, an event handle add emoji equals to arrow function. We'll get the emoji in here, emoji, and what we'll do is we'll set message as, we'll get the message and message plus emoji dot emoji. Let's copy this, and what should we do next is, first when we click on this button we need on click, and when we click on this, we'll not on click of this, not on this, we need on click on this. So on click on this emoji picker, we'll have set emoji picker as true, set emoji picker open as true, and then inside of this we'll have emoji picker. So emoji picker, make sure that you import it from emoji picker React. We'll have the theme of it as dark, then it's open by default. To uh, have it closed, we'll have open property as emoji picker open. Now it's closed. Then on emoji click, we need to use this handle add emoji function that we just wrote. Then we'll also have autofocus search equals to false. What else? Let's click on this. Let's click on any emoji, and the emoji is added in here. The supported emojis are here. If the emoji is not supported by the system, then this kind of icon will be shown. Okay, we have multiple emojis, and now we don't have any way to click this. Not a click, but we don't have any way to close this. So what we want to do is, whenever we click outside of this emoji picker, we need to close the emoji picker. So for that, we'll have a use effect and register an event. So after this, we'll have a use effect event, and we'll have emoji ref. So whenever the emoji ref changes, we'll have a function created, handle click outside. We'll get the event, and if emoji ref dot current is there, and then not emoji ref dot current dot contains event dot target, then we need to set inside of this that set emoji picker open as false, and after this we'll have this event added to the document. So document dot add event listener on mouse down, handle click outside, and whenever we are destroying this component, we'll also destroy this event. So document dot remove event listener mouse down, and we'll pass in handle click outside. So what we are doing is, we are checking if the emoji ref dot current has the emoji ref, and we'll check if the emoji ref dot current dot contains the event target. So we'll check if the click is inside the emoji picker or if it is outside of it. If it is outside of it, then we need to close this, and if it is out inside of that, then we will not be inside of this if condition. So let's open this. Let's click on the emojis, and when we click inside of it here, it doesn't close, and if we click outside, it still doesn't close. Strange. Just a minute. Did I do something wrong? Let me check what the issue is. Okay, I guess we haven't passed the ref here. So ref is not working. Okay, so we need to pass the ref. So the ref should be on this div. So we'll have ref equals to emoji ref here. And when we click outside, now it is closing. When we click on this, if it is inside, it's not closing. The emojis are being added, and if we click outside, it's closing. So it's working, and this is complete, and all these layouts are complete. Now let's move forward to select a new contact from here, getting all the contacts, search contacts, and when we select a contact, the contact information should be here, the username and everything, and the messages that the user has, and send the messages and everything. Before that, I would like to get one thing completed, is the profile info of the user here. So whichever user is logged in, their profile info should be shown here. So we need to complete that. So let's get that wrapped up first. Okay, so now for this profile info component, let's head over to the contacts container, this component right here, and we are going to create new folder here, which is components. And inside of this, I'm going to create a new folder again, which is going to be profile info. Inside of that, we are going to create index.jsx. Let's close this. We'll write RFCE here and name this profile info component. Let's remove this React import and let's head over to the contacts container. And at the end, after this div, not this, yeah, in this div, we'll use profile info here. Make sure that you import it correctly, and we have the profile info here. Let's head over to the profile info and let's give this a class name of absolute, and we'll give bottom of 0, then height of 16, flex, item center, justify between. Then what else? We'll give it a padding x of 10, width of full, and background is going to be hash 2a2b33, so that it's here. Perfect. And hash 212. Okay, it's not 212, it's 2a2 b33. Perfect. Now inside of this, we'll remove this profile info. We'll have flex class name, gap of 3, item center, justify center, and inside of this, we'll have a div of avatar and everything. So for that, I'm going to head over to the profile page, and we already have this div, not div, but this avatar. I'm going to copy that, head over to the container, we'll have a div here, paste that here, import the avatar from components UI avatar image from components UI avatar as well. And now I'm going to get the user info from our app store. So use app store, and we'll get the user info, and this is going to be user info dot image. This is going to be like this, $host. Make sure that you import host from constants. Then we'll have $user info dot image like this, and instead of selected color, and we also need to import this get color, and this is user info dot color. This is going to be user info dot first name or user info dot first name. Like this, we have this icon here, but the height and width needs to be changed. So let's replace this 32 with 12, and whatever the screen size, this should be 12. So I'm going to remove this medium from here, and text size should be large, not 5 XL. Looking perfect. Now let's give this div a class name, which is going to be width 12, height 12, and relative like this. Then we'll have the, if we have the image of the user, then we'll have the image here. So that's done. And now after this avatar, and let's close this div, we'll have another div, and then we'll have user info dot first name, and then user info dot last name. This is and condition. If we have both of them, then we need to show the first name and last name, or else show nothing. So inside of this, we are going to have string like this. Then we'll have user info dot first name, and then we'll have user info dot last name, and we have the name. Now after this div, we'll end this div and this div, and we'll have another div which will have flex gap of 5. And inside of this div, we are going to use the tooltip component to show an edit component and a logout component. So for the tooltip, let's head over to ShadCN, and we are going to use this tooltip component. So let's copy it from ShadCN. Let's install it. And I'm going to copy this usage as well. This one. Let's wait for the installation. While it is being done, okay, it's done. Let's start our server. Done. And inside of that, I'm going to paste that code here. Make sure that you import it from components UI tooltip. Components UI tooltip. And instead of this hover content, I'm going to use FA edit to icon here. Let's import FA edit and change this to FA edit 2, and this as well, FA edit 2. Let's give this a class name of text purple 500 and text of Excel. Then we'll give it a font of medium. Save it. Let's head over to the synchronous chat app. Let's refresh it. Okay, it's not FA edit, it's FI edit 2. So the package and this name would be changed FI edit, and the package is going to be FI. And the error was because of that. We'll have this pencil icon and we hover over this. We have this add to library. So we'll change this add to library to edit profile. Edit profile. Let's save it. Looking good. We just have to give this tooltip content some class name. So class name is going to be background #1c1b1e, and I guess that's it. Okay, we also need to remove the borders and everything, so let's give it a border none, and we'll give it a text of white. Yeah, looking perfect now. That's it. Now on click of this, we need to navigate to the profile page. On click of this, we'll navigate to the profile page. We need to import the navigate from use navigate. So const navigate equals to use navigate. And now when we click over this, we are on the profile page. Perfect. And now one more thing that we need is the logout icon. So we need logout icon from the IO package. So let's use it. Import IO logout, or let's import the package first. React icons IO5, and this is going to be IO logout, and let's use that over here. So we'll have this tooltip, and I'm going to have another tooltip. So I just paste it, and instead of edit profile, this is going to be logout, and instead of this, I'm going to have IO logout. Let's change this icon. Instead of IO logout, I'm going to use IO power sharp and remove this import. Looks good now. And now when we click on this, we need to log out. So logout is a bit tricky. We need to delete the cookie. So for that, we are going to create a function const logout equals to async function, because we are going to call an API. So let's use that logout over here. Log out. And now when we click on this, we need to actually log out, and let's change the text color. I want this to red, not purple. Okay. Now when we click on this, we need to log out and we need to delete the JWT cookie. So for that, we need to create an API route. So let's do that. Now, first let's head over to Auth controller, and I'm going to create a new controller here. I'm going to copy this, paste this, and change this to logout. Inside of try catch block, I'm going to remove all of this. Console remains the same, and in here the try block would be the response dot cookie is going to be JWT, and it's going to be empty cookie. Max age for this cookie is going to be 1. So after 1 second or 1 microsecond, it's going to just expire itself. It's secure, and same site is none. And this should be 200, and message should be logout successful. And now let's add this to auth routes. Inside auth routes, I'm going to write auth routes dot, this should be post, or let's have it post, and let's have this as the logout route, and let's use the logout controller. Make sure that you import it. Let's head over to constants.js and add that route. Export const logout route equals to auth routes logout. Let's head over to our index.jsx and over to this logout function. Let's use try catch here. Error, console log error. Inside the try block, we'll get the response equals to await API client dot post. We'll use the logout route. We'll do we need to send any data? No. We'll use with credentials true, so that we use cookies. And what else should we do here? Okay, if after this, if response dot status triple equals to 200, then we'll set user info as null. And what else should we do? Just a minute. And yeah, we'll navigate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate to the auth page, and I'm going to set user info as null. Set user info, set is user info null. That's it. Going to open up inspect, head over to the application tab, and we have the JWT cookie here. And now let's hit this route, and you can see that the JWT cookie is deleted and we are successfully logged out. If we refresh the page, we are at the auth. If we try to head over to the chat page, then we'll be redirected to the auth page. Same with the profile. Now let's log in. I'm going to log in with kishan@gmail.com. I guess this was not the account. Just let me check. Let's sign up with a new account. Let's add a profile picture here so that it gets shown here. Perfect. And now let's do the direct messages model. So we'll select the contact from there. So let's do that. Okay, so for now selecting a new contact from model, let's do that. Going to decrease the size and let's maintain a state for this, or let's head over to our chat page and let's not show anything for now. Let's head over to the contacts container and I'm going to create a new component inside our contacts container. Components, new folder, which is going to be new DM. And let's create a new DM component. Index.js6 RFCE new DM. Let's remove this import, save it to index.jsx and let's write import that component here, new DM. We have the new DM. Let's head over to the new DM and inside of new DM we are going to use the tooltip. So let's copy this structure from here and inside of this, instead of divs, let's return fragments and let's have tooltip. Let's import, or we can just copy it from here, the import as well, paste it and let's go to here and instead of this hover we are going to use fa plus and let's give this some class names. Text neutral of 400, then font light, text opacity of 90, then we'll give it a text small. When we hover over it we need text neutral 100 and cursor pointer, transition all, duration 300. That's it. And let's close this. Let's enable word wrap for this file and let's have an on click as well. So for on click we also need state. So use state snippet. We'll have open new contact model. Initially it's going to be false. Let's import use state and on click we'll set open new contact model to true and instead of add to library we are going to have select new contact here and let's give this a class name as well. It's going to be bg #1c1 b1e border none and margin bottom of 2, padding of 3. Let's test it. Select new contact and let's give it a text of white as well. Perfect. Now what else? Okay, so on click of this we need to open a dialog. So for dialog I'm going to get the dialog from ShadCN. It's a pre-made component. Dialog this one. So we are going to use a dialog like this. So for installation, let's use this npm package. Let's paste it, not this. Copy npm. And we are also going to use another component, which is going to be scroll area, or what was it called? Okay, scroll area. So we are going to use the scrollable area for our contacts, search contacts. So we are going to use this component as well. So let's install that as well. And let's head back. And I'm going to copy this dialog import from here. Let's start our project. And let's import it over here. And let's import the structure as well. And after this tooltip provider, I'm going to paste that. And let's have an open here as open new contact model. And on open change, we are going to pass set open new contact model. And we don't need this dialog trigger. Our trigger is the tooltip. And the dialog content and dialog header, dialog description. Yes, all of this is needed. Let's save this and let's try to open the dialog. Yeah, the dialog is here. Looks good. Now, what else? Let's give this dialog content some class name of background #181.920. Then we'll give it a border of none, not bg none, border none. Then text white, width is 400 pixels, height is 400 pixels, flex call, and then inside of this, in the dialog description, we are going to give it a please select a contact. And I think we don't need this dialog title. Yeah, please select a contact, or we can just add it here, dialog title. Let's see what style we are getting here. Please select a contact. Okay, it's looking good. Dialog description can be empty. Then what else? After this header, we are going to have a div which will have the input for searching the contact. So let's have an input. Make sure that you import the input component from components UI. Let's give a placeholder as search contacts, and let's give it a class name as well. It's going to be rounded large. Then we'll give it a padding of 6. Background is going to be #2c2e3b and border none. Yeah, we have the select contacts, and on change we need to search contacts. So let's create const search contacts equal to an async function. We'll get the event here. Let's use it. On change equals to e, and we'll search contacts, and we should pass the event or e.target.value. Let's pass e.target.value, and let's write search term here instead of event. Search term. Okay, so this is done, and let's have a scroll area to display the contacts, and if there is no contacts, then we should show the lottie animation of synchronous. and we should say that search contact. So let's do that. Okay, so now I'm going to have two states here. Let's remove this dialog trigger, it's not needed. And one state's already there. We need another state. For that, use state snippet, and we'll use searched contacts to store the searched contacts. And this is going to be an empty array. And what else? Yeah, at the end, after this div, I'm going to have a condition if search contacts dot length is less than or equal to 0, then I need to show this component. Inside of this component, I'm going to use the lottie component. So for that, we use that inside the empty chat container, remember? So I'm going to copy this entire div from here and replace that div, import this animation default options, import lottie, and let's import the statement from here. Copy that statement, not import. And now let's open up the model. I guess I need to refresh. We still don't have it. So searched contacts dot length is less than equal to 0. It should be 0. And then we need to show this, but why it's not displaying? Okay, we gave this hidden class name. I guess it's because of that. So it's here, and we need to decrease the height and width. So let's decrease this to 100. And hi, welcome to chat app. This should be changed. And what else? Text Excel, not that. And for large screens, we need text as 2 XLs. Good. Now hi should be there. Then this is also there. Instead of welcome to, we'll write search new, and then we'll write contact. And after that, we don't need anything. Hi search new contact. That's it. And now on searching this, we need new. We need the contacts. So that should be there. And one more thing, we don't need to give margin top of 10. Instead, let's give it margin top of 5. That's it. And we'll give margin top of 5 here as well. Margin top of 5. Looking good. Now we need to search the contacts, and to search the contacts, first we'll need to set up the routes and controllers. So for contacts, I'm not going to use the auth controller and auth routes, not this one. We close this, and we inside the server, we are not going to use this auth controller or the auth routes. For routes, I'm going to create a new file, which is going to be contact routes. Just having all the things separately, so it's easier to debug whenever there is an error, or if the size of the routes or the controller is increases, then it's easier to maintain than just in a single file. And this is going to be contacts controller.js, and inside of contacts controller, let's write our controller to search the contacts. So let's head over to the auth controller. I am going to copy this logout method from here, paste it, and instead of logout, this is going to be search contacts. And let's remove this, and let's get the search term from request body. So request dot body will get the search term from here. And if there is no search term, if the search term is undefined or it's null, then we need to return response dot status as 400, that search term is required. Let's have this S as small, search term is required, and T should be capital. Search term is required. Now, if we do have the search term, let's sanitize the search term. So for that, I'm just going to copy a regex. You can write it. So we are writing this regex to remove all the special characters from the string. So it should be, it would remove the brackets and all the special characters in the string. So we don't need it. Then let's use regex equals to new regex, and let's pass in the sanitize search term inside of this sanitize search term and the I. Now we'll write const contacts equals to await user dot find. Make sure that user is imported from models user model, and you should add .js here or you will have error. User dot find, and in here we'll pass an object. We'll pass the AND operator here. If the ID is not equal to request dot user ID. So this condition means that if the ID is not equal to request dot user ID, then have that contact. If the ID is request dot user ID, which is the ID of the current logged in user, then we don't want it in the results. So if we search any contacts, then the current logged in user should not be there. So this is for that. And what else? Now we'll have an or condition inside of this. If the first name is regex or the last name is regex or the email is of regex. So regex is nothing but a sanitized search term. So we are just passing in this. So it will tell that search for the first name, last name and email with the searched term, and from that if we found any contacts then we should return it. So return response dot status as 200 dot json, not send. This time we are going to send json of contacts like this, and perfect. Now what else? Let's inspect, and no, we have to use this in auth routes first. Not auth routes, but contacts routes. So we did create the contacts route, right? Contacts routes, and in here, let's write contacts routes equals to router, and then contact routes dot post, and we'll have slash search, then we'll have verified token, then we'll have search contacts, and make sure that you add .js at the end of all the files. Let's decrease the size of this. And now we also need this routes inside of our index.js. So after this api.use API auth, I'm going to use api.use again. This time it's going to be API slash contacts, and this is going to be contacts routes. So we didn't export it, right? Okay, we need to export this. Export default contact routes, and let's use that contact routes here, and it should be in the JS file. Let's check our server. We don't have any error. Now let's head over to the constants.js and add that constant. So it's going to be export const for contacts. Just a minute. Yeah, it's going to be contacts routes equals to API slash contacts, and inside it we wrote contacts here, and inside of contact routes we have this search. So let's use export const search contacts routes equals to contact routes and slash search like this. And let's head over to the index.jsx of this DM, and now let's search for the contact. So inside of this, what should we do? Just a minute. Yeah, let's search for contacts first. So try and catch error, console log error. Inside the try block, if the search term dot length is greater than 0, then only call this. So const response equals to await API client dot post search contact routes, and we should pass the search term here, and search term is received here, and we also need to pass our cookie. So we use with credentials as true like this, and if the response dot status triple equals to 200, and we do have the contacts, so response dot data dot contacts, then let's set that contacts to our search contact. So set searched contacts as response dot data dot contacts. Let's search for contact, and I think we will be having some contacts here, so it's not showing the icon, so I guess it's because of that. Now let's do one thing. Let's do if search term dot length greater than 0, or else if it's less than 0 or 0, then we set searched contacts as empty, and whenever I search here something, so when I have the contacts, and if I remove this, then we'll be able to see this. So that issue is fixed. And now let's write the component to show the contact. So after this input div, I'm going to use the scroll area component, scroll area from components UI scroll area, this one, this import, and this is going to have a class name of height 250 pixels, and inside of this I'm going to have a div with class name as flex call gap of 5, and inside of this let's map the search contacts array. So search contacts dot map will get the contact from it, and we'll use this inside a div. Let's give a key to this as contact.id. So contact.id, or we'll have contact._id, and let's give this a class name of flex gap of 3, item center, cursor pointer, and inside of that on click we need to select that contact, so we'll do that afterwards. Let's have a div with the profile info, this thing. So let's head over to profile, or yeah, this component, the profile info component inside contacts container, and I'm going to copy this div from here, copy, and let's paste it inside of this. Let's import the avatar component, avatar image, and instead of user info here, we are going to replace this with contact. Let's search for a contact, and we also need to import this get color. And what else? We need to change the structure of this. So after avatar, okay, after this avatar and this div, I'm going to have another div, flex call, and inside of this I'm going to have the contact dot first name and last name. So we can grab this from here, the profile info component, paste it here. Instead of user info, this is going to be the contact. And after this, let's have this inside a span tag. And after this span tag, going to have another span tag with contact dot email. And let's give this a class name of text extra small. Now let's search for a contact. Let's search for K, and we have this contacts. So looks good. If the contact first name and last name is not set, then it shows the email, and we can just show the email here as well. So contact dot email. Perfect. If there is no first name and last name, then show the email. And now when we click over this, we need to uh, select this contact as the selected contact. So now let's add the on-click listener, and the on-click listener should be select new contacts. So const select new contact equals to contact. Let's use this select new contact on this on click. We'll call this select new contact with the current contact. And in here, what should we do? Now, all of this information from this contact should be stored in our Zustand store. So first we'll close the new contact model. So set contact model as false, and then we'll select the current chat type as the contact. So there can be two chat types. One is contact, second is the channel, and the third state is the undefined. If there is a current contact type is undefined, then we will show the empty screen, or else we'll show the chat screen. So for all of that, we need to set up our Zustand store as well, and we'll set search contacts as empty. Now let's set up our Zustand store. So inside the auth slice, remember this auth slice, we need to create new slice here, which is the chat slice, which will have all the states regarding the uh, chat. I'm going to export const create chat slice. We'll get the set and get function here. We will be needing the get function here, not just the set. And in here, function will have selected chat type, which is going to be undefined at the start, and then we'll have selected chat data, which is going to be undefined, and then we'll have the setter methods for this. So we'll have set selected chat type, which is going to be, just a minute, it's just going to be this selected chat type. We'll receive that as argument, and we'll set it selected chat type, and we'll set selected chat data, set selected chat data, copy this and set selected chat data. So what both of these will have is, initially these both are undefined, and this selected chat type would have the undefined state, or the contact, or the channel state. So if we select a contact from here, then this would be contact, and if we select a channel from the list, then this should be channel. And this selected chat data would have the actual data of the contact. So if I select this, then we need the ID of this user, the name, email, and the image and everything. So that would be stored inside selected chat data. And if that is channel, then the channel data would be stored here. Then one more thing that we'll have here is close chat. We'll also use that here, close chat, and it's going to be a function. And what we'll do is we'll have selected chat data here as undefined. Then we'll have selected chat type as undefined as well. And we are going to introduce a new state, which is going to be selected chat messages. So selected chat messages, which is going to be an empty array. And then we'll have a setter method for this as well. Just give me a minute. That would be set selected chat messages, and we'll get the messages. We'll just set selected chat messages, and then we'll also when we close the chat, we tell selected chat messages is an empty array. So this selected chat messages would have, when we click on this contact, we need to fetch the existing messages. So that would be inside of this array. And when we close the chat, we set the current chat type as undefined, current chat data as undefined, and we remove all the messages by setting it to an empty array. So let's use this in our new DM. We are going to import it from App Store, and before that, uh, let's import this chat slice in our index.js, the store. So we need to use this here, create a chat slice. Make sure that you import it and spread the arguments. Now we can use it inside index.js. Const is equals to use app store, and let's grab those state from create chat slice. We need this selected chat data and selected chat type. Let's use this selected chat type and selected chat data, and in here I'm going to set selected. Why am I not able to use it? Set selected. Okay, I don't want the selected, I want set, the setter function, not the actual value. Let's use it here. Set selected chat type as contact, and set selected chat data as the contact. We'll just pass in this contact, and that's done. Now I'm going to the chat component, this component, source pages chat, and inside of here, what we'll do is, just give me a minute, we'll import those states here. Selected chat type, we'll get it here, and in here we'll use that selected chat type. If it's undefined, then we need to show the empty chat container component, or else we'll show the chat container. And let's remove this, and let's increase the screen size. You can see we have the empty chat container here. And now let's select contact, and we have some issues here. We need to fix this UI. Let's search for a contact, and you can see that if the contact is selected, the screen is shown, and now on click of this button, we need to close this chat. So let's head over to the chat header component, and this is the chat header component, and we have this ri close fill here, and we need to close chat. So we'll import close chat function that we created in chat slice, use app store, imported, and use it here. On click, we close the chat. Let's close the chat, and yeah, it's working. And if we are on the larger screens, let's try to use it here. Let's click it. It's being closed. It's working perfectly. Now we need to have the user data here as well. We'll do that. Let's first head over to the model again. The new DM model, and in here for medium it is flex, and I guess there is something more margin. I guess I can remove this medium color from here. Okay, so we need to remove this. We don't need any background color, and let's remove this margin top of 5 from here. No, the margin is not decreasing at all. Have we given any? Okay, the height is given to this. Let's give this of 150 pixels. We need to fix this. What is the issue? Flex call, and let's give it a gap of 10. Let me fix this issue and I'll let you know. Okay, I've fixed that issue. What we have to do is we'll just collapse this, and I'm going to write set, not cert. We'll check for search contacts dot length. If it's greater than 0, then we need to show this scroll area component. That's it. It's fixed now. If I search for any contact, perfectly working. Search for a contact, remove it. Yeah, it's fixed. Let's check for large screens. And for large screens, we need to decrease the margin top, I guess. Margin top of 5. Let's decrease that. And yeah, it's at the top. So for let's write in here, if the screen is large, then we'll have, or let's write medium, then we'll have margin top of 0. Let's decrease the size. Yeah, looking good now. Perfect. So this thing is done. Now let's set up our sockets, and let's do the actual sending and receiving of the messages. So now before setting up the socket, we would like to get wrapped up this thing, the chat header, the contact information on the chat header. So let's head over to the chat header file. This is the chat header file, and inside of this, remember this that we leave this div empty. So let's get the current chat data, and not current chat data, selected chat data. And from this I'm going to have a div inside of this. So let's copy, I guess inside of this, let's copy this div and paste it inside of this div. Import the avatar and avatar image, import the host, and instead of contact image, we are going to have this as selected chat data, and selected chat data image, get the color, and selected chat data dot color, and let's not rename but replace this with selected chat data, and this icon is here. Now what else after this div? Just a minute. After the avatar, was there a condition? Okay, it's just for if the selected chat data is contact or if it's a channel. So for channel, we are not going to do it for now. Just a moment. After this, there's a div, and we end this div as well. And then we'll have another div. If the selected chat data triple equals to, not data, but contact, not type, sorry. So we'll have a selected chat type, and we'll check if selected chat type triple equals to contact. Then we need to show the name of the contact. So we'll just show selected chat data dot name. I guess there is no name. We just need to show the first name and last name. First name plus selected chat data dot last name, and we need to have some spaces. So let's have this in a string, wrap this in a bracket, have a space here, wrap this as well like this. Looking good. Now this is done, and I guess let's gap 3 item center, justify center, and let's give this a width of full. Still not working. Let's give it a background to check. Okay, this is the background for that. And item center, justify center, still not working. Let's give this a background of purple, I think. And this is the entire thing. Let's give this a width of full, and then justify between. And now that's perfect. Let's remove this color, and let's increase the size of the screen. Yeah, it's working. Let's close the chat, open up another one. Okay, it's undefined because we don't have the first name and last name. So we'll do the same thing here. If there is first name and last name, then only show the first name and last name, or else we will show the email. So let's get it from here. If there is first name, then show this, or we can show selected chat data dot email. Perfect. Now let's proceed further with the actual chat socket setup. Okay, so now let's get started with the socket setup. I'm going to shrink the screen, and let's head over to the index.js on the server side. And I'm going to install a package here, which is socket.io. And let me show you the socket.io that we are using. We are using this socket.io for our client and server communication using WebSockets. So you can refer the docs if you need more functionalities. We are going to use the packages for server and client from this socket.io, and for client it has a different package that we are going to use. So let's set up this npm install socket.io. Let's paste it in our server socket.io. Let me shrink the screen. Let's wait it to install. It's done. Let's start our server npm run dev, and inside of our root of the server, I'm going to create a new file inside of server, which is socket.js. And inside of that, I'm going to create a function const setup socket. Setup socket is equals to server. We'll get the server from the index.js. We are going to call that function from there, and then we'll set up our server. Now let's export default setup socket, and let's use that setup socket in our index.js file, and where we are going to use it after creating the server. We are going to call that function setup socket and pass in the server instance. Make sure there is a JS file at the import, And now let's head over to the socket.js, and in here what we are going to do is inside of this, first we are going to define the socket IO server. So const IO is equals to new socket IO server, and let's import it. It's not a socket IO server method, it's just server. So import from socket.io, and we need the server from socket.io, and we'll name is as socket IO server, and let's use it here. Socket IO server dot, not dot, it's just a function. We'll pass in the server instance, and we'll pass in the course request of origin as process dot env dot origin. Then we will pass methods as get and post, and we'll also pass in the credentials. Now after this, we are going to have a user socket map is equals to a new map type. So we are just going to set the user IDs and the socket instance from which will know to which user to send the message. Now let's have io.on connection will get the socket, and const user ID is equals to socket dot handshake dot query dot user ID. So whenever we are connecting with the socket, we will be sending our user ID from the front end. And now if there is a user ID, then we'll set that user ID in our map. So user socket map dot set and user ID, and then with that user ID we'll set the socket dot ID. And now whenever we want to set that message, we'll get this user socket map dot get user ID, and we'll return this socket ID, and we'll send the message to that ID. And in here we'll just console log that user connected $user ID, which user is connected with socket ID $socket dot ID, like this. Else we'll console log that user ID not provided during connection. And after this, we'll have a disconnect socket event. So whenever this socket dot on disconnect disconnect disconnect, then we'll just use the disconnect function. We have to create that. Let's create that at the top. Const disconnect equals to socket, like this, and let's use the disconnect, and let's pass in the socket instance here. And inside of disconnect, what we will be doing is we'll just console log that client disconnected, and then we'll have socket dot id, like this, and we'll just remove it from our socket entries, socket user socket map. So for const user ID and socket ID of user socket map dot entries, and if socket ID triple equals to socket dot ID, then we'll just have user socket map dot delete the user ID, and we'll break the loop. So we are just removing, whenever we disconnect from front end, we are just removing it from the our user socket map data structure. So we'll just, whenever we call this function, we'll get all the online users. So I think from backend, our connection is done. Let's use this on our client. So inside of client, I'm going to create a context folder inside our source. So inside source, new folder, context, and inside of context, I'm going to create a new file named as socket context.jsx. And inside of this, first I will write const socket context equals to create context null. Initially this is going to be null, and we need to import like this, import create from React. This is create context. Then we will also use the use context and use effect and use ref. Let's import it. And now we also need the socket.io, the client library. So let's search it. Socket.io client. Socket.io client. We are going to use this library. So let's install it. Inside the client, I'm going to run npm install socket.io hyphen client. Wait for it to install. Done. Let's start our server again. Let's close this terminal, and after this I'm going to export const use socket hook to return the use context socket context like this, so it's reusable. And now we'll have export const socket provider equals to children like this, and then we'll have socket is equals to use ref, and we'll also get the user info from use app store user info this. And now we'll have a use effect hook which will run as soon as we have our user info and in here we'll check if we have user info. Then we'll have socket.current equals to io, and then we'll have socket host, and socket host is, I guess, yeah, it's the host or the server URL. So I think we need to pass here host, so io, and make sure that io is imported from socket.io client. And inside of this we'll pass with credentials as true, and remember that we have to pass a query in this. Inside of this we use the socket.handshake.query.user id, so we have to send that from here. So we can send it like query, and inside of it whatever we want to send we can send it. So if you want to send the username and email or anything, you can also send it from here in the query. So that's pretty useful. And now I guess with that it should be connected. And now not that will not be connected, we have to run the connect method. So dot socket dot connect dot on we'll need to use this connect, and then we'll have console.log connected to server to socket server. So it's connected, it's just for console logging that it's connected. And we'll have a return function here so that whenever the component unmounts we get disconnected to with the server. So we'll have socket.current.disconnect like this, and in here we'll have return return like this, and we'll have socket context dot provider, and inside of that we'll have children, and in here we'll give the value as socket dot current. And now we are going to wrap this inside our main.jsx file. So let's head over to main.jsx, and inside of here let's use the socket provider here as well. Let's open up the console and head over to synchronous, and you can see that we are connected to the socket server. We have this message that user connected with socket ID, and if we open up our inspect here in the console, we also have this connected to socket server. So it's connected, and when we refresh the page, you can see that we have this client disconnected with this socket ID. So our disconnector is working perfectly as well. Let me refresh it again. You will have client disconnected and user connected. Perfect, it's working. So our socket setup from the front end and the back end is done. Now let's set up the things to send the messages. Now, before setting up the sockets for send and receive message, I would like to complete the message model to store the messages in the database. So let's complete that. Inside the server, inside the models folder, I'm going to create a new model which is messages model.js, and inside of here I'm going to have const message schema equals to new mongoose dot schema, and let's set up a schema. We'll have a sender with type mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. So this type would be the user id of the sender, so we have to pass the reference of the other schema which is users, and then we'll use this as required. The message should have a sender, then we'll have a recipient. So we will have recipient, not pent, pient, recipient. Type is going to be object id, ref is users, required is false. Message should have a sender, but it could not have a recipient, because if the message is being sent to the user itself, then it's because of that. Then we'll have message type, and yeah, this recipient is false for one more reason as well. For the channels, there is not a single recipient. We'll have it to the multiple members, and the channel should would also be created with a single user. So for that, it is false. So there should be a sender, but recipient can be empty. And the message type, the type of it is going to be string. Then it's going to be an enum type of text and file. I was going to add audio type just like the WhatsApp clone, but I think it would make the video lengthy, and I've already added to the WhatsApp clone the that feature. So I just created the group functionality and sending of files that was not in the WhatsApp clone. So this is something new in this project. And then we'll have content, so the type of the message. So this is going to be of type string, and required is going to be true or false on a function. So what we'll do is return this dot message type triple equals to text. Then if the message type is of text, then it is going to be true, or if it is of file, then it is going to be false. Now after this, we'll have a file URL, and this is going to be the same. I'm going to copy this, paste it, and change this to file. If the message type is of file, then this is going to be true. And after this, I'm going to have a timestamp. to store when the message was sent. The type of is going to be date, then default is going to be date.now, so we don't have to pass it every time, it's going to work automatically. Now const message equals to new, not new, mongoose.model, and mongoose.model, the name is going to be messages of the table, and this is going to message schema, and let's export default the message. That's pretty much it. And now let's do the stuff. Let's head over to socket.js, and inside of this I'm going to write one more function, which is socket.on, not function but an event, which is going to be socket.on. It's going to be send message, and we are going to create a function here, const send message equals to message, or we can just write it like this for now, and send message is going to uh, call the send message function, and inside of send message this is going to be an async function, async, and we'll get the message in here, and we'll get the recipient socket ID and the sender socket ID. So const sender socket ID is equals to user socket map dot get message dot sender, and then we'll get the recipient socket ID. So recipient socket ID is equals to user socket map dot get message dot recipient. So we are getting the sender's socket ID and the receiver's socket ID from the message. This is going to be sent from our front end. So we get it, and if the sender is going to be online because they send the message, and if we'll check if the recipient is online, then we'll emit the event to the recipient, and if they are not, will not emit the event. But if they are online or offline, we are still going to store the message in our database, so the message doesn't get lost. So before sending it, what we'll do is we'll create the message. So created message equals to await messages, make sure that is imported from message model. So message dot create, and we'll just pass in the message, and make sure that this is okay. I have a typo here, it's not message mode, it's message model.js. So message model, and let's add the .js here as well, and that is done. Our message should be created now, and after that, to send the message details to the user, we need to populate the sender and recipient. So for that, I'm going to have const message data is equals to await message dot find by id, and we'll have created message dot underscore id, and we'll the populate the sender, and from the sender we need to populate the id, then the first name. Just a moment, we need the id, not the first name. First we need the email, then we need first name, then we need the last name, the image, and the color. And I'm going to copy this, paste it again, and this time it is going to be recipient. So for the sender and recipient, we have used the refs, and we need to populate this id, email, first name, last name, image, and color, and send it to the message data so that we have the correct information on our screens. Now we'll check if recipient socket.id, if the message receiver is online, Then we need to emit the event that io.to. So we need to emit to this user, and we need to emit this event receive message, and we'll send the message data or just the payload, and we will also send this message to the sender so that it gets added to his screen as well. So if there is sender socket ID, then we will just copy this and change this to sender socket ID, and that is it. This is the event for receiving sending the message on the server side. Now let's copy this, and we need to head over to the socket context. So we need to head over to this socket context, and inside of this we will have the receive message. So const, not const, socket. Let's define the event first. So handle receive message, not the event but function. Now let's use this. So socket dot current dot on, on receiving this event we need to run this function. So handle receive message, simple as that. And what should we have inside our handle receive message? So we'll have message here, and not here. Here we'll have the message, and inside of this we'll get the current chat type, selected chat data and selected chat type. So const is equals to use app store. We'll get the selected chat data and selected chat type, and what we will do is uh, if selected chat type triple equals to undefined, not triple equals to, but not equals to undefined. So what we are going to do here is we are checking, we are going to add the messages in, add the message which has been received to the messages array. But before adding it to the messages array, we need to check if the message uh, is sent by the user which is currently open. For example, uh, we have this user open, and uh, the other user, not this one. For example, uh, for example, just we have a user as in Harvey. So Harvey sent a message, but we have this Kishan 234 shade chat open. So we don't need to add that message to the messages array, because the chat for uh, Harvey is not open. So we have to check it. So if the selected chat type not equals to undefined, and the selected chat data dot id, we are going to compare its id triple equals to message dot sender dot id, sender dot underscore id, or current chat, not current, selected chat data dot id triple equals to message dot recipient dot underscore id. So if this is the case, and this should be in a bracket like this, and inside of this we'll have an if condition to add the message, and we'll have the add message from use app store. What is the error here? Okay, we can just have use app store dot get state. Okay, so now what condition we wrote here is selected chat data dot underscore id triple equals to message dot sender dot id. So we need to check if the uh, opened user id is the current user id, this ID is the, same as the sender ID or the recipient ID. So we are sending the messages for the sender and recipient from the same socket. So for that reason, we are comparing it here. And we need to add message here and the message. So let's import the add message from here, and we need to define this add message in our chat slice. So we have this set selected chat messages, and we need to make changes in that only. Just a minute. Yeah. So at the end, we are going to have this add message, and we'll get the message, and we'll get the selected chat messages. So selected chat messages equals to get dot selected chat messages, and then we'll get the selected chat type. So selected chat type equals to get dot selected chat type, and now we'll set the messages. So set selected chat messages as an array. We'll pass the old messages, selected chat messages, spread it, and we'll have the new message here, message, and then we'll have recipient. And if the selected chat type triple equals to channel, then we are just going to have message dot recipient, or if it is contact, then we'll have message dot recipient dot underscore id. So we are, for the channels, we are just going to send the recipient, not all the details of the user. So that is for that. No, we are going to send the entire user, and we need to store the entire user because we also need to show the name in the channel UI, which user has sent the message, and the image and everything, the profile image and everything. So we are storing the entire user, and for the contact, we are just storing the ID of which contact it has sent, because for the personal DM messages, we are not going to show the which user has sent the messages, because we already know which for from which user we are chatting with. So with this, with the ID of that user, we can know from which user the message has been received or sent. So for that reason we are doing that, and for the sender we'll do the same. After this we'll have sender. Let's do the same, and instead of recipient we'll have sender here. That's it. And now let's use that add message. I think that's been used. Let's head over to socket context. Add messages has been used, and that is done. So now let's try to send a message. Just a minute. So I'm going to open up my other Chrome instance, and I'm going to sign up with a new user. Let's name as harvey@gmail.com. Password, sign up. Let's name this user as Harvey Specter. Let's give them a green color. Save changes, and let's search for. Oh, we have an error here when we search for the users. What do we have here? Console. Host is not defined in new DM. Okay, now a host is not defined in new DM. So let's head over to new DM file. Let me increase it, and we use the host here. And yeah, it's correct, we didn't imported the host. That's done. Now we won't have any error. Let's try it, refresh it, close this, and let's search for Kishan. We need to select this user. We also need to give rounded full here for the image. So let's do that. That's still remaining. Inside of here, if we have in the new DM, in the avatar image, we need to give it a rounded full like this. And now we have the rounded. Let's select this contact, and on the other screen, I'm going to open up that contact as well. So let's select Harvey, Spectre, and let's send a message. Hi, sent. Okay, we haven't defined the sending message of the socket event. We still have to do that. I just forgot it. Let's head over to message bar component, and then here on the click of this button we are having this handle send message, but I didn't wrote that, so let's complete that. My bad. So inside of handle send message, what I will be doing is first we'll get the selected chat type. So we need to get it from use app store. So let's grab it. So const is equals to use app store. We'll get selected chat type and selected chat data. And inside of this if condition, I'm going to check if the selected chat type triple equals to contact, then we need to emit an event, so socket.emit, and we need to use the socket from use socket. So const socket is equals to use socket. Make sure that it is imported from socket context, and then we'll emit socket.emit the send message event, send message, and we'll pass in the message payload. The sender is going to be the user info, so we also need to grab the user info. We just got the user info, so sender is going to be the user info dot id. Then we'll have content, which is going to be the message. Then we'll have a recipient, which is going to be selected chat data and id. Then we'll have message type, which is going to be text. Then we'll have file URL, which is going to be undefined because this is not a file. That's it. And now that should work. Let's try it. Let's refresh this page as well, and let me uh, just both shrink this. Let's open this on the left. Just a minute. Okay, it's open in a different window. Okay, now it's both in the same window. Now on left, on right, this is Harvey, this is Kishan. Let's select for Kishan here. Let's select for Harvey here. And let's see if the messages are actually working. Hi. Oh, one more thing, we didn't had the messages listed here. So what should we do? Let's just have it inside our use socket and just console the message. So socket context, and let's console log here, message received and message, just a console to check if things are working. Inspect. I'll have the inspect at the bottom. decrease the size of it. I go to console, both of the console. Hi Harvey, send the message, and we have received the message on both end that hi Harvey. So it is done, and I guess it is also being stored in the DB. So let me show you my MongoDB. Just a moment. MongoDB, synchronous chat app, refresh. We have messages, and now we have this message, hi Harvey. So it's working perfectly. Now what I want to do is we need to have the messages here. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's head over to our code and let's head over to message container. This file chat container components message container, and inside of this we had this empty, right? So we'll have const render messages equals to Zustand function, and we'll return our component from here. So inside of this I'm going to have render messages, and let's get the data that we need. So I'm going to head over to this message bar, and I'm going to copy this stuff from here, use app store, because that is going to be the same. Import use app store, and what next is we also get use ref. So const scroll ref is equals to use ref, and we set up the ref first. So what this ref will do is whenever there is a new message, we'll just scroll to the end of the screen. So this div ref message end ref, or we just have scroll ref here, and we also need the messages selected chat messages. So from here we'll also import selected chat messages, and we'll have a use effect that whenever selected chat messages changes, we need to scroll to the end of the page using the ref. So for that we'll write if scroll ref is there, scroll ref dot current, then we'll have scroll ref dot current dot scroll into view with behavior as smooth, like this. And now inside of render messages, what should we do? Let's grab the date. So let last date equals to null, and we'll return selected chat messages dot map. We'll get the message and the index, or let's skip the index, we'll just pass in the message ID. So messages dot map, and first we'll have the message date equals to moment. Now moment is a library for managing date. I'm going to install it. So npm install moment on frontend. Done. Npm run dev, import moment from moment, and moment will pass message dot timestamp dot format, and we need in this format year, month, date, like this, and this should be like this, and const show date equals to message date not equals to last date, and then we'll have last date equals to message date. So this is just for the showing of the dates. We are just going to show the date only once. So if of 10 messages are sent on date 25th, then we only need to show the 25th date once. Then we need to render the messages. Then when the date changes, we need to show the date again. So this logic is for that. Now we'll return this div. The key for this div is going to be message dot underscore id, and inside of this, first we'll check if show date is true. Then we need to show the div with class name text center, text gray 500, and margin y of 2. And inside of this div, I'm going to have moment message dot timestamp dot format with large. That's it. And after this div will have end this, and we'll check if the selected chat type triple equals to contact. Then we need to render DM messages. So for that, I'm going to have another function const render DM messages, and we'll get the message render DM message, and we'll pass on the message in here. Now what should we do next is, from here I can just return the div like this, and inside of this div I'm going to give it a class name, or and here instead of this message id we are just going to pass in the index, because this is an array, would be an array for the channel stuff. Class name here is going to be dynamic, so if the message dot sender not equals to selected chat data dot underscore id, then we'll have as hash background hash 8417FF, divide that by 5, so opacity. Then we'll have text again, and that color is, so let's copy that color, paste it here. Let's have the hash, and by 90. Then we'll have border with the same color, and opacity would be 50. And now for the other condition, let's copy this stuff, paste it, and we just have to change the color codes. This is going to be 2A 2B 33 and divided by 5, and text is going to be white, not this color. Text white divided by 80, so text opacity would be 80, and the border is going to be white with text opacity as no, the opacity as 20. Then after this we'll give it a class of border inline block, padding of 4, rounded, just rounded class, then margin y of 1, and max width of 50%. And then we need to break words, and inside of this goes our message content, message dot content. That's it. And we also need to have one more thing. Yeah, we need to wrap this in another div. So I'm going to have a div around this here. Give this div a class name, if the message dot sender triple equals to selected chat data dot underscore id, then we need to align to right, text right, or we need to align text to left like this. I'll explain you the code, just give me a minute, and we are going to wrap this inside message dot message type triple equals to text, then only we need to show this. Okay, I made a mistake here. This is left and this is right. So what this will do is, if the message is sent by the current selected chat ID, then the message should be on left, and if the message is sent by us, then the message should be on right. So this is for that, and this is for the colors of the messages. So that is done, and after this we're going to have a div with a class name of text access and text gray of 600, and inside of this I'm going to have moment message dot, okay, I need to wrap this in a bracket like this, and message dot timestamp dot format, going to use lt. That's it. And now let's try to send some messages from the users, and let's check. Kishan, are we? Hello Kishan. And yeah, we have the messages in real time. So let's try it again. This message is from Harvey. Send the message, and yeah, it's working. And for responsive screens, it is working as well. You can see that. Perfect. Now, whenever we refresh the screen, not refresh, but select the contact, we need to fetch those messages. So we haven't written that. So if we just close this chat, refresh the page and select Kishan again, you can see that the chats are not being fetched from the server. So we need to fetch the chats from the server. So the code for that is still remaining. So let's create an API for that and fetch the code. So now to get all the messages, let's head over to the messages model, and we are going to create a new controller here, which is going to be messages controller.js. And inside of that, let's copy this search contacts, paste it here, and let's just remove this sanitize search term. We won't be needing it. Not this. We need this stuff, and perfect. Now from here we'll change this to get messages, and from body we'll be needing the we'll need the user 2. So instead of this, const user1 is going to be request.user id. It can be fetched from the cookie, and the user2 is going to be sent in request.body.id. And now in here we'll check if we don't have user1 or user2. If we don't have user1 or user2, we'll send that user1 and user2 is required, or both user IDs are required. And now instead of this, we'll write const messages equals to await message model, import it from message model, add the .js file here, await message, and we need to find the messages between these two users. So we'll use the OR operator and not operator, the query, and we'll pass in two conditions here where the sender of the message is user1, and the recipient is user2, and the other condition is where the sender is user2 and the recipient is user1. So we need the both of messages from them, and we are going to sort this messages according to timestamp 1. So we are going to sort it according to the timestamp, and we are going to return the messages. So return messages. That's it. Our control is done. Now we need to define the routes. So inside of routes, I'm going to create a new file which is messages routes.js, and inside of this, first let's create const messages routes equals to router, and then messages routes dot post get messages. Then we need to verify the token and we'll get the messages. Make sure that you add .js to both of these, and then we are going to export default messages routes, and let's import this messages routes in index.js. After this, I'm going to use app.use /API messages, and message routes.js is added. Perfect. Now let's head over to constants.js, and what route did we name here? It was get hyphen messages. So let's head over to constants and export const messages routes equals to API/messages, and export const get all messages route equals to message routes and /get messages. That's it. And now inside our message container, we'll write a use effect hook, and what we should do here is, just give me a minute. Okay, we'll run this hook whenever the selected chat data, selected chat type, and yeah, that changes. And we also need this set selected chat messages. We need that. So we'll also pass it here. Copy, paste, because we'll be needing that here. Now, what should we do here is, if selected chat data dot underscore ID is there, if a contact is actually selected, and if selected chat type triple equals to contact, then we need to get the messages. So const get messages equals to async arrow function, and we will call it here get messages, and if uh, it is channel, then we'll get channel messages. We'll not write it for now, we'll do that when we are writing the stuff for channel. Try catch error console log error. Let's get the response. Const response equals to await axios dot post, not axios, but we're going to use API client dot post, and we did write post in the message routes, right? Yeah. And inside of this, what should we do is, we'll have get all messages route, and we'll pass in the ID as selected chat data dot underscore ID, and we'll also pass with credentials true like this. And if this has response dot data dot messages, then we'll set selected chat messages as response dot data dot messages. That's it. And now let's head over to the screen. Let's select Harvey from here, and we have an error in our messages API. What is it? Request is not defined. So let's head over to message controller, and yeah, it's request, not rec. Let's select Harvey again, and yeah, we are able to fetch the messages. If I go here and select Kishan, yeah, we are able to fetch the messages. Everything is perfect, the date is perfect, the time is perfect. Done. Now we need to have the fetch the contacts here, and when we send the message we need to update the contact list here as well. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's head over to the contacts controller, and in here let's copy this, paste it, change this search contacts to get contacts for DM list, and let's remove all of this, and we need the user ID. So we'll get the user ID from request. So let user ID equals to request, and if there is no user ID, user ID is always going to be there because we are going to verify the token. If we don't have the token inside of it, then it will send the error. So we don't have to write it here, and we'll have user ID equals to new mongoose dot types dot object ID, and we'll pass in the user ID, and now we'll get the contact. So contacts equals to await message model. We need to write message model.js message dot aggregate. We are not going to find a single contact, so we are going to use aggregate, and it's like a pipeline of queries that we want to run. So the first query is going to be the match. We want to match with or condition the sender and recipient when the user ID. So sender should be user ID, or recipient should be user ID. Then after this we get this data, and this query is ended. Now the second query is we need to sort that data according to the timestamp. So timestamp -1, and then what should we do? After this we'll have a group query that ID and the condition, not count, condition like this, and we'll check if equals to sender. We'll have if like this, sender, $sender, not sender. Then we'll have user ID, and after this then $recipient, or else $sender. This query is ended, and again we'll have last message time. So after this we'll have last message time. We'll have $first, timestamp, and what else? Okay, so after this grouping we are going to have a lookup query. Lookup from users, local field is going to be -id underscore id, foreign field is going to be underscore id as well, and we'll have as contact info. So what we are doing here is we are matching the sender or recipient of the message with the user ID. Then we are sending sorting it according to timestamp. Then we are grouping it if with condition. So ID is going to be if the sender is this user ID, then we need recipient, or if the recipient is this user ID, then the sender. It's like that. Then we have lookup, so it's just for getting the contact info from the messages. And after this query we'll have unwind the contact info, and after this we'll have $project to get the actual details. Underscore id is 1, last message time is 1, email is going to be $contact info dot email. Let's copy this, paste it. Then we'll have this as first name. This is going to be last name. Copy this, paste it again, and this is going to be image, and this is going to be color, and I guess that is it. And after this, one more query, which is to sort it again with the last message time as -1, and we are good to go. Now we can send the contacts. Now I have to add this to the route. The query was pretty large. Let's check if it is working. So inside of contact routes, I'm going to use that contacts contact routes dot get, and this is going to be get contacts for DM, and we are going to have verify token and get contacts for DM list. Let's copy this, head over to constants.js. Inside of this contacts, we're going to have export const get DM contacts routes equals to $contact routes and contact get contacts for DM. And now let's head over to uh, contacts container, I guess. Yeah, this contacts container, and inside of it we have to get the contacts. So let's use a use effect, and inside of use effect we'll pass nothing for now, and we'll write a function get contacts is equals to async arrow function, and let's call this get contacts, and const response equals to await API client dot post. Oh, it was get, and this is going to be get DM contacts routes. We'll pass it with credentials true, and if response dot data dot contacts are there, let's console response, not in an object, response dot data dot contacts, and let's head over to the UI, refresh it, and we have 500 code. That's an error in server. So request is not defined in contacts controller. I did use request anywhere. Okay, this is request. Let's refresh it. There's a still 500 error. Dollar timestamp is not defined on line number 61. Line number 61, dollar timestamp. Just let me look at the code. Okay, it's not dollar timestamp, it's dollar timestamp with in a string. Refresh it and we have the user Kishan. So it has chat with Kishan. So it's working now. We need to display it here. So let's do that as well. So we need to create a component named as contact list for that, which would be a reusable component. So this should be inside components, and I'm going to create a new file which is going to be contact list.jsx. Let's use RFC here, contact list, and in here we'll get contacts, and is channel is going to be false by default. If we get it, then we'll just store it. Okay, so now before moving forward with this component, now inside of this we are getting the data, but we are not storing it in our Zustand store. So let's do that. Let's head over to the chat slice, and in here I'm going to create a direct messages contacts as an empty array, and let's set it with the setter function. Set direct messages contacts, we'll get the direct messages contact, and set direct messages contacts like this. That's it. And now we'll use this set direct messages contacts in our contacts container. So before this use effect, we are going to get it const equals to use app store, get the set direct messages contacts, and we'll also get the direct messages contacts, direct messages contact, and set direct messages contacts. Now let's set this, just remove this console log and replace it with set direct messages contacts. And in here, after this, where should we use the contacts contact list component? So after this div, going to have another div with a class name. So let's use a div, remove, not remove, but write max height of 38 viewport height, and overflow y auto, and then we'll have scroll bar hidden class name, and inside of this goes our contact list component with the contacts as our direct messages contacts. Now let's head over to the contact list component and remove this react, and inside of this what should we do is let's grab the selected chat data and everything. So selected chat data, then we need set selected chat data, then we need set selected set selected chat type, and selected chat type equals to use app store. And now we'll also have a const handle click function. Whenever you click on the contact, it should be selected. So that's why we imported the set selected chat type and everything. So const handle click equals to contact And in here, if it is a channel, if its channel is true, then set selected chat type as channel, or else set selected chat type as contact, then set selected chat data as contact, and if selected chat data is there and selected chat data dot underscore id not equals to contact dot underscore id, then we'll set selected chat messages as empty. So set selected chat messages as empty. So this is just for clearing the old messages. If the selected chat data is there and if selected chat data dot id, uh, so what this will do is whenever a contact is selected and we select another contact, then we need to clear those previous messages. So we are doing that here. And now we'll have data inside of this. So class name margin top of 5. Then we'll have contacts dot map. So we'll have contacts dot map. We'll get the contact. We will have inside of this a div. Let's give this div a key of contact dot underscore id, and let's have the contact dot underscore id here as well, and let's check in the front end and we have the ids here. Perfect. So that's working. Now let's give it a class name. Class name, what should we give it? The class names are going to be dynamic, and first we'll give it a padding left of 10, padding y of 2, transition all. Then we'll give it a duration 300, cursor pointer, and if the selected chat data triple equals to, not triple equals to, if there is selected chat data and selected chat data dot underscore id triple equals to contact dot underscore id, then this contact is selected and we need to show a different UI for this. And if it is not, then we need to show different UI for this as well. So in this, I'm going to write bg hash 8417ff, and when we hover over this, we'll write bg hash 8417ff, and apart from that, if we hover over this, we'll have bg as hash f1 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 11. That's it. And on click of this, on click, we need to use the handle click with the contact. And now inside of this, I'm going to have a div with a flex gap of 5, item center, justify start, text neutral 300, and inside of this, if this is not a channel, then we'll have the avatar and everything. So let's use avatar from UI avatar, and let's give this avatar a class name of height 10, width of 10, and inside of this, if contact dot image, or else I will just copy this uh, from the chat header. We already wrote it there, so let's copy this avatar from chat header, paste it here. Let's import avatar image. Let's import host, and I will just going to verify this, and this is going to be height 10, width 10, then rounded full, overflow hidden. Instead of selected chat data, we are going to have contact.image, and host is going to be select contact.image. Then this is going to be rounded full, but it's at the top, so no worries for that. This is going to be height 10, width 10. Everything else remains the same, I guess. And instead of this, we'll have contact.color. Replace this with contact.color as well. Let's head over to the UI. We have error. Okay, selected chat ID. We are not having selected chat ID now. Let's refresh it. Did we save this file? Yeah, we did save it. So yeah, we have selected chat data and that here. So we made a mistake. This is and, not a single and. Refresh this as well. And here we have an error. Let's get color is not defined. We need to import this get color. Working now. Refresh it and we don't have any error. And when we click over this, the contact should be selected. Okay, this is set selected chat type. And now let's refresh it. Let's select this, and yeah, it's being selected and we are fetching the messages as well. That is working perfect. Now we also need the name. So after this avatar, we'll do one thing. If it is a channel, then we need to show a div, and inside of that div we'll show a hashtag, and let's give a class name to this div, background of hash ff22. Then we'll give it a, this should be inside of this. Then we'll give it a height of 10, width of 10, flex, item center, justify center, rounded full, and hash is there, perfect. Now again this, after this, if is a channel, if it's a channel, then we need to span. Inside the span, we are going to have contact.name, or else we are going to have a span with contact dot first name, and then we'll have contact dot last name, like this. And yeah, we are having the contact names here as well, but we need to fix one thing. Whenever the contact is selected, I don't want any other color here. So to fix that, inside of this, what should we do is, we already have this dynamic, and let's have it if selected chat data is there, and selected chat data dot underscore id triple equals to the selected contact dot underscore id. Then we'll have a different background, or else we'll just use the get color. So let's use that, and we're going to remove this, and Let me just cut it. Perfect. And now inside of this, I'm going to have background as ff 22. Give it a border and border white divided by 50. Save it. Let's head over to the UI and looking perfect now. Let's give it a border of 2. Let's give it a border, and I think this should be decreased to 70. Yeah, looking good now. Perfect. So our contact list is also completed. I refresh it. It's fetching the contact, so it is done. Now what else should we do is we have to send and receive the file. So the code for that, let's start working on that feature. Okay, so now let's get started with our uh, handling of files. So first I will head over to message routes.js, and inside of this I'm going to use Multer package here to get the files. So const upload equals to Multer, and we need to import Multer. So Multer like this, and destination is going to be uploads slash files like this. Then now we also need to add the static file route on the index.js to serve the files. So inside of index.js, remember this app.use. You're just going to use app.use, paste in that path. It's going to be upload slash files, and then we'll use express.static and serve this directory contents uploads files. That's it. Now let's head over to the message controller file, message controller.js, and I'm going to have function. Let's copy this, change this to upload file like this. Let's remove this, have it, and let's head over to our message routes, and inside the message routes, let's add a route for the file. So message routes dot post, and it's going to be upload file. Then we'll verify the token and we'll upload a single file. So upload dot single file, the name of the file is file. Then we'll use the upload file controller, and now our route is set. Now let's head over to index.js, and while we are doing this, let's copy this route and head over to constants.js file, and in the messages I'm going to add this export const upload file route equals to messages route slash upload file. That's it. And now let's head over to the messages controller, and now inside of this we'll get the file first. So what we'll do is, if we don't have request dot request dot file, then we are going to return response dot status as 400 and dot send that file is required. And now uh, we'll get the date. So date is equals to date dot now, and then we'll name our file directory, which is going to be up uploads slash files, and then it is going to be the current date and time, and we'll have let file name. This is the directory, and the file name is going to be file directory. Now after this file directory, I'm going to have a slash, and then we'll have request dot file dot regional name like this, and then we'll make the directory for the file directory. We are going to make this directory first. So mkdir, not mkdir, we're going to have mkdir sync. So import from fs package. Fs is a system package. So we'll use make directory sync, and we are going to use make directory sync, and we'll have file directory, and we'll have recursive. So it will create the uploads folder, the files folder, and the date folder if there is no folder like that. So we'll have recursive as true. Then we'll have rename sync to rename the uploaded file. So request dot file dot path, and rename that with the file name. That's it. And then we'll return response.status 200, and JSON is going to be the file path, and it's going to be the file name. So our controller is done, and now we need to upload the file from our message bar. So let's head over to the message bar component, and just a moment. Now in here we do have the this attachment. So first we need to have a ref for that. So let's create a ref for file input. So const file input ref equals to use ref, and then what next, just let me check. And now we'll also have a click event. So handle attachment click equals to, if there is file input ref, then file input ref dot current, then we'll have file input ref dot current dot click, and let's use this handle attachment click on this on click button of attachment. Let's pass it here, handle attachment click, and after this button we'll have an input of type file. Class name is going to be hidden, it's going to be hidden, and the ref is going to be the file input ref, and on change property is going to be handle attachment change. So let's copy this and create the function const handle attachment change equals to an async arrow function, because we'll be calling the API from here. So this is done, and now let's wrap this in a try catch block, error, console log error, and in the try block let's grab the file from event. So we also need the event here. So event dot target dot files of 0, and let's console the file, and let's head over to our front end, and let's select a chat. Let's open the console and select the file. Let's select this file, and we are getting the file here. Perfect. So now let's try to upload it to the server. Now inside of this, if we have file, then we'll have const form data is equals to new form data, and we'll have form data dot append the file and send the file, and we will have const response equals to await API client dot post, and file upload. What was the route inside the constants? Okay, it's upload file route. It's upload file route, and with this we'll send the form data, and we will also send with credentials as true, And after this, what else? Inside the if condition, now after the file is uploaded and we get the response status triple equals to 200 and we get the response dot data, then we will have our file URL. So what we will do is we'll emit an socket event. So socket dot emit, and I'm going to copy this send message from here. Just going to replace it with here send message. We'll have sender as user info dot id. Content is going to be undefined, and recipient is going to be selected chat data dot id. And what else? Message type is going to be file, and the file URL is going to be response dot data dot file path, and that is it. We have one more if condition here. So we will check the selected chat type. If it's contact, then only we want to do this. And for channels, we'll have a different thing. I guess with this it would work. And one more thing we have to do is the UI of the message of the file, but we'll do that afterwards. What I'm going to do now is try to upload the file and check if it is being stored in our server here inside the uploads files. So let's try to do that. Let's upload a file. Let's upload this image. Open. And network, I don't think there's an error. The file was not uploaded. Why was that? Console, no error here. Let's refresh this and let's try to upload the file again. Okay, it's being uploaded. I just had to do a refresh and you can see that we are getting the ID of the message, the sender, recipient, timestamp, a file URL as well. So if I head over to the server, you can see there is file now. And if I show you my MongoDB database and let's refresh this, the last one is file and we have the file URL as well. Perfect. So file uploading is working. Now we need to display the file. So for that, we already have this date here. So it's changed. Now I am going to head over to my message container, and inside of this, I just have to add a if condition. Just a minute. Okay, inside of this render message, we had this render dm message, and inside of render dm message, we have this message type as text. And if it is not text, then it is going to be of file. So we'll have another condition here. If message type triple equals to file, then show the file. And one more thing I want to do is for the images, I want to show a different URL, different component. So for that, I have this function which will check if the file type is image. So we have this function check if image, and it's an regex to match all the file types for images. It's JPG, JPG, and all the common file formats, image formats that is used. And if it is true, if it's an image, then it will return true, and we will show a different component. So now let's get started with that. So inside of render DM message, after this, I'm going to check if the message dot message type triple equals to a file. Then we need to render this div. I guess this div is going to be the same. So I can copy this from here and paste it. And let's end this div. And inside of this div, first we'll check if it's an image. Check if image message dot file URL. If it's an image, then we'll show the div for image, or else we will show other div. So let's give this div a class name of cursor pointer, and inside of this I will have an image. Image source is going to be $host. Make sure that you import host slash the image file path. So message dot file URL. Then what else? Let's give it an height and width. So height is going to be 300 and width is going to be 300 as well. Now let's head over to the UI and we are able to render the image here. So that's done. Looking good. Now after this, if it's an file type, like let's upload this zip file, then we have a UI like this. We need to fix this. For that, let's have this div with a class name of flex item center justify center gap of 5, and inside of this I'm going to have a span which is going to be class name text white of 80, text 3xl, text 3xl. Then we will have background black by 20, rounded full, not right full, rounded full. Then we will have padding of 3, and inside of this I'm going to have an md folder zip icon. We need to import this icon, so import from react icons md, and let's paste that icon over here, save it, and let's go where it's used, md folder zip. And after this we'll have span, and we will have the file name here. To get the file name, we are going to just have it splitted by slash, and we'll get the last value of the array. So what we'll do is message dot file URL. If you see in the database, you see that this is the URL and it is divided by slashes, and the last one is the actual file name. Do you see that? So we'll split this string using slash, and then we'll have array values, and the last value of the array is the actual file name. So we'll get that. So file URL dot split with slash, and we'll get the last value by pop. Done. And we'll have one more span which will have the download functionality. So first let's head over to the UI. Let's check we have this. Now we need a download button here to download the files. So we're going to have a span here, class name, and inside of this I'm going to have IOMD arrow, IOMD arrow round down. Let's copy this, and I think the spelling is not correct, so let's check it. From react icons IO5, and we need IOMD arrow round down, not this. Okay, let me paste it. It's IOMD arrow round down, and let's use that icon over here. And what else? Let's give this a class names like background black by 20, padding of 3, text 2XL, rounded full, over, background black by 50, cursor pointer, transition all, duration 300, and that's it. And now we'll have an on click handler here. On click of this, we need to download the file. So we'll have download file function and we'll pass in the message dot file URL. Let's create this function, const download file equals to file. That's it. And now let's head over to the UI. Guess there's an error. Console requested module does not provide a named this. So the icon is from other package, I think. Okay, it's not from IO5, this icon. It's from IO. Now let's check it. Yeah, we have the download option. And when we hover over this, we have this hover event. And now let's try to download it. So inside of download file, what should we do? Just a minute. Okay, so this download file is going to be an async function. So async function, and inside of it, first we'll get the file by Axios. So response equals to await API client dot get the file. We'll have host and then the file URL. So file, or we can just name this as URL like this. We get the file and we also need to pass response type as blob, and after this we'll have const URL blob equals to window dot URL dot create object URL, and we'll pass new blob and we'll pass response dot data. Then we'll have const link equals to document dot create element and a tag. Then we'll have link dot href equals to the URL blob, and we'll have link dot set attribute download, and we'll have URL dot split slash dot pop to set the file name, and then we'll have document dot body dot append child link. I'll explain you the code what I'm doing. Just a minute, let me write it. Link dot click, then we'll have link dot remove. Now window dot URL dot revoke object URL blob, and that's it. So now what we are doing is we are fetching the file by using our Axios. Then we are creating an object URL for that, and we are creating a temporary link object, and link, not link object but an link tag, and then we are setting its hyperreference as the URL of this blob, and we are setting its download attribute as download, and this is the file name, and we are appending it to the body, and we are programmatically clicking that link, and after clicking that link we are going to remove that link as our file would be downloaded, and we are removing this create object URL from the window context. So we are just cleaning up this. So now our file would be able to download. Now let's click on this download button and download, and yeah, it's being downloaded, so it's done. Now let me try to upload some other file and let's check for that. It's an account statement of mine. Let's try to download it. The UI is not perfect, we need to fix that. Okay, done. It's working. So download is done. Now, on click of this image, I want to open up an image here so that it's enlarged and we can download the image and close that enlarged image. So for that, we are going to have to maintain some states. So for that, what should we do is let's head out the code, and at the top, I'm going to create a state, use state snippet, and this is going to be show image, which is going to be false. Let's import use state and one more state which is going to store the image URL. So we use state snippet and we'll have image URL, which is going to be null. Now what I'm going to do is when we click on that image, we'll change the states of this. Just a minute. Okay, so we had this check if message, check if image, and with this div we'll have the on click event. So on this div I'm going to have the on click event. When we click over this, we'll set show image to true and set image URL as the message dot file URL. That's it. And now in our div, what should we do? Okay, so this div here, after rendering of messages and this ref, will check if show image is true. Then we'll have a div with a class name of fixed. Then we'll give it a z of 1000 so that it's on top of the stack. Then top of 0, left of 0, height of 100 viewport height, width of 100 viewport height. Give it a flex. Then item center, justify center, and backdrop blur of large, and let's give it a flex of call. Save it, and inside of this div I'm going to have another div, and then I'm going to have a image tag which will just show the image. So image source is going to be $host slash $image URL, and then let's give this a class name. Class name is going to be height of 80 viewport height, and width is going to be full and bg cover. Now after this image and this div, I'm going to have another div with flex, gap of 5, fixed, top of 0, and margin top of 5. This is for the icons for download and close. So inside of this we'll be having button. So I guess we can copy this button UI from this. It's going to be similar. So let's have a button and let's give it a class name. Let's remove this and we can paste that class name here. And inside of this button, I'm going to have IO MD arrow round down, and this will have on click as download file function, and will pass in the image URL. Code is already written, and we'll copy this button, paste it, and this time the on click is going to be set show image as false and set image URL as null. And what else? Okay, inside of this we are going to have IO close sharp uh, React icon. It should be from IO5 package and it can be auto imported. So now let's try it. Now when we click on this image, okay, so the image is the top and we don't have the buttons. Let's refresh the page. Let's click on image and still we don't have the buttons. The width is full but it's not there. So let's give it a width. Okay, it's not VH, it's VW here. And now this is fixed but the icons are not here. So let's remove this class names. Is it because of that? No, it's not. And this is top of 0. So the class name was not correct. Yeah, we have the icons and now when we click on close, it's closing. And when we click on download, the image is being downloaded. So perfect. So this is working. So this is also done. Now we need to have an UI for uploading of file and downloading of file. So if the file is being uploaded, we need to pause anything and show that the file is uploading. And if we are downloading the file, then we need to show that the file is downloading. So let's do that. Okay, so let's head over to the VS Code and let's head over to the chat slice. And I'm going to add some new slices here, which is going to be is uploading. And initially this is going to be false and we'll also have is downloading, which is going to be false, and let's have upload progress, or let's have file upload progress to check how much file is uploaded. Then we'll have file download progress to check how much file is uploaded, and initially this is going to be 0. And let's have setter functions for this. So we'll have set is uploading and we'll get is uploading state from here and we'll just set it. Set, this is not set is uploading, it's just is uploading, and we'll set is uploading. Then we'll have set is downloading, and for this we are going to have is downloading and we'll set is downloading, and then let's have progress. Set file upload progress and file upload progress, let's set it. File, it's not file download, it's file upload progress. So this is file upload progress, and let's do the same for download. So set file download progress, and let's grab the download file download progress, and we are going to set file download progress like this. And now I'm going to copy this 4 states and let's head over to our app.jsx, and inside of not app.jsx but chat.jsx, so the chat main chat file, and inside of this, if let's grab those states, let's grab it. I'm going to remove all of this now, comma cut, and now we do have those states. And in here I will check if it's uploading, then we need to show this div. This div is going to have class name of height 100 viewport height, then width of 100 viewport width, fixed, then top of 0, z of 10, left of 0, background black of 80, flex item center, justify center, and flex call, gap of 5, and let's give a backdrop blur of large, or let's give it a backdrop blur of large. And after that we'll have an h5 which will have uploading file text, and let's give this a class name. It's going to be text5xl, and it will have animate pulse animation from Tailwind CSS, and then we'll have the file upload progress. So file upload progress with the percentage. That's for the file uploading, and let's do the same for downloading. So let's change this to is downloading, and then we'll have file download progress, and this is going to be downloading file. So the UI is set, I guess, and now let's head over to the message bar where we are uploading the file, and in here we are going to grab those states. So we'll be needing set is uploading, and so let's grab that from chat slice. So we will need the set uploading and set upload progress. So we'll grab set is uploading, and we'll grab that set file upload progress, and inside of handle attachment change we'll be doing our logic. So after we have appended the file and before sending the file, we'll send set is uploading to true, and when we have received the file, we'll set is uploading to false because the file would have uploaded, and if we do have any error, then we will set is uploading to false as well. And for the progress, after this with credentials, we'll get the file upload progress number from this. So we have this on upload progress event. We get the data from this, and then we set file upload progress with math.round 100 into data.loaded, and with divide it with data.total like this. So we'll get the percentage from it, how much percentage is uploaded. So this is for uploading, and let's do for the downloading as well. So for that, I've written the code in message controller. Just a minute. Okay, so let's head over to message container, not controller, message container, and inside of this we have this download file, and we are going to use it inside of this. Before that, let's grab this states from use app store. So from this we are going to grab the file download, set file download progress, and set file downloading. Set is downloading, not set file downloading. We need both of these states, and inside of this download file, first we'll set is downloading to true, and we'll set file download progress as 0 before downloading. And now we have on download progress here. So after response type, we'll have on download progress. We'll get the progress event, and from this we'll have const loaded and total equals to progress event, and we'll have const percent completed equals to math dot round. We'll just have the same strategy, loaded Oh, it's loaded. I had a spelling mistake. So loaded. It's loaded into 100 divided by total. And then we'll set file download progress as percent completed. This is more readable code. And now let's try to download a file. Before that, I'm going to open up my inspect, and inside the network tab, I'm going to have my connection speed as slow 3G so that we can see. Now let's try to download this, and we are having this downloading file, and the file is downloaded. Done. Now after the file is downloaded, we need to close this. So set is downloading after all of this as false, and we'll have set file download progress as 0. Now, so now let's try to use this, refresh this, and let's try to download this zip. It is downloaded. Let's try to upload it. I'm going to select this file, which is of 173 MB, and it's uploaded. We do have the preset, right, on the network. It's slow 3G. Now let's try to download this. The file is downloaded, and I really use this SquareX extension. It's very good for scanning of files and everything. So let's download it. And yeah, our upload and download UI is working. So our this functionality is complete. And now let's get started with the creation of channels. So that's the group messages. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's get started with the creation of the channels and everything. So for that, first we'll head over to the contacts routes, not routes, but the controllers. And inside the contacts controller, I'm going to copy this search contacts, copy, and I'm going to paste it. And this is going to be get all contacts. And in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all the contacts other than the logged in users. So const users equals to await user dot find, pass in underscore ID, and the condition would be get all the users which is not equal to current logged in user. So we'll get the current logged in users ID from the request dot user ID like this, and from this we only require the first name, last name, and the ID. That's it. And now I'm going to remove all of this. You don't need this code. And now what I'm going to do is I'll write const contacts equals to users dot map, and we'll get the user from it, and I'm going to return an object like this. So we are going to have a select component and in the front end. So for that we need this label and value. So we are going to just map the contacts like that. So we'll have user dot first name as the label and user dot last name, user dot last name. And if we have user dot first name, uh yeah, if we have the user dot first name, then only do that. If it's not, then we'll send the email. So we also need to select the email. So if we don't have first name last name, then we'll send user dot email like this. Contacts are sent, and we'll remove this logout successful, and we'll have that at the top as well. So we are going to remove that response as well. It's here as well. I'm going to remove it. Perfect. So now we need to add this route, uh, contact routes dot get all contacts, and we'll verify the token and get all contacts. Make sure that you import it, and let's copy this. Head over to constants.js, and in here I'm going to write export const get all contacts routes equals to dollar contact routes slash, you just need to paste that route. Perfect. Also need to save this contact routes. Done. Now what I'm going to do is, let's head over to the contact container, this file right here, and inside of this component we are going to create a new component named as create channel, and inside of that I'm going to create an index.jsx, and I'm going to copy the contents of new DM, paste it there, change this new DM to create channel, and from here we can remove this search contacts length and this component, we don't need it. Let's save it and let's head over to the contacts container, and beside this title of channels we'll get the uh, not contacts container but create channel. So create channel. Perfect. Now let's head over to the UI, refresh. We have this channel model as well. Now we are going to use a component outside of ShadCN. So that is, let me show you this combo box component, and we need this for selection of users for our group. So this is not a ShadCN component, but this is a library that has been uh, open source and created by another user, which is built on top of ShadCN, the missing components of ShadCN. So we are going to use this, and for using this component we need to install this badge and command. So I'm going to install this package, and let's head over to the code, and yeah, you can find the description of this in uh, link to this in the description of the video. And I'm not going to use this component from here. uh, our component and this component is same, but the only difference is that uh, uh, this is TypeScript component, and I was not able to find the non-TypeScript version of this, so I just move ahead and design the component myself by removing all the TypeScript. So that was the reason, and you can find this code in the description, the link to this code in the description of the video. So now I'm going to add those components: npx shadcn latest add command and batch. Hit enter, wait for this to get completed. Done. Now npm run dev, and one more thing, uh I guess we have to do this in command.tsx, and I'm going to copy this, and on command.tsx file on line 120 we have this class name to change. So command.jsx, not tsx, around line 120. Oh, we don't have anything. So there is also this command items class name. So let's search for command item. I think this is the command item. There's no command item other than this. So this is the command item, and in their class name we need to change the class name to this. It's on line 94, and if you don't do that, that's okay. It's just for selecting with mouse. You can fix it other way as well. So that's it. And now let me add that multi select component inside of UI. You can find this multi select from the description of the video. That's it. I need to remove this use client. It's not Next.js. Let's close this as well, and now let's head over to the create channel, and what should we do here is first we are going to have a use effect hook to get all the contacts. Let's write const get data is equals to async, and let's call the get data, and in here we'll have const response equals to await API client dot get all contacts routes, and we'll pass with credentials as true, and we'll have set all contacts. So we need to have that state use state snippet contacts, and not contacts but all contacts, set all contacts, and initially this is going to be an empty array, and then we'll have selected contact. So use state snippet will also have this selected contacts, set selected contacts, and this is going to be an empty array. And let's have a state for channel name as well. Use state snippet channel name, set channel name. Initially this is an empty string. Now instead of this open new contact model, we are going to rename this to channel model. So rename symbol, and we will do this as new channel model, and this is going to be set new channel model, set new channel model. That's it. Now after this response, let's set all the contacts. Response dot data dot contacts, like this. Now we don't need this search contacts, and we don't need this select new contact. We'll just have const create channel equals to async, and that is it for now. And let's have the changes here. This is going to be create new channel. This is going to be this, and yeah, perfect. So dialog title would be please fill up the details for new channel. That's it. And then in this input we'll change this to the placeholder to channel name, and on change we set channel name, and the value is going to be channel name, like this. After this we'll have a button. After this div we'll have a button. Make sure that you import it from components, create channel, and let's give this a class name of width full, background purple 500, no, we'll give it 700, and hover background purple 900. We'll also give it a transition all, duration 300, and this is width full, like this. On click of this we need to create the channel, so on click we'll use the create channel function that we just created. Let's head over to our chat app, click on this, please fill up the details for new channel. That's it. And now we'll have that multi-select component. Before this div, I'm going to add a new div here and use the multiple selector component, and in here first I'll give it a class name of rounded large, then background is going to be hash 2c2 e3b, then border none, then padding y of 2 and text white. Inside of this we'll give it a default options equals to all contacts. Then let's give it a placeholder as well. Placeholder should be search contacts. Then we'll have value as selected contacts, and on change is going to be set selected contacts, this one, and we'll also give it an empty indicator if there are no contacts which are matching. Then we'll give it a p tag, and we'll write no results found. Let's give this a class name of text center, text large, leading 10, text gray of 600. Then yeah, that's it. Now let's try to use this. Let's write the channel name as YouTube content, search contacts. We are not getting any contacts. Let's inspect the console. Let's refresh this, and yeah, we are getting the contacts. So this is YouTube content. This is just a keys error. We will solve it. We'll solve that afterwards. Let's move forward, and we are able to select the contacts. Okay, if we select a single contact, then all of that are missing. Then selected contacts, set selected contacts, and this is all contacts, and we are setting all contacts. Is there a bug here? Just give me a minute. I'll just check if there is any bug or we did wrong. Okay, so I found the issue. We are able to do that. Select multiple contacts. We are able to do that. The issue was inside the contacts controller. When we are returning the contacts, we did the label, but I forgot to have the value here. We just have to write this value user dot underscore ID, and it would work. So this is done. The model is complete. Now we need to create the channel. So for creating the channel, we first need to have a channel model. We are going to store the channel in a separate table. Then we need to have an API for that, and then we'll create the channel. So let's do that. So now I'm going to create a new model, which is going to be new file inside the models, and I'm going to name this as channel model.js. And now let's create a schema. So const channel schema equals to new mongoose dot schema. We'll type the name, and the type of the channel name is going to be string. Then we'll get pass required as true. It's like this. Then we'll have members, and members is going to be an error because there would be more than one type of members, and it's going to be object type mongoose dot schema dot object id. Ref is going to be users, and required are true. So there should be some members in the members array. Then we are going to have an admin. So admin is going to be of type user, like this. We are also going to store which user has created this channel. Then we'll have messages. Is also going to be an array, and it is going to be the same. So I'm just going to paste the object here, and instead of this ref, we are going to have the messages ref, and the messages is not required. The group might have not no messages when it is created. Then we'll also have a created at property, which will be of type date, and default value would be date dot now. And let's copy this, paste it, and this one's going to be updated at. So we will also store the last updated property. So with that, we'll know which channel has the last message. So if consider if you have 5 to 7 channels in which you are a member of, then in the contact list component, if we need to order them, we'll be ordering them by updated property. So whenever it was last updated, we'll know. And for this, what we'll do is uh, whenever we have the save query or find one and update query, then we will change the updated time to the default now time. So for that, we are not going to write any more code whenever we are creating the message or calling the API. We are going to utilize the middlewares of Mongoose and MongoDB. So we'll have channel schema dot pre before saving. So before saving, we need to run this function, and then we need to call the next middleware. So we'll get the data by this dot updated at property, and we'll have date dot now current timestamp going, and after this we do need to call the next function. If you forget to call the next function, then it would be stuck here, and uh, it might not work. It would not work. Now instead of the save, I'm going to have find one and update, and instead of this dot updated at, I'm going to have this dot set like this, updated updated at date dot now, and then we'll have const channel equals to mongoose dot model, name of our model channels, and we'll pass the channel schema, and we'll export default the channel. That's it. This process is complete of creating the channel model. Now we need to create an API for creating the channel. So inside of controllers, I'm going to create a new controller for channel controllers. So channel controllers dot controller dot js, and inside of that, let's copy this logout from here, paste it, copy, paste, and it's going to be create channel. And inside of this, I'm going to remove this, and let's remove this as well. And inside the try block, we'll get the name and members of the channel from request.body. So request.body, and we'll destructure the name and the members. And what we'll do is we'll also get the user ID of the current logged in user, which is going to be the admin. So request dot user ID, and we'll also check if the user is in the DB. So const admin equals to await user dot find by ID, and we need to import this user. Make sure that you add .js user dot find by ID, and we'll pass in the user ID. Now if there is no admin, then we'll return response dot status as 400 dot send that admin user not found. After this, we'll check for all the members inside the members array, and if we will check that if all the members that are received, all the user IDs are actual users. So we need to validate that as well. So const validate, const valid members, not validate, equals to await user dot find underscore ID and $in members. So what we are telling this query is we need to get all the valid members with the ID inside this members. So that would fetch all the members, and if valid members dot length not equals to members dot length. So if the valid members that returns returned by the database length and the members length is not the same, then we'll return response dot status. This is return response dot status 400, and we'll send that some members are not valid users. And after this, if everything goes well, let's create the channel. So const new channel equals to new channel. Import this from channel model and add .js. We'll pass the name, members, and the admin user ID. So admin user dot user ID. And now we'll have await new channel dot save method. After this, we'll return response dot status as 201, which is created, and we'll pass the JSON of channel with the new channel details. That's it. The API is complete. Now let's set up routes for channels. So inside of routes, I'm going to create channel routes dot js, and inside of channel routes, first let's have const channel routes equals to new, not new, just the router. Not able to import the router. Okay, let's import it. Import from express router. Let's call this router function, and then we'll have channel routes dot post slash create channel. We'll also verify the token, verify token. Why auto import is not working? From dot slash middlewares slash auth middleware, and we have this verify token. Verify token is here. Then we'll have create channel. Make sure that you add, and also add .js at the end. Create channel, and now export default channel routes. Now let's head over to index.js and use this here. app.use slash API slash channel, and we'll have channel routes.js is added here. That's it. The server-side setup of creating the channel is done. Now let's head over to the front end, and inside of this create channel, now we have this create channel function, and we need to write the code inside of this now. So let's do that. So now before creating this create channel, I would like to add some Zustand stores, and let's delete this search contacts. And do we have anything unused? Yeah, let's remove this. We don't need this as well. Don't need this two components. We'll be needing this. And now let's head over to the chat slice component, and in here I'm going to add a channels array, and then I will have set channels. We'll get the channels and we'll set the channels. That's it. And now I want one more function here, which is add channel. And inside of add channel, I will get the new channel. And what should we do is we'll get the all the channels. So const channels equals to get dot channels, and then we'll set channels as array of channel and destructure all the channels like this, and that is it. And now let's head over to index.js and let's grab that add channel as well. And now inside of this create channel, what should we do is we'll first call the API. So we also have to add in constants.js the channel routes. So export const channel routes equals to API slash channel, and export const create channel route equals to channel routes slash create channel. That's it. And now let's head over to index.js and let's wrap it in a try catch. Catch is error, console log error, and inside of try let's call the API. So const response equals to await API client dot post, and we'll create the channel, not like this, but we need the create channel route, and then we'll have the channel name, and members would be selected contacts dot map. We'll get the contact and we'll just send the contact dot value, which is the ID. And I only want to call this if channel dot channel name dot length is greater than or equals to 0, and the same goes for the members. So selected contacts dot length greater than 0, not greater than equals to 0. If this condition is true, then only create the group. And after there is a response, and yeah, we also need to send with credentials true. And in here we'll have an if condition response dot status triple equals to 201, and after it's created we'll set channel name as empty, then set selected contacts as empty, and then we'll have set channel model as false, and we'll add the channel. We'll pass in the response dot data dot channel, and after this we'll have a socket event. We'll not do that now. One more thing I want to do is let's one more thing, just a minute. Let's head over to the uh, contacts container and let's grab the channels from here, channels like this, and I'm going to copy this contact list and paste that after this, and instead of direct messages I'm going to give it the channels. Let's head over here and now let's try to create the channel. This is YouTube content. Let's add all of this users, create the channel, and there's an error here. Inspect console Okay, so we have to add this in contact list. If it is channel, then only do this, or else not. Another thing. Now let's check in the DB if the channel was created. Refresh. We have the channels and YouTube content. The channel is being created. We need to fix this. So let's fix this. Okay, so I know what this error is about. So let's head over to the code base, and in here, this contact list, we need to pass the is channel prop to true here because these are channels. And now it's here. You can see that. Now we need to do one more thing. Whenever we refresh this, we need to fetch all the channels. So for that, I can go to channel controllers and let's create a new controller here for getting the users channels. So just a minute. So here I'm going to create a new controller. Let's copy this, paste it, change this name to get user channels, and from here I will get the user ID. So const user ID is equals to new mongoose dot types dot object ID, and we'll pass in the request dot user ID like this. We'll remove this user ID and we'll get channels by const channels equals to await channel. Make sure that you import channel at the top, and channel dot find will pass in the or operator dollar or, and we'll have an array if the admin is the user ID or members is user ID. So what we are doing is we are getting all the channels where the current user is the admin or current user is the member. So this is the query for that. And now we are going to sort this on updated update updated at -1 like this. And now I'm going to send the response to the client. So let's remove all of this code, and instead of channel we are going to return channels like this, and that's all. And now let's head over to channel routes, and in here let's write the route. So channel routes dot, I suppose it's a get, and we'll have slash get hyphen user hyphen channels, and we'll have verify token. Then we will have get user channels. And now let's grab this, head over to constants.js, and on the channel sections I'm going to have export const get user channels route equals to like this channel routes. That's it. And now I am going to head over to the contacts container, and now like this, the get contacts, we also need the get channels. So in the contacts container, just a minute, we'll have another use effect just like this. So I'm going to, or we can have one single use effect and we'll have a function for get channels. So get channels equals to async, or we can just copy this function from above, paste it, and this is going to be get channels, and the route is going to be get user channels route with credentials true. And if we do have response dot data dot channels, then we set the channel. So we need to import the set channel method as well. set CHANNELS set channels, and this is going to be set channels, and this is going to be response.data.channels like this, and we need to call that function get channels. And it, we have an issue in dependencies. Update the dependencies, and I guess we'll be able to see the channels. Let's refresh it, and we still don't have the channels. Let's inspect console and get user channels. We have 404 error. So it's API channel get user channels. Let's head over to channel routes, and yeah, I didn't save this file. That's the error. Let's refresh it, and yeah, we have the channel here. You can see that, and now I'm going to create a channel where this Kishan sheet isn't a member. So let's create a channel, not edit, create a channel. This is going to be Instagram content, search contacts. We'll select these both contacts, and we are going to create the channel, and we have this two channels, and if I refresh here, we only have one channel. So that is working. Now when we click on this, we need to have the channel here, so we need to fix that. On clicking the channel, we need to have the channel info here, so let's do that. Okay, so now if we inspect and we click on this and head over to console, we'll know that where the error is coming from, and the error is from chat header component. So I guess we have to fix the condition in chat header. So let's head over to the code chat header, and this is not chat header, this is chat header, and inside of this, what should we do? Uh, Before this avatar, I'm going to have a condition here. If selected chat type triple equals to contact, then we need to show this. Let's grab it from here, paste it, or else we will show a div which will just have the no, not that. We'll have a div with that will just have the hash. So we can grab the hash from contact list component, and from here we will grab this and we can paste it here. And uh, here if selected chat type is contact, we need to show this, and if the selected chat type triple equals to channel, then the channel name would be shown. So and then selected chat data dot name like this, and that should fix it. And yes, it is fixed. If we click on this, it's changing. Now we need to send and receive messages in this channel. So for that, we need to have separate sockets, because the current socket of send message is only sent to a single person, and this socket would be sent to multiple users. So we'll be setting up different socket for this, and the receiving ends on the front end as well. So let's do that. So now for sending the messages, first we need to handle this send message from here, the message bar. So let's head over to the code, and let's head over to first I'm going to just close all of these files, makes the space clear, and let's head over to the message bar component, and inside of message bar we have this handle attachment change function and this handle send message. So we have to change it here. So after this we'll have an else if condition, and if the selected chat type is a channel, then we are going to socket emit socket event of send channel message, and the data is going to be the same. Some things are different. The sender is going to be user info.id, content is going to be message, and then we will not have any recipient, and message type is going to be text, file URL is going to be undefined, and we need to specify the channel ID. So for which channel this message is, because the recipient is not here. So we'll have channel ID here, which is going to be selected chat data dot underscore ID like this. And let's copy this and we'll do the same with the attachment. So in select in here, after this if condition, we'll have else if selected chat type triple equals to channel. Then we'll have this condition and we'll emit send channel message. Sender is going to be userinfo.id. Content is going to be undefined, and message type is going to be file instead of text. File URL is going to be response.data.file path. You can copy it from here. Channel ID remains the same. And one more thing that I would like to do is, after the message is emitted in here, after this, I'm going to set the message as null so that it clears the input. And that is it on this page. So I guess we don't have any more changes inside of this. Now, the socket event, sorry, I need to open that file again. So from here, we'll send this channel message and send channel message from here. So we need to copy this and let's head over to socket.js, and inside of socket.js we are going to create a new event. So after this, let's first create a message for set channel message. So const send channel message is async function, will get the message, and this is the function. And now let's have socket dot on send channel message, and then we'll have send channel message like this. So now inside of this send channel message, what should we do? So first, we'll grab all the data from the message. So we'll just destructure the data. So we'll have the channel ID, then the sender, the content, the message type, and the file URL from message like this. And then we'll create the message. So const created message equals to await message dot create, and inside of this we'll send the sender. The recipient is going to be null, then content. After that we'll have message type, then we'll have timestamp as new date, then we'll provide the file URL as well. And after this, after we have created the message, then we'll have const message data is equals to await, const message data is equals to await message dot find by id. We'll have created message dot underscore id. After this we'll have populate, and we'll populate the sender with their id, email, first name, last name, image, and color. ID, email, first name, last name, image, and color. And then we'll have .exec. And now what we will do is, after this we will have await channel dot find by id. I think we need to import channel, so let's import the channel model. Copy this, paste it, and instead of channel model we are going to message model, we are going to have channel model, and this is going to be channel. And now after this await channel dot find by ID and update. We'll pass in the channel ID here and we'll push the new message inside the messages array with the created message dot underscore ID. Now after this, what we'll do is we'll get the channel equals to await channel const channel equals to await channel dot find by ID, and we'll get the channel ID here and then we'll populate the members. And now what we'll do is we'll have const final data equals to message data dot underscore doc, and then what should we do is we'll have channel ID with channel dot underscore ID like this. So what we did here is we created the message first, then we got this message data with its sender details. Then what we did is uh, we updated the channel and added this created message inside the channel's messages array. Then we again got the channel with all their members, and now we have this final data which we will uh, send to the user. So after this, if there is a channel and channel has members, channel dot members, then we will have channel dot members dot for each, and we'll get the member from it, and we'll have const member socket ID equals to user socket map dot get member dot underscore ID, not doc ID, and we'll have it to string like this. So we are getting the member socket ID if there is the member socket ID. So if the channel member is online, then we'll have io.to member socket ID dot emit receive channel message, and we'll send the final data. And now we'll do the same thing for the admin. So admin is also the member of this chat, but he would not be inside the members, so we have to do it separately. So admin socket ID is equals to user socket ID user socket map dot get channel dot channel dot admin dot underscore ID to string. And if we have the admin socket ID, then we emit the message to admin that receive channel message final data, and that is it. Now the server side socket setup is done. Now we have to do the socket setup for the our socket context, which is for front end. And in here I will have socket dot current dot on and the event name, and then we'll have handle channel message, handle receive channel message, handle receive channel message. Let's copy this and let's create the function equals to message, and inside of this first we'll get the selected chat data, chat type, add message, and yeah, let's add that from use app store dot underscore get state. It's not underscore, it's just get state. So we get this, and now we'll do the same checking like this. So if we have selected chat type, so if it's not undefined, and selected chat data dot underscore id is the channel id. So we'll check if the currently opened chat is the channel id, is the current channel id. Then we need to add the message to our messages array like this, or else we'll add it in channel list. We'll do that afterwards. And what else should we do? Yeah, that's it. uh, this setup is also complete, and now I would like to head over to the message container. And in here, remember that we had this render dm messages. Now inside of here render messages, we will have selected chat type triple equals to channel. Then we will have render channel messages, pass in the message, and let's create this. After render dm messages, we are going to create it const render, let's paste it, equals to like this. And what should we do inside of this? Yeah, we'll also get the message in here, and we are going to return from this a div. Let's give it a class name. The class name is going to be dynamic, and margin top of 5 dollar message dot sender underscore id not equals to user info dot, this is not equals to user info dot id. Then we'll have text right, not right, this is going to be left, and this is going to be text right. Then inside of this, if the message is message type, then we have the message. So you can copy that. The message type is text from here. Let's copy it and let's paste it. We have to check message dot sender dot underscore id here, triple equals to user info dot id, and everything else remains the same. And after this, we also want to add the timestamp. So for that, we'll add the timestamp later. Let's test for sending the message. Hi, this is Harvey. Send the message, and we have the message here, but we received the message twice. Let's reload it. And yeah, we also need to fetch the messages. And I'm not sure why we are receiving the messages twice, but we still need to fix that. So we'll fix that first. So that receiving messages twice was the error because in socket.js inside our this send channel message, I made an error inside this for each loop. If there is a member online, then we are sending it, and we are also sending it every time to the admin. So it gets sent to the admin as well. So we should cut this, and this should be outside of this for each loop. Let's paste it here, and now I'm going to refresh this, and let's try to send a message, and let's open this on this side as well. Hello. And yeah, we are having the messages, but it's not being in the correct format. So let's fix that further inside of message container. So what should we do here is inside of message container, if message dot sender dot id dot underscore id, then it should be on this side. Let's try to do it again. Okay, it's perfect now, but the colors are not still perfect. So to fix that, we'll have userinfo.id, not underscore id. And just let me check the condition again. Okay, it's triple equals to, and now it should be perfect. Let's send a message from here. Hello. And yeah, it's working perfect. Now we need to have uh, who sent this message here, because this is not a one-to-one chat. Multiple people can be inside of this chat, and we need to know who is sending the message. So after this, I'm going to have if message dot sender dot underscore id not equals to userinfo dot id, then we'll have a div to show the avatar of the user. So I'm going to write avatar, or we can copy this from somewhere we have used it. uh, let's head over to the contact list, and can we copy it from here? No, not this one. Let's head over to the chat header, and let's copy it from here and head over to this file again, and let's have a div in here, and inside of this first we'll give it a class name of flex item center justify start, and we'll give it a gap of 3, and inside of this going to paste this component. We'll get the avatar from components, avatar image from components, and this avatar is going to have height of 8, width of 8, rounded full, overflow hidden, and this is going to be message dot sender dot images there. Then we are going to show the image instead of this message dot sender dot image. Then what should we do is after this we'll also have the name as well. So this is not going to be a condition like this. This is going to be an and condition, and can remove this, and okay, we should end the condition here like this, and then we'll have this avatar. And what should we have here is instead of this div we are going to have avatar fallback here from components, paste it here. The class names is uppercase, height of 8, width of 8, then we'll give it a flex. Flex is already there. Then we will have item center justify center rounded full, and we don't need to give any border. That's it. And get color is going to be message dot sender dot color, and inside of this let's remove this one, which is going to be message dot sender dot first name dot split and shift. If we have the message dot sender dot first name, then we should do this. So let's check if we have message dot sender dot first name, or else we'll have the same thing but with the email. So let's copy this, paste it, and change this to email. That's it. And after this avatar fallback, we need to remove this, and then we will have the avatar, and after the avatar, going to have a span with class name as text small, then text white of 60, white 60, and inside of this I'm going to have message dot sender dot first name and message dot sender dot last name, and after this span we'll have the time. So again span class name text extra small and text white by 60, and inside of this we'll have moment. We'll pass in the message dot timestamp dot format lt, and I'm going to copy this span, and instead of this fragments I'm going to have this span and give it a margin top of 1, and this is it. Let's head over to the UI. Let's send a message hello. We have this, but there's error. Let's send from different user. Now we are getting an error. Inspect console. Inside of this we have this get color. We need to fetch the get color. Okay, this is in perfect condition, but this is not. So I guess we had the condition from here and here. So I guess we wouldn't need to give a condition. This is the message and then we have the time. So, and this is the div. We need to give it here. Let's give it a flex call. Flex. No, it's not working. Let me comment out this. Okay, now it's perfect. What am I missing here? Let me check and I'll let you know. Okay, so I have found the issue. This is because this is a span and we need a div here, and that should be fixed now. It's done. And one more thing that I would like to do is to this div, I will give a margin left of 9. So the message is actually here, and now it's done. Now we need to do one more thing here. We need to have the message type for file. So let's get that wrapped as well. So I'm going to copy the message type file from here. Let's copy this and going to collapse it and have message type file, and in here we'll check if message dot sender dot underscore id triple equals to user info dot id, and this is triple equals to and user info dot id. Then we'll check for if it's image, so message dot file url, message dot file url, message dot file url. Perfect. Then this all is going to be the same, and I guess that is it. Let's try to send a file now. And yeah, we are able to send the file, and you can see that we are receiving the file here as well. And that's working perfectly. So our file upload and download functionality is also complete. And if I refresh the page and send a message to Instagram first and refresh, then this is also being changed, but this should be changed in real time. So we also need to do that, and we also need to fetch the messages whenever the channel is being loaded. So first let's fetch the messages and then we'll fix this. So now let's head out to VS Code, and I'm going to the channel controllers file, and inside of here I'm going to add a new controller which is named as get channel messages, get channel messages, and inside of here we'll have const equals to request dot params. This is going to have channel ID, and let's get the messages for the channel ID. So const channel is going to be await channel dot find by ID, and we'll pass the channel ID, and we'll populate the messages path messages, and inside of that we also need to populate the sender. So populate inside the messages, we'll have path as sender, and we'll select from it the first name, the last name, email underscore ID, image and color, and then we'll send it. So if first we don't have the channel, then return response dot status that 404 dot json, that not json but message. So we'll use the send method that channel not found, and if there is the channel then we'll just send the messages. So for messages we'll have const messages equals to channel dot messages, like this, and we'll send the messages. Now let's head over to our channel routes, and in here we are going to have it. So channel routes dot get channel messages will have channel ID like this, will have verify token, and get channel messages. And let's copy this from here, save this file, and let's head over to constants, and here we'll have export const get channel messages channel routes slash get channel messages. And now let's head over to our message container, and in here we have use effect, remember at the top, for getting the messages. And now we'll add a condition here: if selected chat type is contact then get messages, and else if selected chat type triple equals to channel, then we'll get channel messages. We need to define this function first. So const get channel messages equals to async function. Let's copy this from here, paste it. This is going to be get channel messages, and this is going to be dynamic. So dollar then slash, and we'll have dollar selected chat data dot underscore id, and we don't need to pass any id like this here. With credentials true is going to be there, and this is going to be get, not post, get request. And response dot data dot messages, then we'll have set selected chat messages, one and the same. Let's save it and let's have it. It's not working. Let's inspect and see. Console 500 error. What's the error? Request is not defined in channel controller. Okay, so this is request. Done. Let's refresh this Instagram content, and yeah, we are able to fetch everything. So it's working. Perfect. So this is working. Now we need to fix some edge cases that whenever I send a message here, hi there, this message should be at the top. So let's fix first that as edge case, and that is same for the messages as well. So the indexes of that should change. So for that, let's head over to the chat slice.js, and what we are going to do is we are going to have a new event here, add channel in channel lists. Is it add channel in channel list, or just let me re-verify? Yeah, it's add channel in channel list. So in here, what we will do is we'll get the message and we'll get the channels. So const channels is equals to get dot channels, and we'll get the data from it. So channels dot find channel, and channel dot underscore id triple equals to message dot channel id. Let me write the code and I'll explain it. Const index equals to channels dot find index, and we can copy this, paste it, and now if index not equals to -1 and index not equal to undefined, then we need to have channels dot splice index by 1, and then we'll have channels dot unshift the data. So what we are getting is, imagine we have 1, 2 and 3 channels. So this is the channel id. So what we are doing is, if this is the current stack of the channels, and if someone sends a message to channel number 2, so what we are doing is we are getting the index of the channel. So in this case the index is going to be 0, and the data of the channel of that index, we are matching it with the message dot channel id. And what we are doing is, if it is not -1 or if it is not undefined, then we are cutting it from the here and pasting it at the top of the array like this. So we are doing this, and let's copy this and head over to our socket context, and inside of this we will use this channel in add channel in channel list. After this we are going to have it like this, and now let's test it. Let's send a message to this, hello. Still not working. Let's inspect. console. Let's send a message to here in YouTube. Send. It's not working. Let's head over to here, and what would be the reason? Add channel in channel list. Let's head over to here, the chat slice, and let's console everything if it is working or not. So let's console the channels, then data and the index. Okay, I think the spelling is not correct. It's channel ID, not chan ID. Now let's test it. Let's send a message to Instagram. Hello. Okay, it's being replaced now. So that is working. It's done. And we need to do the same for this direct messages. So let's do that as well. So inside of this, I'm going to have add contacts and DM contacts. So add contacts in DM contacts. We'll have message, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the code from my machine and I will show you what I'm doing. So we are getting the user ID from our user info. Then we are checking from which user it is received and we are getting the from ID. So if the message dot sender dot underscore ID is equals to user ID, then this message is sent by us. So we need the recipient ID, or if it is not, then the message is sent from the other user. So we need their sender ID, and from data is just the same condition. We are getting the ID and the data, and we are getting all the contacts. Then we are getting the data and index like this. We are matching it and getting it, and we can remove this console. It's not needed. The console from here as well. And we are doing the same thing here. If we have it, then splice and add the data, and if we don't have it, then just add the data at the top, because any contact can message anyone if it's in not in the list. So that is for that. Now let's see if I select another contact here. Hello. And it's not being added because we have not used this yet. So we need to use this in our socket context in this handle receive message. After this, we'll do the same. After this if condition, we'll pass the message, and we have undefined here. So to fix that, we'll check if there is the first name and last name, then only we need to show this. So in contact list, if it is not channel and we do have the contact dot first name or last name. Okay, we need to do the same here. Let's copy this, and what we should do here is, if we have contact dot first name, then show this, or we'll have contact dot email like this, and this is fixed. Now let's search for another contact, this one, and let's send a message with an emoji. And yeah, it's added at the top. And now if I send a message to this user, the last, it's at the top as well. So all the functionalities in our chat app is complete now. Now we just have to host the application. If you have any bugs, you can get the source code and check it. And if you need any help, you can just reach out to me on my Discord channel. So now let's host this app on Hostinger. Now to host our app on Hostinger, first we need to add our project on GitHub. So let's create a new repository. I'm going to name it React Chat App. Make sure that it is public, and let's add a README file as well. And let's create the repository. It's created, and now I'm going to add the files by uploading the files. So let me open up my directory and just a minute. Let's bring my finder here, and inside the client, I'm going to delete the node modules from the client, and from the server, I'm going to delete the node modules and the uploads folder. Okay, so now let's drag and drop both our folders here, and let's wait to let it upload. Then the files are uploaded, and let's commit the changes. Okay, the files are uploaded here. Now let's head over to Hostinger, and after you have purchased your VPS, you will have to set up your VPS. I have already done it, but if you want to see what I have set it up with, so you will have the operating system selection. So from there, we need the application with the Munstack. So we are going to install Ubuntu with Munstack. So it will set up MongoDB, Express, React.js, Node.js, and everything. So select this, and after the installation is complete, you will have something like this. So this is your host name, this is your IP address, and now head over to this SSH access and make sure that you have your password, and make sure that you store it in a safe place. You will need it. So let's copy this command ssh root, and I'm going to open up a new terminal instance and have it here, and I'm going to paste that ssh command here, hit enter, and in here I will write yes to add the fingerprint. Done. Now we need to add the password, so make sure that you remember your password, and going to paste my password here. So now I have been logged in, and if I type ls here, you can see that there is nothing here, it's empty. So now I'm going to copy this GitHub repo, and let's head over to my terminal, and I'm going to clone it. So git clone this https. Done, it's cloned. Now let's head over to React CD React Chat app, and if I ls here, then I have client and server. So now let's head over to CD server, and now I'm going to install the dependencies here first by npm install, and the dependencies are installed. Now I want to do one more thing. I'm going to edit my environment variables files, so nano.env, and I don't have any environment variable files here. So we need to add the environment variables here. So let's head over to the code editor, and let's head over to the .env of server. Going to copy this, paste everything here, and the origin is not going to be localhost. This is going to be the IP address, this one, uh, this IP address, or we can get the IP address from here as well. Let's paste that IP address here, http 157.173.222.45:5173, and MongoDB would be on the same. This port is going to be the same. Let's write out by Control O and write this file, Control X. And now I want to do one more thing. I'm going to change the index.js file as well, index.js, and from here I'm going to remove these arrays from here like this. We'll write out the file index.js, Control X, and I want to do one more thing. I'm going to change the auth controller file as well. So source controllers Then auth controllers will have auth controllers.js, so nano controllers. And in here we have the cookies. So from this cookies, I want to remove the same site and secure value. So let's remove it for login as well. Let's head over to the logout and let's do the same for the logout. Let's write out the file, save it, Control X, and now let's run it. npm run dev. And you can see that it has been started and DB connection is also successful. Now let's copy this IP address, paste it here, and let's copy this port here, and let's head over to this port, and we have this error cannot get, so the server is running. And now I'm going to open another terminal instance. So this is my another terminal instance. Let's copy the SSH command again, paste it here, and I need to add my password. Done. Now let's head over to CD React Chat app, and again I'm going to have nano.env here, and inside of this I'm going to paste the environment variable values. So let's head over to env in our client, not this, in client, and we have the suite server URL. So I'm going to head over to the terminals again, paste this, and this time it's not going to be localhost. Instead, this is going to be the IP address of the server. You can get it from here as well. http:// the IP address and the port. And now I'm going to write it out, Control X, and let's start our app by wheat npx wheat hyphen hyphen host, and it asks to install wheat. Let's have yes. Okay, we need to head over to the client, and we added this nano inside the root of our app. So we need to move this move.env to client.env. Let's head over to the client ls. Do we have the env ls hyphen a all? We have the env, and let's see what we have inside the .env. And yeah, we have the wheat server URL. Let's exit this and let's write our wheat command again, npx wheat host, and it still is asking for wheat. Let's write npx wheat hyphen hyphen host. Okay, we need to install the wheat, or have we installed the dependencies? I guess we have not installed the dependencies. Let's write npm install. Okay, done. Now let's write our wheat command again. Okay, so our app is running on this network with this port. Let's copy this, head over to that, and you can see that we have access to our synchronous chat app. Now let's sign up for a new user. Kishan@gmail.com, admin the password, inspect, and inside the console it's forbidden. So let's try to sign up. I guess we will have the course error. No, we don't have the course error. So let's have Kishan, Sheth, yellow color, save changes, and this is done. Now I'm going to open an incognito mode, and I'm going to copy, not incognito mode, I'm going to open up my another user, and let's copy this, paste it here, and let's sign up with another user. Let's write this time John at gmail.com, password. Let's have this of blue color. Let's have this as John Doe. Save changes. Let's send a message to Kishan. Hello, Kishan. And let's head over to the other message, and yeah, we have the message here. So this is working. Our chat app is successfully hosted on Hostinger. If you want to see the other metrics like the server usage, the memory, disk usage, and bandwidth, it is displayed here. Now if you also want to restart your VPS, then we have this reboot VPS, and if you want to stop your VPS, you can stop your VPS. And again, if you want to change your operating system, head over to the OSN panel, operating system, and search for any of the operating system or the applications that you want to use, and you can get started with that. Now you can also see the server usage from backup and monitoring. Here it's going to be detailed analytics of your server. So if you have any issues or if you want to check the analytics, you can check it from here. And if you need any help in hosting or in the app, please reach out to me on my Discord server. This is me, Kishan Sheth, signing out. See you next time.